want to check on it.
Good morning. Good morning. We will be starting in 1 minute. So let's get settled. Anyone else who's still in the lifts or outside, please let's come in. Been requested to give 1 more minute or so before we start. So let's settle in. As we give that 1 minute, I would like to call our attention for the people who've joined us today for the first time. The Wi-Fi is Accor, SACCOR, and then you just agree to the to connect. After you connect, there's no password that is required. I need all of us to sign into the Wi-Fi because at some point we will all be required to tweet about this event. I will give us like 1 or 2 minutes at some point in the program so that we can all tweet. People who do not know how to tweet, probably like me, can learn how to tweet today. We will have to tweet about the event. And so please log into the Wi-Fi, Accor, and agree and then connect, okay? Everybody, let's get into the room. Mr. Kamande, are you ready for us? Yes, he is ready, and we are all ready. Let's all be upstanding for the national anthems, please. My name is Olivia Achieng Otuoma, the MC again for today. Our sign language interpreter is Leonida, and she is being assisted by David. Kamande, take it. One more person? Anyone? Yes, please. Please join me on stage. Thank you so much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalam ala rasulil karim. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina ya maulana innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasana wa qina adzabannar. Allahumma inni as'aluka ilman nafi'an wa rizqan tayyiban wa amalan mutakabbalan. Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema, mwenye kurehemu, Mwenyezi Mungu mwenye kuteremsha vitabu vyote, Mungu wa Isa, Yakubu, Ibrahim, Musa na Muhammad na walimwengu wote. Tunamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa fursa hii. Tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu tutakapofika tamati ya hii conference, tukitoka hapa Mwenyezi Mungu tuwe ni wenye kunufaika. Tunamwomba Mwenyezi Mungu kwa amani, tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu kwa mvua yenye manufaa. Vile vile tunamwomba Mwenyezi Mungu aweze kuwapa viongozi wetu hidayah. Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema tunaomba na kushukuru.
Tuombe. Father God, in Jesus' mighty name, Father, we want to thank you for this morning. Father, as we started this conference, we asked for your guidance. Father, you've been with us since we started, oh God. Father, today is another day. It's the final day, Jehovah, for this conference. Father, we are still remaining with some session. We surrender this session before you, Lord. Father, as we continue discussing this concept of Utu, Jehovah, we know it started with you when you created man, oh Lord. Father, we surrender every participant here into your able hand, oh Jehovah, so that as we will come out of this place, Jehovah, let us practice this Utu. Father, we love you and glorify your holy name. Thank you for the facilitators of today. Jehovah, we surrender them before you. May you lead us, oh Jehovah. Lead them, oh God. May you guide us through, Jehovah. Thank you for even the other plans that we will be planning for our way forward. Father, it's you who fulfill everything, Jehovah. For those who will be traveling today, Jehovah, we surrender our lives before you, Lord, and we pray for journey mercies, oh Jehovah. Father, as we will convene again in future, glory and honor will return to you. Thank you for the peace and
I would like to go to the next session. I would like to invite Mufasa. Sorry.
to the parents of Mercy Kano. I did not write this because I understand. There's nothing understanding about a hole that cannot be filled with soil. I am a young man, using my tongue to say high fives to dreams not of my fathers. We of my kind sometimes forget about the prayers of our parents. We never know how many times our names come up when they pray. We never know why some parents have to carry fresh pain instead of a new start. Because when a child joins college, they are supposed to call you when they are in school. You're not supposed to get a call from a stranger about your child. Your child's body is not supposed to lie on the main road that leads to her school at 4 a.m. Your child's body is supposed to be in school, in bed, tucked warm, not somewhere on the road willing to be run over by cars that don't know. Our parents pray. The police commissioner is not supposed to describe your daughter as reckless. Reckless is not supposed to describe a body disfigured intentionally. Your daughter is not supposed to be blamed for dying the way she died, like it's her fault for being in a party. Like it's her fault she took time to pick a beautiful dress that night. Like it's her fault for being different at the wrong place, as if it wasn't you, her parents, who taught her to stand out even in the wrong places. Her last walk will be described as crooked. But even girls with a crooked walk do not leave their bags and phones behind. So I can't imagine the pain of parents who bury their children. I can't. But I know something about the heart beating. I know something about your body getting a beating from the pounding of your heart. I know sometimes the heart opens and swallows the rhythm of your heart. I know heartbeats can be too loud and too fast and not normal. See, politics is a game. Until it abuses life, abuses rights, abuses justice, spits at the dreams of children who stand at ease to take care of their parents. So tell my mother I'm in danger for writing a poem that said we are in danger. Have been told to be careful what sentences I let leave my mouth. Some sentences carry a death sentence. Some foods do not stop until they put you in a coma, in a coffin. They will bury you with apostrophes, even if your death deserves all the question marks. In this poem, reckless is an apostrophe. In this poem, death comes with question marks. In this poem, my anger comes alive because of a dead body disfigured. I figure a body just like this body. I figure how somebody can make you nobody.
Let's invite her, please. I would like to mention a few words about Anne so that everybody who is here with us can know who Anne is. Anne Wambui Ireri is the Executive Director of FIDA, Kenya, since September 2019. She is a lawyer and an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with 15 years post-admission experience. She is a women's rights transformative champion with a solid and proven record in law, policy and advocacy matters within the public and non-governmental sector. Anne has recently been elected as the chairperson of the Election Observation Group, ELOG, the premier domestic observers group in the region. Prior to joining FIDA Kenya as the executive director, Anne worked as the national coordinator, 160 Girls Project, an award-winning strategic litigation project under the Equality Effect, an NGO based in Toronto, Canada. The 160 Girls Project is a recipient of the UN Best Practice Award in 2017, as well as the World Justice Project Awards in 2019. Wow. While at the Equality Effect, Anne was tasked with spearheading implementation of the country's strategic program in 6 pilot countries, which included working closely with government agencies such as the National Police Service and the Ministry of Education alongside non-governmental institutions. Anne returned to FIDA Kenya having worked at the institution for 8 years between 2005 and 2012. Anne has great regional and international experience in legal advocacy. She has worked extensively with different regional organizations based in Ghana, Uganda, South Africa, and Mali. She has had the opportunity to work in London, United Kingdom, as an Africa attorney at Interrights, and has a rich experience in human rights, program management, resource mobilization, public interest litigation, leadership and management, innovation, legal approaches, robust advocacy, and networking skills. Finally, she is a recipient of the prestigious United States Global Women Leaders International Arbitrators, London. She is a member of LSK, ICJ Kenya, and FIDA Kenya. Anne was named the top 40 under 40 in 2019 for her achievements in legal protection of vulnerable groups in Kenya. She is extremely passionate about equality and legal protection of vulnerable persons within the society. I think with that, we know that we are in the right hands for today's session. If you listen to her bio, it's exactly leading us to what topic and themes we are going to discuss today. Welcome, Anne, and take it.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you so much, Olivia, for that and for giving me a slightly new name. So the name is Anne Wambeti Ireri, not Wambui. My relatives might wonder if I'm masquerading. But good morning, everyone. Good morning, friends. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to take us through this conversation. Thank you so much to Uraia, our great partner who's been working very closely with us, FIDA, for the invitation. Thank you, Chairperson, as well as my brother Oliver and everyone in the room who we collaborate on. My task this morning, on this very special day, I'm sure we know which special day it is really, really huge. And I hope that we'll be able, within the very limited time, to speak to certain issues, not exhaustively, but to start the conversation. As you've heard my name and where I work at the Federation of Women Lawyers, which is FIDA. And for us, I think each and every day is almost a 16-day of activism, around the clock, alongside very many friends I see in the room. And as I was preparing for this session, I was asking myself, where do we start? I think at times there are those who might feel, have we overdone this conversation? Why must we always speak about the women and the girls? Why is this gender issue very pertinent? But I found myself further reflecting on the reality that as a country, and whilst to celebrate so much that has been done, I don't think we can speak about our values, our utuness, without speaking about those who need our protection and our attention the most. And so I found myself reflecting on the journey that has been since the Trailblazers started, the ladies who started the journey before us, those who started speaking and clamoring for the fact that we need to speak about women and girls, and not forgetting that there are men as well who are affected. And reflecting that and coming back to almost 40 years, we are still speaking about the same issues. What has changed? What hasn't changed? Or is it a case of the more things change, the more things remain the same? I think for me, my preamble would be that first, we must start from the reality that women are diverse. Women are different, girls are different. We have to then bear in mind that we have the reality that women and girls who are able differently have, women who are minority, what issues they face, younger women, elderly women, and women who are marginalized as well as girls. And whilst we celebrate that as a country, we have such a robust legal and policy framework. We've done so much that has gone into ensuring we have either safe spaces, we have legislation that speaks to ensuring that we regulate the rights, the factors that endanger women and girls, that we've even gone a step further to really, at policy level, speak about the resources that are needed to either make girls feel safer or women feel they have access to opportunity. A lot has been done. But why then do we still have headlines that speak of a 21-year-old girl who was found murdered? A 6-year-old girl who is raped and found in the thickets? Grandmothers who are 60 and 70 who are being burnt alive by their grandchildren? Social media that is really beating so hard against women, that's literally undressing them publicly for the sake that they've stood for something, but the other crime is that they are a woman. Why then do we still have that? And can we as a country then speak and say we have espoused values, that we are progressing towards the reality of ensuring there's equality and equity, where you will have a situation where even one of the most senior women in this country, who is the Honorable Chief Justice, on a daily basis has to deal with cyberbullying and naming and shaming in the course of her work. How can we speak of Utu and values, and this is a reality we're facing? And so, friends, I feel that for us as a country, and I know we have great speakers who will be able to share their experiences, that has to be the starting point. We cannot as a country be celebrating and looking at landscapes. In fact, when you're in this room and you look at Upper Hill, it is so rich. It's been touted as, I think it's the most expensive square mile in Eastern Africa. Yet we have girls who are missing out on school because they cannot afford dignity packs. We have women who have to walk for more than 100 kilometers just to get water to put food on the table. We must talk about equity and equality of resources, as well as safeguarding girls and women. And so on this special day, and I know we'll speak a lot about it, as we start the theme and actualize our 16 days of activism that we celebrate each and every year, I think for us as a country, we must start reflecting. We must start holding to account those who need to account, whether at national level, at county level, duty bearers, or those of us in civil society, must play our part so that we progress and speak about other issues. Let us talk of roads that are able to get women to markets. Let's speak about them getting spaces at the markets to have their wares. Let us not be the ones who are still calling on having safe spaces because a young girl who was expected in class didn't make it because her neighbor waylaid her, raped, defiled, and murdered her. Let us talk of progressive discussions on social media where we are seeking to enhance the capacity and to build our youth to be able to compete with other youth globally, and not spending 60% or 70% of the time on comments because a young lady decided to share her experiences of life, and out of it she's being named and shamed, and she's a trending topic of the day. Let us speak of equal opportunity in leadership, where you are not judged by whether you're a man or a woman, but what have you done for the nation? What's your track record, and what's your manifesto or the dream you have as a leader? I feel with that, then we can start speaking about values. We can say we have Utuness because, as we all know, where does charity begin? At home. So we will not have a lady or a man starting to be unhappy, having serious mental health issues because the relationship is dysfunctional and society does not allow her to speak about it. But then we normalize that relationships can work, and at times they don't work. And walking away does not mean you're a failure, but it is actually for your safety. So with those few remarks, allow me once again to really thank each and every one of you for giving FIDA this opportunity to be able to lead this discussion, and further to also indicate that as an institution we'll be very keen to hear what learnings are coming out of this discussion and of this discourse. We were most recently given the task to bring everyone together in the sector under the working group of sexual and gender-based violence by the Honorable Chief Justice. So for us, it's a task we don't take lightly, and it's a task that requires everyone in the room, so that together we really walk the talk of leaving no one behind, that getting out of 2022, we will not be having headlines that speak of femicide, that speak of murder, that speak of brutal rape of women and girls, but then we'll be celebrating the victories that they have contributed to, because at the end of the day, we know that they're the backbone of our families. So asanteni sana, I'd like to end there and move straight to our speakers, and I see our first speaker has arrived. And hers is also an enormous task because we want to hear where we are coming from. She has been in the reality of the fight. She has been there where we stand tall on their shoulders, having been our trailblazers in terms of really fighting for women and girls and bringing to light the discussion that we must have equality of all genders within our society. So allow me, friends and colleagues, to usher in, with a lot of honor and pride, Professor Miriam Were, who is a board member of Uraia Trust. To come and share with us her wisdom and what she feels we need to do in terms of addressing this discourse of Utu values while speaking about the issues of women and girls. So karibu sana, Professor. Asante. Let's give her a round of applause.
When I see so many people, I become afraid. So the way I overcome my fear is to sing. What shall we sing? What about number 7? Then I went to a wedding over basketball, and the community just sang to her, Mwanambe, like if she was a basketball. So I was very happy. The meaning of Mwanambe is that you are always the first one. Isn't that a wonderful way? Yes. To know that you are always important. You are always important. So they sing for the last one, they sing for the middle one, they sing for number 7. So, Mwanambe, it in very nicely with what I'm going to share with you today about Utu. Utu with respect to gender. I often find it difficult to limit my comments to gender when I'm thinking about Utu. Or for that matter, empowered human beings, the humane approach to life. The humane approach to life, because if you have to think about gender, then you have to think about the physically disabled. Then you have to think about the poor. Then you have to think about. So I think it helps just to remember that the humane approach applies to all human beings. It applies to all human beings. That's the way I think about it. And it makes life easy for me, because then I don't have to wonder whether this person is disempowered, this person is poor, this person is disabled, or whatever. I remember I was invited to a country to talk to the human rights celebration of that country. And as we were walking, and that human rights celebration was focusing on women, the importance of women in society. As we were walking up the stairs to the conference room, a cleaner, who happened to be a man, slipped. I think he was anxious to see the VIPs arriving. He slipped and fell. So I reached out, I ran forward and held his hand and helped him up. And the organizer who had invited me said, "Why are you bothering? That's just a cleaner." So I said, "What did you say?" "Just a cleaner. It could be my son. It could be my brother. You don't know why your children will end up in life." So if we begin to discriminate people by whatever category, we might become the victims. I thought, no. I just told the man, for me, there is not just a human being, just a cleaner, just a cook, just whatever. All human beings are human beings. And this is how I identify myself with the Utu approach. I really thank God for our chair. Michelle Magora here. Who leads us forward in this Utu approach. Not only by talking about it, but by living it. So the Utu approach, if I may start, is first and foremost in your self-interest. It is for you and your benefit. What do you think about yourself? How do you think about yourself? Because I have found in my professional life that people tend to think about themselves in relation to other people. No, you know, I'm just a secretary in this office. Oh, I know, I'm just a cleaner. Oh, when people are talking like that, I always feel like holding their ear and fusing it. You look at yourself, and this is where, for me, the Christian faith has been really wonderful for me. I don't know what the Quran says, because I keep saying I'm a Christian Quran properly, but I haven't read the whole of the Quran. I don't know. I put near my mouth. God made human beings. I always say I'll read it thoroughly, but I haven't. But the Bible says God made human beings in His image. Sindio? He didn't make some human beings in his image. He didn't make men in his image. And in fact, men used to say, no, he only made men in his image. So I kept wondering, until I got to Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 and 27. Do you know what Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 and 27 say? And he made them in his image. Male and female, he made them in his image. And I was so happy because I had met some young boys, young men when I was a teenager, who tried to say, you people were just useless. We are the one in the image of God. And because I only read the first part of Genesis, I didn't know about verse 26 and 27. Alafu nikafika hapa nikasema, sisi what? So please, and that has helped me a lot. I have not gone around trying to say I am an equal to God, to a man. I don't bother with that because I just act like an equal. And if anyone has a problem, they tell me what the problem is. I don't go out making an excuse for being a woman. I don't go out trying to oppress men. I just go out living as a human being. All of us made in the image of God. And if anyone has a problem with me, they tell me what the problem is, and I find out what their problem is. So I think the first point I want to make is that you make your life much easier for yourself and for other people if you look at human beings as equal in the Utu context. Human beings are equal, and in my opinion, it makes it even more easy to say because we are all made in the image of God. Now, if you are made in the image of God, it means the internal qualities you have are the God's internal qualities. The courage that God has are also your courage. The innovativeness of God is also yours. The creativity of God is also yours. Everything about God is also in you. And that's why I say the first beneficiary of the Utu approach, when you think of it in terms of being made in the image of God, is that you have everything you need. You are born with everything you need. And if you should need anything else, another person can help you out, and you accept to be helped. So let us remember that all of us are made in the image of God. So when you think like that, then you think about all children as angels of God in the process of growing up. My topic was really to address the issue of the girl child. But I don't want to leave out the boy child. The boy child and the girl child are both made in the image of God. So if you see the boy child and the girl child as an angel of God, angels made by God, then you will try your best for all of them. You will try your best for all of them. I know that girl children tend to be more mistreated than boy children. And that is the misunderstanding that we must correct. For instance, I was reading a WhatsApp message yesterday, in fact, which was saying that a man was very interested in marrying a woman who had 2 children out of wedlock, 2 girls out of wedlock, and so he wasn't interested. He not necessarily marrying her, but living with her. So she moved in with him with her 2 children, and with her 2 daughters, her young daughters, below 10 years. And very soon, he began being very cruel to them, to the woman, but very nice to the girls. So when the mother said, let's go, the girl said, no, we are not going. So the girls remained. And the next thing is that he had made them wives. Little girls are under 10 years. So his intention from the beginning was to get the girls into his house so he could misuse them sexually. Now, if a man thinks like that, and I'm sure none of you do, there's something seriously wrong with him. Something seriously wrong as a human being. Because the quality of a human being is to be protective of young people. So if you take under 10 years old, you're interested in their mother, and not really interested in them, but you want to use her as the channel to her little girls. What is that? So I think we need to think very much about what our chair always tells us, putting a value-based society in place, involving a value-based culture in our country. Because many times, we think, everything is okay. That's what the Luos do, that's what the Kulus do, that's what the Luyas do, that's what the Kiriamas do, and so on. And I have found that many people want to find an excuse for doing the wrong thing. They identify with their clan or their tribe, which is very sad. Because I don't think there's any clan that I have worked all over Kenya, and I have been with this in mind, trying to find out, are there people who deliberately honor? There are just a few crooks in every culture, in every tribe, who do the wrong thing and try to make it acceptable. But in case there is such a group that I don't know, then that is our challenge, to change that group. If we belong to that group, and those are the people, the best people to change the group's misunderstandings, are the people from that place. To say, we are all made in the same image of God, or you can use whatever term you like, we are all human beings. Because if you think like that, then, your life becomes very easy. When you go into a place you don't wonder whether it's a Kikuyu who is here, and they are going to sit on you, or a Giriama, or a Chikenda, or a Luya. No, you just move in and know you're a child of God. And it becomes easier when you treat other people as a child of God, so that nobody is going to challenge you. Why are you accepting people, expecting people to treat you like that when you don't treat them like that? So, I don't want to make a case for women, because I don't have a case to make for women. The most important thing about women and young girls is that they are human beings, made in the image of God. And I think that is the message we really need to really get rooted in our country. And we are all human beings, and we are all made in the image of God. Even during political elections, like the one we just had, we should remember that we are all human beings made in the image of God. But we have different abilities. We have different abilities, and we have different characters. So when we are looking for candidates, whether it is the candidates for our head of state or council or whatever, county level, our interest should be, what is their character? How can they help us? Rather than what is their tribe? I have seen people cry. Sometimes people think that I have contact with stroke people. I don't really, but some people, sometimes people think that I do. And so they come to express their concerns to me or to their complaints. And they'll say, so-and-so is our person. But they're not treating me right. They're our person, you know. You get more disappointed when you identify yourself with a particular tribe or group. And then someone in that group, you think they don't treat you right. Well, they're not treating you badly because you are from that group. They're treating you badly because something within them is not right. Because over and above all of things, we are equal human beings. Education does not matter. Wealth does not matter. You know, I don't know if you've seen wealthy people who become poor overnight. It happens. And when I was growing up, the color of your skin became very important. So the lighter your skin, the closer your skin came to the Muzungu one, or the Indian one, the more, especially for the young women, the more the girls want. Because they have, okay. Because they are light skin, so they are beautiful. That's another problem we have, the skin issue. So I remember young girls in my time, they used to buy something called Ambi. I don't know if it is still around. So that they make themselves light. I refused to use Ambi. I never used it. Because you are okay the way you are. The only thing we need to correct is when we are sick. Then you look for someone who heals the sick. But we are all right so long as our lives are being organized for healthy living. So of course we have to control our weight and things like that and things like that. But to look at anything which God has made in you, that is your gender, or being an African or an Asian or being a blue, whatever you are all right. And everybody else is all right. Because they are human beings. And for me, I add, they are human beings made in the image of God. Thank you very much, children of God.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. I think Prof deserves much more in that, and really her rich experience and history and her sharing with us where we've come from. And I think that is it. There isn't much more to add. I think for me the take home is we are what? Made in the image. So these other stories, it's us who have brought. And she's even clarified, even in terms of our history, it was very clear we are equal. Ingine ni sisi tumefanya nini? Tumeongeza. So thank you so much, Prof, for that thought-provoking start to the conversation, which then ushers us straight into a very rich panel who I will invite shortly to come and join me on stage, just to then take us through with that opener from Prof in terms of getting the discussion going. What then do we do if we are to speak about really as a country espousing values that do not look at you as a man or a woman and treat you differently, but that respects and upholds your place as a human being? What needs to be done? So allow me, friends and colleagues, to invite a number of us to join me on stage. And the first person I'll call upon is Regina Wangoi from JAIC in Murang'a. Tumpigie makofi akikuja. Karibu, please feel free to join me on stage. Then I'll also invite secondly, I'll invite from ICJ, again, a very good friend in the sector, Damaris Kemunto, to join us. I see Elsie is smiling. Karibu sana, please join us on stage. It's Elsie, okay, I thought so too. Welcome, Elsie. Let's give a round of applause as she comes. Fantastic. From ECO Network Africa, again, a very seasoned lady who understands the context we are working in from her rich experience and having been in the sector. Madam Sarah Muhoya, karibu sana. We are delighted to have you. We also have a gents. Tumesema hisi maneno ya ladies peke yao, si ndio? So from AWEN, we have Bwana Geoffrey Koske. It's good to have that balanced discussion to hear pia what our brothers are saying. Welcome to the stage. And then last but not least, allow me to invite Honorable Gloria. Honorable tumpige makofi. Honorable Gloria is a senator within our parliament. And indeed, she has been an advocate for the rights of women and girls. And we are happy to have you. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa. Fantastic. Don't we have a great lineup? Yes. Okay. Sijasikia makofi ama makofi. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have quite a big task within a very short period. And the task is to each of you And I think for me, my questions will be twofold as you seek to respond. I think from where we sit and I look at who's seated at the panel, we are all doing such immense great work, whether at national level or the experiences from the grassroots and the reality that we are dealing with in our counties. And so my question to each of you is, looking at where you sit, what shapes the work you're doing? What's the reality? Because I think a starter point for us as a country is we must understand what's the context. Is it a mirage? Is it something that at times they imagine is just being propelled or is being heightened for the sake of it, of what's the real situation of women and girls from where you sit? And what do you think has been able to shape that? So I'll give each of you 5 minutes. I'll be that moderator who's very strict. 5 minutes for this first round. Then we'll get back to hear from you what you feel interventions should look at, what should shape the national discourse, whilst looking at the larger context of our values and our Utu-ness as a nation. And then we'll also have a chance to open up to the plenary, because I do know they have questions or comments or interventions before we get to the second part of it. So 5 minutes, you've understood the task. So I'll start very close to me with Regina, then it can go down. So Karibuni, thanks.
Thank you very much. Personally, from the experiences that I have from Murang'a County, where I work, is the fact that I look at women and girls from a very, let me say, first from a disadvantaged point of view, in terms of one, the way the cultural concepts that are underlying, the factors culturally that are underlying in the life of a woman, in the life of a girl, that has actually not enabled the girl to really pull up herself, or a woman to really pull herself, because we need equal opportunities that are not offered within our cultural concept. The other thing that I have seen is that for the years that we have lived, our government has put very many structures, but in terms of implementation towards realizing what a girl child or a woman should be able to achieve, that has become very, very difficult. For instance, if I would give an example, is that when we promulgated the Constitution, there were several structures within the chapter of rights that are actually there to be able to help in making sure that we are all advancing equally, but this has not happened. The devolved functions that have gone to the county, it is very difficult to see, and especially when I look at the social protection section, where gender issues are supposed to be addressed, it is very difficult to see a standalone project or activities that are actually designed for women and girls. You will always find a mix-up of things within other departments. So the issues of women have been streamlined across all other departments as opposed to having them in one section. The other thing that probably that has brought us where we are as women is even as women, sometimes we might have some few chances, but we are not able to grab them and run with them, because all the factors that are the factors that are surrounding us may not really give us an environment to run with them. I like what the second speaker has talked about, the professor, is that the fact that we just need to act as equal. I think that is part that we really need to pull up ourselves, that we don't have to be men, but we can act as equal. So prospectively, looking at some of the examples that we have, for example, in Murang'a we have we are seriously experiencing FGM, but clinically done. So it is very difficult to trace it because you cannot identify it within anyone. But who are the perpetrators on the other end? It is very difficult to see a man taking a gun for an FGM. So sometimes we are also people that are pulling others. The women themselves, we are pulling ourselves behind, And as I started, I said the cultural concept where you have a girl being battered by the husband, but when she goes to seek for help from the mother says, I also went through that, just stick where you are. So I think some of the things that are surrounding us as women are things that we can actually be able to pull up ourselves and be able to establish a level that we can be able to live equal to the men, and we can be able to live as we also promote Utu amongst ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Elsie. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. Once again, good morning, friends, colleagues. Good morning. I'm really excited to be here and just to really talk about what shapes the work of ICJ Kenya and what shapes the work of we civil society actors that make us engage with discourse around gender-based violence. One of the things for us as ICJ is we actually believe and honestly drive the discourse around human dignity. Human dignity for us means it's a human right, it's a fundamental. So at a foundational level, at a philosophical level, we believe human dignity is a human right. A violation of any human right, whether it is gender-based, for us, then it means how do we then ensure that A, the violations don't take place, and if they do take place, then what are the remedies? So that drives us in the focus around justice actors and justice the sector. And our justice focus looks at also the role of judiciaries in how they advance and provide reasons or decisions when they have cases around gender-based violence. So on a broad level, that also drives us. Secondly, we also look at tracking some of the emerging statistics, and they're increasingly concerning. As Anne rightly put it earlier, we keep talking about the statistics. Today, it's a woman being burnt, an elderly woman being burnt because of, she's elderly. There's the case of young girls being murdered in their partner homes, or even in cases of statistics that show that, for example, the teenage pregnancies in Kenya, in East Africa, Kenya is the leading from the 2019 statistics. So it's a broad range of our tracking of the spheres of where we see these pockets of gender-based violence, and then how then do we address the systemic issues that are underlying these violations. And finally, as jurists, we're also looking at what does the law say? What do the policies say? And is there a way we can close the gap? Because increasingly, we see a huge disconnect about what is actually in practice and what is in theory in terms of what is provided in institutions and laws, but actually then the connection between what's really the reality on the ground. So always questioning so many good laws, so many good policies, then how then do we close the gap to ensure that women and girls continue to be safe, and questions around their rights as victims of gender-based violence is addressed. Then finally, in terms of what really shapes our work is looking at the state of a victim of gender-based violence. Do they really get the right reparations on access to justice? Is access to justice just meaning asserting, getting compensation, or is there additional psychosocial support for victims of gender-based violence? So that drives us, all these questions, the systemic issues, the questions around what do the victims do, and then how do the perpetrators of gender-based violence against women and girls, including boys now, then to get justice. And all this, as we discuss Utu, is about dignity, human dignity, a fundamental right and freedom. And a violation of it for us means you're violating someone's rights. It is their right to be human. It is their right to speak out. It's their right to assert their rights whenever they are violated. Thank you.
So much, Elsie. So there we already have here the reality from the ground that violations are taking place. We hear the state of access to justice situation. We hear structures that are already enacted through our constitution, for example, the judiciary, what's happening and what needs to happen more. So thank you so much so far, Regina and Elsie. Sarah,
Yes.
from where you sit, what's happening and what's the reality? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I want to appreciate Professor Were, always inspiring us and trailblazing for us. Thank you for not using AMBI, because your face is still glowing. I think from where we sit as actors who are pushing for women's inclusion in leadership, it is obvious that the face of power is still male. And I think that is as sad as it can be put. The face of power is still very, very male. How do you explain that as a country we go to a general election? The third are on our new constitutional dispensation, and all of us just fight it that we can only elect 29 women out of 290 constituencies. Explain to me, how is it that it is okay for us to go to a general election as a country for 3 consecutive times on a constitution that is this progressive, and I think Anne alluded to that, and yet we are okay not having a woman as a president 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. How? So that it needs to shock us. But you know what? It's not shocking us enough. And for me, that is the other reality. That we actually, okay, we have normalized. We are okay living with those numbers. We are okay living with those figures. We are okay not having a woman anywhere. In fact, we are okay if, you know, a panel like this is just male. We are just okay. A council of governors can be, and so I think for me, that is the other sad reality, that we've normalized things that we should never normalize. We're comfortable with them, and we need to create discomfort. I know we're coming to that. The third reality, unfortunately, is that actors who used to push and really lobby for inclusion and the balance of power have been weakened. Either have been weakened or have cowed, or we have joined the gang, we are eating with everybody else, and so there is a problem when you cannot tell everybody else, hey, something is wrong. So our watchdogs are no longer really watching and tapping us and telling us, this is not right. I remember that it took Eleanor Roosevelt way back in 1946 to stand up in the United Nations General Assembly and say, it is not okay to have a universal human rights convention without recognizing what Professor said, that women's rights must be part of that. So those voices are becoming lower and lower, and I think that should challenge us. I think finally, to say that we are beginning to see that because we are so unprepared to balance the power, we are now wrestling with new realities. For example, how do we deal with first gentlemen in the counties? Because in our concepts, in our minds, we are not designed, we've not sort of cued ourselves to think of women leaders. So we didn't think about it. So we have situations in Meru, we have situations everywhere. We've never heard about anybody questioning the first ladies. Now at national level, have we? But now, those are the realities. So as more women try to get in, the realities that we have normalized begin to hit, and they boomerang, and that for me is a very tragic reality, because it portends, it sort of says that we could very easily roll back all those gains. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. We hear that we have normalized issues. We hear that the people are being weakened. We hear that we are not being bold enough to disrupt the status quo. Very, very thought-provoking words. From where we sit, in terms of our work, George. Sorry. Geoffrey. We still need to also factor in our marginalized women. Their reality is also very different, and at times far-fetched. Until you have lived there or worked there, or you're one of them, many of us don't understand what they go through. How is it for the women of Endovoy? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Geoffrey Kosgei from Baringo A1. I'm privileged to speak on behalf of men for today. And men in the house should clap for me. Even the women. So it's a milestone in the space of women empowerment that a gentleman is standing in front of you to speak about women empowerment and our girls. So I work for AUN as a program officer in Baringo, and we do women empowerment, disability mainstreaming, and a bit of climate and environment conservation. And we've talked so much about women, and since Wednesday, we've been talking about the UTU. And I'm bringing in an aspect of PWDs, women PWDs and youth PWDs in this conversation. And it's something people don't talk about it, maybe, because what we do, we advocate for their rights, the rights for PWDs and the right for women. And also coming from a minority and pastoral perspective, these groups face multiple, if not triple, lines of discrimination. First being indigenous women, and then secondly being PWDs. So you can imagine. But going forward in the line of gender-based violence and representation, the Constitution is very clear on the objective and aspiration of promoting gender equality for women and marginalized groups. What we see from the community in the spirit of promoting the UTU and humanity is that us as an organization, we usually tackle and audits on the constitutional offices that are mandated in promoting equality. The National Gender and Equality Commission, the IEBC and ORPP in regards to representation, and National Council for Persons with Disabilities in regards of PWDs. What are their roles? What are their challenges in regards to promoting equality and promotion of human rights in the line of marginalized and vulnerable groups? So in most African or Kenyan communities marginalized, the gender-based violence, a lot of culture is embedded when it comes to gender-based violence. We face a lot of challenges when it comes to reporting. It cannot be reported deep at the community. For example, 95% of Endorois women have undergone FGM, and the practice is still ongoing. It has now shifted from young girls, women with children are the ones who are going. And the authorities cannot report because the culture, the culture dictates that some things prevents you to do some things within the community if you have not undergone the practice. So most of the time reporting and also the numbers. Somebody is sexual harassed or have undergone violence, but it cannot be reported because the authorities or those duty bearers who are supposed to undertake the reporting it does not reach the community level, and most of the time it's ignored because of the culture. And the aspect also of environment, for example in Baringo, we have swelling of water levels. You know, some communities live around Lake Bogoria and Baringo. That one has also brought about displacements and has disoriented a lot of things. The aspect of economy, the economy is so bad such that many people are now concentrating on survival other than doing other things. The women, for example, are not, the cultures condemn them to specific activities that women struggle maybe to look for firewood the whole day. They cannot get the space to practice other constructive things in the society. And then when it comes to representation, AU and other CSOs have tried so much to do women empowerment in regards to political participation, budget making, and all sorts of advocacy interventions. But we also come again to the roles of CSOs and constitutional bodies in regards to supporting them in representation. For example, in 2017, PWD representation, we had 21 counties who are not representing the county assemblies in regards to PWDs. And when we take charge to IBC and ORPP and National Gender and Equality Commission. The blame shift from one constitutional body to the other. ORPP and the party say when our list came from the party to IBC, we had the presentation for PWDs, but when it reaches the IBC, when the assessment comes, they say it disappeared along the way. Where has it gone to? And then they remain silent. We chase over to court. We do that, and then we lose. Again, we cannot get enough support from the constitutional bodies. Nobody understands their roles. When you go to them, they say budget problems, planning, and other things. Come again this year, PWDs and women representation. PWDs in 26 counties, county assemblies were not represented. Again, we went through the same circle to National Gender and Equality Commission. There was a lot of demonstration around. Now the case is in court. Nothing, maybe we cannot discuss because it's in court. But the same circle again continues. For marginalized and indigenous counties and pastoral counties, it's extremely difficult. So we are taking audits on women representation. For example, the cabinet was released by the current government. It is okay, it's 50-50. Is it not so? Have you taken some time to check on the representation for women? The current government pledged during campaign that they will do 50-50 sharing for women and men. Again, we did not hear about PWD representation. The PSS scheme, which maybe also was stopped by court, did you check on the representation of women? Women were maybe 13 out of 51. Is that fair? So it also comes to our role in checking on the representation and women empowerment in those spaces. So again, in the line of promotion of Hutu, I take charge on the role of CSOs, the role of constitutional bodies in promotion of equality and promotion of fairness, and also observation of the rule of law and implementation and promotion of the constitution. Observing the specific clauses, Article 10, that we've been talking through for the last 3 days on national values, Article 56, Article 100, Article 197, and Article 232 on affirmative spaces available for women. We need to make sure that they are clearly and properly implemented by all the duty bearers so that we keep moving together. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you very much. We hear still the reality at the ground in terms of especially our marginalized groups, and there's a sense of even almost giving up from Geoffrey. But we appreciate the reality that you've painted. I don't think it's all gloom, but that's a reality, and indeed we must acknowledge it. Honorable Gloria, you're next to Geoffrey, and he's been very passionate, especially about the issue of representation. As a member of Kewopa and a member sitting in Senate, and a woman, what's your reality and what do you think paints what you have to work with in terms of agitating and pushing for women and girl rights? Thank you.
Thank you for having me here today. Before I address the question of what shapes my work, allow me to say the first problem that we have as CSOs, and I have seen it here, we're always talking to ourselves. So we have a conference, we call each other, and we advocate amongst ourselves. Yet we are not the ones with the problems. We are the ones with the solutions. So as I sit here, I was wondering, where is representation from the Victim Protection Board, which is an arm in government that sits under the SG and the AG, that actually deals with a lot of the things we're doing? Where are they? They are not here. Where is representation from the Special Gender them, these are the things that we want. So I think in future, perhaps let us try one way or another to bring the stakeholders on the table. Now I want to make my comment on what shapes my work as a politician. I recently became a politician. Politicians are supposed to be change makers. It's just that perhaps most of them have been change makers towards the negative. They've brought a lot of negative change. But politicians are actually supposed to be change makers because we are the ones who legislate, we are the ones who actually play oversight to the executive, and we are the same ones who represent thousands, if not millions of people. So we are supposed to be change makers. And today, I was just thinking to myself about representation. I sit in the 13th Parliament as a nominated senator. And there are only 3 elected senators in that Senate. Out of the 47 elected senators, there are only 3. So we have the affirmative action that was put, that has actually given me this opportunity to sit in the Senate where we get to be nominated so that we can, you know, represent the women who are otherwise not elected. Then the question always comes, and I hear the conversation going to, why can't we elect women? Why can't we elect women? But I turn it around. Why can't women run? And why can't women stop assuming that we will elect them because they are women? And just sell their policies, and just brand themselves, and just go to the field knowing that I'm not a woman, and I'm not a man, I'm a politician. So I'm just going to be a politician, and I'm going to do what politicians do. When I say that, I don't mean to be, I'm a politician as well. I don't want to come out negative, but this is what I mean. For instance, women are nice. They want to go to the political arena and be nice, and serve tea. And during conferences, they want to be the ones taking out the glasses on the table when men are discussing other things. And during, you know, political rallies, they want to sit pretty and be called, because, you know, we are women. Why were women not called to talk? They don't want to push and elbow the men out and climb on the damn vehicle and speak. Why can't we do that? Because the problem comes when we are hoping for tokenism. When we are sitting and saying, but imagine I'm a woman, and that panel, it just had men. Why didn't they call me? You know? And the worst thing about that conversation is that it has actually watered down the affirmative action that is being, you know, that all these agencies are trying to put. People are always telling me, where asa ulishindwa kura, sasa you have been nominated, you know? As if I'm not befitting to be in the Senate. And it is a burden I have to carry every single day in the house. Every single day when we are fighting and we are, for instance, I'm the vice chair of the ICT committee. I can tell you I fought to be the chair. But there was a silent cultural understanding that nominated senators do not chair committees. You know? Now why did that culture come about? Because nominated senators from before have always been sitting there and wanting to be given things. So therefore, they decided silently amongst the house that, you know, watu wa kupewa vitu, let us just make sure we introduce a culture. So there is a form of institutionalized discrimination, which is actually our fault. It is our fault that it is there. I want to just speak openly. So, you know, if we are not honest with ourselves first, and actually speak loudly on the mistakes that we as women, particularly in politics, have, you know, have participated in the past, then we can't change it. So I want to say, number one, in my workspace as a politician, I quickly understood there's no man, there's no woman. There's no wamama wanakaa pande hii and wanaume wanakaa pande hii. When you go for a rally, you will fight for everything. When you go to the house, you fight for everything. And if you're not willing to go out and just showcase that level of ambition, then no one should ask that I vied, but people didn't vote for me. Because you didn't showcase. There are a few women who've actually come out and showcased their ambition and the changes that they want to bring into the political space. And you've seen how far they've gone. The likes of Millie Odhiambo, the likes of Susan Kihika, they've gone out, they've showcased that, you know, it's really not a man's world, it's just that us women have given it to them. And somehow you can see, there might be a handful, but you can see. And those are the stories that I would like to talk about. Because I don't want to water down the conversation into a woye conversation. Woye. That's how our mama tutawafanya aje. What are we going to do? No, it is not about that. So, for me, what shapes my work is that the opportunities for women in politics are actually very scarce. The opportunities are scarce. Because I'll give you an example. During the elections, we have, is it 3 county seats? The governor, the senator, no, I don't want to count the women rep. So the governor and the senator, those are the county seats. If you go across the counties, particularly in Nyanza, and you start looking at the women who came out to vie for those county seats, it's like a dark space. You barely ever get to that. So, I think what the CSO community should do first, we should stop the advocacy. By the way, everyone now in 2022, even in Mashinani down in my constituency in Bobasi, everybody knows the value of a woman leader. So let's stop the advocacy. Let's spend money on bringing that woman leader somewhere who does not have resources, who does not have capacity of even transversing the ward or the constituency or the county. Let us stop talking about we should. If there are organizations here that have resources, and you are truly and genuinely saying that you are going to support women into leadership, I'm telling you, stop the advocacy and start the action. When women are telling you what we need is finances, that is what we need. In an election year, you can advocate all you want to advocate. If you're not giving me money as a politician to go and print t-shirts, to go and transverse the county, if you're not giving me security to go and address the people, you're not helping me. You can advocate all you want to advocate. But if you're not doing these things, you are actually not helping any woman in politics. That is just a fact. I have been invited in so many of these conferences, especially during the general election. And I outrightly just said, I'm not coming. I'm not coming to sing those songs. I'm not coming to talk about where women should be. I'm coming, if you are going to give me security for the next 2 weeks in my campaigns, I'm coming if you have 100 t-shirts for me, because the men in their chamas and in their boys clubs, they're not sitting around whipping about sasa muliona venye kijana wetu alifanyiwa. No, they're sitting around and they're saying, how much do you have? How much are you contributing towards so and so's campaign? They're sitting around and saying, by the way, ule kijana wetu hajapata party tickets. Let us take them to the other party so that we talk to the party leader so that they get that ticket. They're strategizing. They're putting together resources. So I kept on saying during elections, stop calling me for those songs. We are not coming to sing songs. We are tired of advocacy. Even the woman in Bobasi constituency knows that we need women leaders now. Help the leaders, the women, to actually get elected. In fact, I had Geoffrey speak about, oh, we have this many elected leaders and that many, you know, why is it that we are not voting for a woman? I'm not going to vote for a woman just because they are a woman. I'm not going to do that. I will not. And that should not be the conversation. And we should be okay with not voting for women if the women are not selling anything. Honestly, we should stop that narrative of why are we not voting. Personally, I voted for William Ruto and I pushed for the Women Charter. You know, when you're in that space, you also need to ask yourself, what can I do in my capacity? We ran around Karen and sat him down, and I'm speaking freely, and we forced the conversation of the 50% women in cabinet. And we forced it down to, you will sign the charter. And we forced it down to, not only will you sign the charter, we are going to publicly launch this thing, so that we tie you down completely. And on top of that, we say, not only will we publicly launch that thing, we will hunt you down after you win. That is why we are forever in those spaces saying, sasa, na tumefika wangapi. So, those are the actions we need. And I think for the civil society, We have done many years of advocacy, we have done many years of singing songs. What can the civil society actually do today to force that we have the Child Welfare Society sitting in these forums, to force that we have the gender desks from the National Police Service sitting in this forum? What can we do as a civil society to even bring the Minister of Gender and say, now, what is going on? How do we approach? Because advocacy is just advocacy. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for up. I knew this was not going to be easy. But I think for me, even as I open up to plenary, I think just again to bring us back, that we have had, and this is just a part of what's happening, the numerous initiatives going on. I know everyone who's sitting in the room, especially those working in this space, everyone is doing tremendous work. But remember what we said, if this is going on in our country, if we have a constitution that, by the way, is touted and quoted, you go anywhere outside Kenya, it is about the Kenyan constitution. If we have made strides, if we've been able to even capacity build our leadership, if we have spaces and we are now, in terms of even access to justice, we are among the few countries globally that even have a chief justice and a deputy and a majority of senior membership in the judiciary who are women. We've just come out from an election where I know tremendous work went into speaking and preparing women. I know from where I sit and I see my good friend Patience here, we were in the trenches, that journey, and we had what more needs to be done. But we are sitting in a space where for the first time, we have 7 women governors. That has never happened. We are sitting in a space where there's recognition, and I know we've even gone to regional bodies, Geoffrey, where the rights of indigenous groups and our communities that need safeguarding is happening. But remember what we said. Why is it that we still have headlines that will speak of young girls and elderly women being butchered? Where will we still have the negative toxicity that we see on social media when it comes to men and women relating? Because we have demonstrated that we know, as Professor told us, we are equal. With that appreciation, each of us comes from a space where there's a female figure. Where are we getting it from? Where should we still speak of a lot of the negativity and a lot of the violations that are still taking place in the name of gender-based violence? Because I don't hold the answers, allow me to do this, and because now I'm the moderator, I can exercise that power. Because of time, I'll just take a few interventions, kindly 5, and I need to spot those hands. 1, 2. I may not take all of them, so let's have a consensus. Let's do things, first of all. To be fair, I think we'll move with the room, na tukipita meza yako ni hivyo. But as you speak, kindly, because we know how these workshops go, Sindio, kindly just say who you are and go straight to your point. Please, let's not have another, if it's, just go straight to the point. If it's a question, intervention, or comment, please indicate who it's directed to so that we manage time well. Then we'll come back to our esteemed panelists to give us their closing remarks, because we still have 2 other speakers after this. Na tunataka kuwasikia sana. Are we together there? Yes. So I see the mics are moving, so to make it easier, let's move from this side of the room, which should be your left, isn't it? As we move.
Two-third gender role. I think there have been a lot of resources that have gone into that, and I think those who do political work is a lot of work. We put in a lot of money, and then 5 years later, the rule is still not in place. So we may need to strategize how better to make that work, because it's already in the Constitution. Number 2, on the issue of representation,
I just want to say, as civil society, we work so hard to get these things in the constitution. But civil society, we don't take part in political parties, so we don't get nominated, and those people who go to nominations like the MCAs, we just see embarrassment. So the women that are in our counties as nominated MCAs do not do any justice to the advocacy we did to have women in county assemblies. You see the English there, everything there is not what we wanted. So I think civil society, we have to get into political parties so that we get elected, because we are the ones who vote for that space. Okay. And finally, on the resources, and I'm addressing our honorable member, a lot of our money comes from donors. So the t-shirts that you want, the direct support that you want, we have to find a way to make our donors understand that is what the women want. I remember even in this election we had that problem. Our money is on advocacy, but then the women are saying, print for us lesos, print for us t-shirts, and we can't do that. So we need to find how will our donors get accountability that they think their money is worth that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I think the key thing that perhaps you normally forget is the presentation of men. I mean, these are the people who perpetrate this violence against women. But again, when we have this discussion about women and gender-based violence, sometimes we tend to alienate men who should be in that kind of discussion. So as our intervention, at least we should be ensuring that men are also at the center of such kind of discussion. Issue of representation, I do believe that's an issue of political goodwill. And having powerful partners like FIDA and the rest here, for instance, the issue of the president promising 50% of the cabinet slots going to women. I mean, this is just something that we can talk, sit down with the president, discuss with him. So how do we ensure that there is political goodwill so that we will not be talking about these issues time and again? Thank you.
I will speak not as a human rights defender or as a political scientist, but as a father and of a daughter and a husband of a wife. Two quick points. Number one, I think we need to address the Senator Gloria. I have observed and monitored elections for the last 30 years. 1992 to 2022, women need more than money. There is a section I've devoted in the most recent report by Defenders Coalition. You go to the website, you find it. A section on women aspirants, women candidates, and women HRDs. We have major problems, and I think that's what Sarah Moya, my mentor, is trying to say. There is more than money. Second point, very quick. I think we have to agree with also the Senator about representation of other groups. I've worked with the CJPC, with Regina, I worked with KHRC, also I worked with Elsie, I've worked with Sarah on political issues, and I think after my work in IPOA for 6 years as a commissioner, one of the key things we have a major problem. Police are part and parcel of the problem, but also they are part and parcel of the solution. Because yesterday they arrested some fellow who has touched 2 women Kisis in Kisii County. So police are part of the problem. All the problems I had in IPOA and the cops, we were investigating them and jailing them, it's because they are violators. Yeah, that's all I can say.
As Executive Director, and in my recent past life, I applied for the gubernatorial seat in the Taita County. Let me start by saying it's a very patriarchal society. And therefore, I don't see any problem with women playing with women. It's not a level playing field yet. And when it is, then we will not go there and say we are women. Because most of the time, by the time you get to electorates that you're talking to them, they're already looking at you as, hey, really mwanamke, ela utaweza. They're always ela, ela, ela. And once we have those questions being addressed to us as women, we also need to understand our messaging has to be different. And therefore, you start by explaining as to why it's important for us to have a woman at this point, or even in this level. So I think we must want to just look at ourselves, and I like Sarah Mara, the fact that she's in that panel there, then she can talk, because she's been really here for the longest time and supporting us in this journey. The problems that affect us as women are different. And because men have owned these spaces, it's theirs. Today, you're lucky to have this panel looking like this. I sat in this panel yesterday and the day before, and as the only woman in that panel. And as Sarah has said, we have normalized this. It is okay for us, even in our planning and in our meetings, we don't see a problem when we realize that all the panelists are going to be men, and no one is saying, oh, there's a problem here. So I think it's okay for us until we get to a point where we're saying it's a level playing field for both genders, or for all genders. Then we can stop playing the gender card. But as it is now, I think let's go easy on women. Allow us to be, allow us to say it's okay to be a woman and to look for position, and whatever position it is.
Thank you.
And I would like to say with a lot of sadness, like there's still a lot of, some level of ignorance at the grassroots level. A woman in my community does not know where to go to when she's suffering from gender-based violence. And this is because despite the fact we have media around, there is still not that level of telling that common mwananchi of which law says what, about what. In case you have undergone this, what do you do? I'll give a practical example. Last week, but today we are on Friday, in Nandi County, Tindred Sub-County, I'll not name the police station, but the OCS of that police station decided, together with the perpetrator of rape to a woman, and they told the woman that because you are an aged person, she was 30s, but because you are aged, you will go to court. The judge will say to the perpetrator who agreed that actually he committed the act. And the judge will say around 7 years of jail, but you will not be paid for anything. So I would advise you to agree for the perpetrator to pay you. So the agreement is made, and the perpetrator decides to give 400,000. And this 400,000, the victim is given 100,000. The 300,000, it's gone to the police. In fact, it saddens me that the national police is not here, because as my friend has said, they are part of the problem. We know of CSOs who are ever in court trying to fight for justice for victims because the police have decided to be together with the perpetrators. And justice takes longer. So when the judicial service also takes time to give justice to the victim, some people say there's no need of going to court, and they take the money. So we need to educate, to prevent before it happens. At least someone should have knowledge that when someone rapes me, this is the number of years this person will take when I go and report. I know this is the place to report, if we can take that direction.
Okay, thank you. Last
address the structural issues. Even for a young person to get an ID is bad, but for a minority, a young person from a minority group to get an ID is even worse. Let me give one example, if I may. I was in a certain county, I'm talking to the chief, who happens to be a Muslim, and she was saying, if a Muslim girl comes to get an ID, the first question should be asked, why do you need an ID for? You're going to get married after all. Why do you want to get, that kind of labeling has to stop. The same thing can happen with other minorities. So that's one point. So the structural issues, mindset issues that need to change, otherwise we won't go forward. I am among those, if I heard Sarah correctly, and patients, that I feel after 50 years, we are saying we've made great progress with 7 governors, from 3 to 7, from 23 to 29 MPs, and Senate we've gone down. And that is why the honorable senator we have, she was nominated, because we have 3 senators down from 4 elected senators. Is that really progress? That's a question I would like to ask. And then also, the last one, a question to maybe the honorable senator, but everybody over here. Let me ask, if the women who succeeded were not in the right, in quote, political parties, would they have been elected to the position of governor or senator, or if they had gone against the tide in that particular constituency, would they have been elected otherwise? Oh, thank you.
I am Mary Bitai. I come from the place we call Mwisho wa Maendeleo. And I come from a ward called Tigidi, whereby in the 21st century we are still drawing water from the river. I am coming from the ward that we do not have any barabara yarami, and we are farmers. I filed twice. I filed in 2017 and also in 2022. My question I would like to pose to the CSO is that how are we going to tackle this issue of negative talk, especially where I come from? The only keep on saying that we cannot elect a mama. Where will a mama take us? You see, I was also discriminated because I was in an affiliation that it's not being liked by the Mount Kenya region people. Whereby if I go for a balaza, I won't be given an opportunity. I'm being told to pay mtu wa Azimio, kama ni mtu wa Azimio atoke na aende. You are being bullied, you are very much demoralized. So security-wise, my male counterpart will always be tackling me during the night when I go to my meetings. You see, it was very, I had hard time this time. So I don't know how we are going to do a CSO. We've got so many forums like this, and the voter there on the ground doesn't know very clearly the state of a woman leader. Okay. I don't fight because I'm a woman, but I fight simply because I'm a leader. Thank you.
One is about the issues of sexual gender-based violence happening to women and girls. We have a case that we've been doing a lot of advocacy, but it's not reaching anywhere. A girl was defiled by a security officer, and we've done a lot of advocacy into media on that case. Recently, in the month of November, the same police station, a DCI officer rapes another woman. So it's like they have this feeling of yes, and we are trying to follow up with IPOA Mombasa office to see what can be done. That is one, and so maybe this forum can provide what we can do together. On the other issue about representation, I think the male have gone a notch higher to be clever because you have situations in one county at the coast where a male has even claimed to be a female in the nomination list,
Yes, I even have the details, and I think this is a calculated move by IBC and the political party, because this is a male but was written female under the list. So he's representing the female.
Thank you. Okay, then that's all noted.
Answer. And I wanted first of all to say that I think it is okay for CSOs to come together and talk to themselves, and definitely not for themselves. A forum like this is bringing a diversity, and it is from such a forum or a platform that we are going to go with that fire to the grassroots, and we are going also to extend the civic education to the people at the grassroots. So I think for me it is okay. We don't have to have all the representation at such a forum. I wanted also to react to the fact that it is good as women to push and show for spaces in the political arena. It is also good to vie and to stand out so that you can be seen. But at times, it becomes very, very disadvantageous. As my colleague has said, there are a lot of discrimination when it comes to women at the grassroots level. The woman at the grassroots is not the same as a woman in the urban setup. And it is this culture of hatuwezi chagua mama, it runs during those times. And women candidates face a lot of violence, especially emotional, because now we are not talking so much about physical violence. Emotional, sexual violence, discrimination, and all that. So I think it is okay, but I also have an issue with the political nominations, political party nominations. So I don't know what criteria they use, because even if you stand up to be seen, you vie and all that, at the end of the day, you find your name is not there, you have tried your best, but you find people who are nominated, sometimes they don't even grow. After 5 years, that person has not even changed anything. You expected them to grow from nomination, maybe they vie, but a few women have made it. I'm not summarily saying that those who are nominated, they don't grow. There are some who have done well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable Uraia, we are discussing Utu, and we've been reflecting how do we inculcate Utu principles in politics. So speaking as a politician, would you paint for us a picture of Utu in politics? Thank you.
Thank you. Last.
First, women. The problem is a state talk. The problem are women themselves. Women themselves. And when it comes to implementation. If you go to the rural side, I hear you have mentioned Nyanza. If you are seeking for leadership, you have a lipstick, you are brown, you are beautiful. These women will say, this is not our class, and we cannot even elect them. And this made us as an organization to have a very straight talk with women known as Mama Namani. And I think we invited feeders here to come. And it was a very straight talk. The missing point here is a lack of information for a woman to woman when it comes to the issue of representation. And I'm telling you, after that straight talk, this moment, we have 6 elected MCAs in Homa Bay County. After that straight talk, we have a women governor, we have 3 women elected MPs out of 8 out of that state talk. I think it is a time now, we as CSOs, we have done much. It's a time now for women to have women straight talk with themselves, and this issue will be over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I work for Convening, and I also run a women academy. Now, I want to say this. One of the biggest mistakes, or deliberate mistakes that have been done, is that there are women who have never been profiled in what they've been doing, however little it is. What we see is Waiguru, who else? You know their names. Martha Karua, Kihinga, those are not the only women in this country. And I want to say this, what we have done as a Women Academy is to identify those women who have started doing things at that local level, profile them, take them through political leadership, and ensure that they vie and win. And as I speak today, we have 6 women elected in Kisumu County Assembly, courtesy of that. They're not only disobedient. So let's reorganize ourselves. And by the way, men are okay. Sisi hatuna shida na nyinyi. Tujipange tu pamoja.
Thank you, John.
Have taken us through. Yesterday, as I was coming here, I received a call. As we know that this month is Child Service Month in our courts. And in that call, I was told that 2 deferment cases could not take place because the remandees were not ferried from the remand to the court because the police per high court doesn't have fuel. Surely. Where is Utu in this? There is a challenge when it comes to the implementation. We have very good laws, but for me, I see that it's a great challenge. And for us as civil society, I'm seeing a few things that we can do. The first day, Professor Wele challenged us and told us that as civil society, we change the strategy. And this is what Honorable Gloria has already mentioned about changing from advocacy to action. And I'm seeing 3 things that we can do.
Please give us one. Yeah,
just very brief. We do a multi-sectoral approach to against the other implementers or these and other stakeholders. Then the other second thing, we raise our degree of madness when we are approaching this initiative of Utu philosophy. Not unless we grow mad, we will not, achieve a step ahead. Then the last one, because I've said there are 3, we have been crying as civil society that our civic space is shrinking. What are we doing as civil society to ensure that we salvage ourselves from the shrinking space as the civil society? And by so doing, we'll move and we will achieve what it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to have met 2 Glorias from Migori. So my main concern is that I feel that there is need also, even as we focus on inclusivity, there is the aspect of involving men to be in the forefront to fight this menace that we are talking about. We have lived with so many empowerment and we have empowered so many women, but we have left men behind. And these men, in most cases, are the perpetrators of this violence that we talk about. So let us amplify this conversation even at our household levels, empower our boys, empower our teenagers to know how to relate to these girls that are empowered on a daily basis, so that men also commit to end violence against boys and against women and girls. Thank you.
I work with an organization called Women for Peace and Development. Being the only women organization in the county, we always receive a lot of complaints from the women because our women culturally, they are not open, they are not supposed to go even to the police station or report their things to the men or what. Even if they go to the police station, the desk is being manned by men, so they normally come to our office. So one thing we have realized is that there are some of these women, when we have gone and undergone so many places, they will come with a name of FIDA. That they will tell us there's an organization called FIDA. Now, wanaangalia haki ya watu. I have gone so many places, I'm not satisfied. Can you call FIDA for me so that they can help? At our place, even at the village level, that name is known. But what is not known actually, their role, even if we try to call that number, it is not picked. So we want to know the role of FIDA. It is very big in the county, but down at the village level at Mandera County, we want to know more about it. And then the other thing, I'm a member of the county FGM committee. And we had a lady who was grown up in these big towns of US called a place called Eldoret. The lady was brought up in Eldoret. She was brought up by her aunt, and she was above 18. Her father lives in Ethiopia. This lady, the father gave, you know, our fathers decide most of the girls who to marry. And the father decided that his daughter, now since she was grown up, to be married in Ethiopia and to be brought straight from Ethiopia through Mandera, from Eldoret to Mandera and then to Ethiopia. When this lady came, she was you know, welcomed by relatives. And there is a husband and a house ready for marriage at somewhere in Ethiopia. And those people whispered and said, this girl is not circumcised. And it is a shame for us if she goes there, found that she's not circumcised and she's
Please
married.
summarize. Yes.
Yeah. So the lady was taken to a circumciser. She was cut, and she had a problem. Luckily, this lady was a bit bright. She knew the OCS in Eldoret. She sent a message to him that she has been cut. That OCS sent the message back to Mandela, to the OCS. And the lady was brought, the circumciser was arrested, and she was taken to court. But luckily enough, as a group, we followed that case. They tried to pay a lot of money. They tried all means of withdrawing that case, but because we are always there seated, just 1 month, I think, ago, that lady was sentenced to 5 years.
And all the rest. One thought that I wanted to share that has helped me in my life. When walls are broken for you from outside, they fall on you. When walls are broken for you from outside, they may fall on you and crush you. So you have to break the walls from inside. I have had a bit of whining. Society doesn't love us. Where do you live? Do you live in society? Change it. God bless you.
Charles Jenga from Mombasa, and I think we are losing it when we think that this is a sprint. This is not. This is a marathon. And a marathon we have to prepare and really endure the process. A while back I was introduced to infinite games and finite games. And I think the
The word is think, that we, everyone here, are playing a finite game. And we need to play an infinite game, a never-ending game, because this is a struggle. Thank you.
Thank you. These ladies and gentlemen will still be available. Please engage them further. I'm trying best to manage time, but I believe in their parting shots, if we listen carefully, a lot of what has been raised will also be answered. Tuko pamoja? Great. So Regina, please start us off. Your parting shots. Ili tuwe na utu kama wa Kenya, tusiwe tunaongea maneno ya dhulma za kijinsia kila wakati. Kipi kinachotakikana kufanyika? Asante.
Thank you so much. From Justice and Peace Commission, Justice and Peace, JAE, Justice Advocacy and Empowerment Center. Having been in this fighting for the rights of women, this is what I think that we need to do. First of all, I would want to acknowledge the fact that women love each other and women are able to be collaborators. And to be honest, I think there are milestones that women have achieved in so many ways and development agendas that have really gone very well. I think women have the power and women have the knowledge and women only need to put the synergy together and be more structural in our ways of doing things so that we can be able to achieve a lot of things that we want to achieve. Secondly, I think that women need to be allowed to be women. And we need to create our spaces and push for those spaces. But we also need to consider our strength and not look at ourselves like weaklings. Because at some point, women feel like we are weak and we need to be held our hands to every other situation. I think the strength we have put together makes us who we are. And I think if we look at Utu and embrace it in all ways, these energies can be brought together to ensure that we achieve the milestones that we have not been able to achieve.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Elsie. A round of applause for Regina.
Thank you very much. Thank you for very insightful comments and feedback and listening to a lot of the reality comments on the ground really makes one think that indeed it is a struggle, it is a marathon. But I also remain optimistic, just to go back to what I said earlier, that Utu is about human dignity. And just to remind everybody, that is a human right. If you equate Utu equals human dignity equals Utu, that is all I can leave with you today. Tafakari ya haya. Human dignity equals Utu. Utu is human dignity. And underlying human dignity is our rights, fundamental human rights. So look at things from a human rights perspective. Because I'm a human rights champion, I'm a human rights defender, I encourage all of us to continue to remind ourselves what Professor Wele said. Where do we, depending on whichever religion you aspire to, at the end of the day, you're a human being and you have a right to be here. Number two, for us who look at Utu from an access to justice lens, we are saying that the prosecution of these cases, and you can hear the issues and comments, there's got to be a way to have more effective remedies for the victims. I think we talk about perpetrators, but what the impact of some of the gender-based violence on the victims, I think it's something we still need to talk about as part of our UTU. The impact, the social psychological impact of victims when they undergo GBV, including even those around them, their families, you know, their relatives, there are those who care. That is about UTU. So then how do you, the support system around the victim, how do you ensure the remedies are really effective? Other than just convictions, then what else can we provide? And I like the comment about Victims Protection Board. Where are they? And this takes me to finally the issue about state obligations. Back again to the human rights language. The state must increase avenues for accessing justice. It's great that we have a court in Shanzu. Why can't we have those courts in other counties? Just challenging them. That they should also ensure that the courts, the SGBV courts they've established in Shanzu, let it also permeate across the other counties, particularly those in need of cases documented around gender-based violence, which is different numbers and different varying statistics. And finally, as advocates, what I call advocacy, civil society, I think there's a need to have a cohesive way of documenting some of these emerging statistics. If somebody is trying to do advocacy, and I think advocacy has to continue, in my view, because advocacy is interdependent with action. Advocacy must be informed with some sort of information and knowledge and statistics. But where is the central repository of where this information is put so that we see the trends? Ideally, it should be these independent commissions, the Gender Commission, for example, or, you know, as Michael was saying, is having trouble with IBC. So this blame games has to stop, and we need to call them out. So then, where is that central repository where we can get this information and run away with some of the advocacy messages that we have, in addition to ensuring this action? Thank you.
Thank you, Elsie. A round of applause as we appreciate Elsie. Sarah, over to you.
Thank you very much, and I truly just concur with my immediate panelist. I also want to agree with my brother over there who said that this is a marathon and advocacy cannot stop. Advocacy must continue. We can only sharpen the tools for advocacy. They need to be informed by technology, by innovation. We cannot stop advocacy. Having said that, focusing on UTU, I came across this, I think we all have heard about this statement by Mahatma Gandhi, who I believe encapsulates UTU in its true sense. It says, the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. That is the moral compass, that is the moral gauge for a civilized, progressive, democratic, civil society. And by civil, I don't mean us in the rights movement, I mean just a society that is civil. And so I have two key points. One, in terms of what can be done. I think that we need, from the perspective of balancing power, as I had said, I think we need to move it from, move the responsibility and the duty of from the women and from the vulnerable, meaning the persons with disabilities, the young women, and so on, and take it right to the gates of society. We need to prick the society's conscience and ask, what does it mean for you not to have a mother in your home? What does it mean when you do not have, we need to get basic as that. We need to stop thinking that getting women into leadership is our sole responsibility. But it is also the responsibility of society and other duty bearers, political parties, electoral management bodies, the electorate themselves, all of us put together. It is our responsibility to make sure that power is balanced so that we can all benefit from perspectives of all people, men, women, girls, and boys. And so there are things that, of course, that we need to do in there as women and human rights organizations. We need to tell our stories. We need the electorate to understand why it matters to elect women. We need the electorate to understand what it means not to have women. What are the costs that, where is at stake when you don't have women? So I suggest that we need to move the burden or simultaneously doing what we need to do to bring in more women and the vulnerable so that then that power is balanced. And secondly, I want to actually not just say what can be done, but I also want to say what we as Eco Network Africa, together with other partners, including Uraia, and actually we're very grateful to Uraia, because they are the ones who saw the concept we were trying to work on and said, let's help you fertilize this concept and work around it. So we brought in the concept of the Democracy Trust Fund. We are saying two things. One, we're saying women need to stop asking for money to run the campaigns. They need to save, they need to own that campaign. It is your campaign, after all. It is our campaign. So we need to stop saying, oh, give me this, give me posters, pay my political party nomination fee. We need to help you save your money. And we have 5 years. So what we're doing at DTF is that we have provided mechanisms for women to save for their campaigns in 2027. So as we sit here, we have 40 women who have signed in as members of the Democracy Trust Fund, and they have started saving for their campaign. So we need a mind shift, a change of, concepts. If you want to buy a house in Lamu, for example, if you're from Nairobi, what do you start doing? You invest in it, isn't it? So we need to actually get very, very candid with ourselves. And secondly, we also, because we know we need to address the issues of money, but we also don't want you to shift that burden to others, to donors. Donors are not, they're not going to give you those posters. They shouldn't actually. So we need to get candid on that. So we've said, let women start saving. And we say, early money is like yeast. It will grow. If you start saving 1,000 shillings today, we have 60, how many, is it 60? 5 years is equals to how many months? Not years, 60 months. So if you start saving 10,000 shillings every month, you will have how much money in 5 years? It will pay your party nomination fee, it will buy you posters, etc., etc. And then on our part, we're saying, we will then build your capacity, because we also don't want this thing of women who are ill-prepared. So I agree, we need to, numbers are very important, and we need to be tolerant, we need to be patient with the women. Because when men say they're giving their oath and they say, Mungu nisalimie, nobody really cares. But when a woman makes that bladder, we hit her like we want her to go to hell. And so we are saying, we will, in the 5 years then, build your political capacity, while simultaneously encouraging the electorate to realize that it is they who need the women and not the other way around. That does not put away the blame on the women leaders. They need to demonstrate results, and we need to hold them accountable. So my sister Gloria, we want to see what are your results in that house in the next 5 years. And so that then you don't roll back gains for the young girl in university who wants to join politics. So our women leaders also need to demonstrate results. So it's a whole conundrum, it's a whole lot of factors, but I think collaboratively we can all get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Sarah. Jeffrey, briefly as well.
Thank you. In a minute.
The 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, and for the strong resolutions from the technical team. Mine is just a comment on the political parties, those nominated. Most of the time we have, some of us are like in the civil society organizations and our various groups to be nominated in the National Assembly or county assemblies, but when we get there, we forget the struggles and we just focus on other things. We've had representation from marginalized communities. When somebody is in the National Assembly, anasahau mali ametoka, anasahau the struggles. So something needs to be done, and I think approach on that one. And then on the issue of paradigm shift now, from the sympathy thing and we call it begging now to materials, facilitate, will us be action oriented. We are grateful for Uraia. They came out, we have a program we are implementing for women, voice and leadership program. They were able to come out and support some women who are aspiring in various seats, although it came late, but at least it assisted, and that is where we should move as a CSO world. And on the negative talk and empowerment, we need to do a lot of empowerment programs for women, sana at the grassroots level. We are doing good nationally and at the national level, but a lot of things need to be done at the community level in regards to women empowerment. And the feminist approach, we need to move along with men in regards to fighting GBVs, empowering our women, because we have seen men are seeing as if women are now threat. A woman is so much empowered. It has a lot of impacts on the culture, economic, and the political well-being of the boy child and the upcoming generation. And then also post-election conversation. We need to engage in the post-election conversation. There are so many spaces available for women post-election, and we need to focus on that. And then women for women. Women for women. Women should embrace women. For example, we had a candidate for a deputy president position. I'm sure most of the women, of course, we've had Ngilu from 1997. We've had some women were saying the current or the recent candidate fight in 2013. What makes her different in 2022 when now she's running with somebody else? So the conversation for women that maybe women, Nyaduya, the fellow women, it's loud out there. Commoners are saying, and at the community level. So as a closing remark, I can say we are doing good. We just need to intensify empowerment programs at the grassroots level in the line of marginalization, indigenous communities, so that the multiple forms of discrimination can be eliminated once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Geoffrey. And finally, Honorable Gloria, as we bring this to a close. Thank you.
I feel I have to answer the questions. I feel the responsibility. I'll go very quickly.
Can you please?
Yeah, okay. So there was a question on the 50% cabinet appointments. I can't remember how it was structured. But the same question was also asked by, I think, the lady who said that CSOs must start participating in politics. And I want to say that during campaigns, being a member of the CSO community, I tried to mobilize the CSO community to sit down with the candidates, to participate in politics, to showcase that they can also be change makers. But there's always the question of, no, we want to practice political obscurity, we don't want to be part of the politics, we don't want to be part of the campaign. But yet, we want to be appointed to be cabinet secretaries. How can that work? That is a question I'm posing back to the CSO. It cannot work. Those appointments are very much tied to the political engagement. And that is just a reality, because a cabinet secretary must be able to have some technical skills to be able to deliver, but they must also have the political vision. Now, if we are sitting here and we do not want to participate in politics in any way, we don't want to engage the politicians, but we want the jobs that actually are within politics, we must ask ourselves these questions. So the issue of the 50% cabinet slots for women was an issue that we ended up pushing, and unfortunately, and I'm going to say this, we could not find more women who had the political vision. We found a lot of women who are technocrats, who are, they have the paperwork, they're technocrats, but they were not part of the politics. They chose not to engage in politics, so they do not have the political vision. So how do you then now try and tell them, now, Hustler Nation movement means this is where, no, we must change direction and actually say, if we are going to be change makers, the best place to put in change is by joining politics. That is where legislation is made. That is where decisions are made. That is where even decisions on development are made. But we are fearing to be part of it. So I'm posing the question back to the person who asked about the 50%. Where are those women who are technocrats in their own rights? Where were they during campaigns? Why did they not join the political movements, either of Azimio or of Kenya Kwanza? There was another question on, there was a comment. Someone said women need more than just money. That's true. Politicians need more than just money, both men and women. They need the training, they need the branding as the organization is doing. They need some, what you'd say, technical training in terms of what really happens. What is your, if you're running for MCA, what can you actually be able to deliver so that you can give appropriate promises? But you know where we draw the line and why we don't get women elected? Women just don't have money. It is a fact. The money that we have, we put in chamas, and then we go and pay hospital bills as women, because we are the ones who mobilize the communities around. We are the ones who show empathy to our fellow women who have issues with their husbands, who are alcoholic or what. Our money is spent on a lot of social activities, because that is what women, our nature is just that we care, so we must help someone wherever they need. So we spend our money in so many, how many fundraisings have you gone where the woman has stood and called all her chamamates so that tunapatia mtoto wa fulani aende ku university? So it is just a fact. Women simply don't have money, and we need money to be able to run. That one we cannot run away from. I'm not saying that men have money, but chances of when you have a man and a woman, a man will sell their land. Where I come from in Kisii, I just lost my father in January. And because we are only daughters, we already have people coming to claim the land. A man will sell the land. A woman, most of them, they don't even have the title to that land. A man will wake up and say, Naenda kazini, and ask for ABCD, but just our community, the way it's structured, puts the woman in a place where the access to money is just not there. So I'm saying, women who intend to be in politics need money. If you want to help them, give them money. Mheshimiwa, I think we met during campaigns. You talked about playing the gender card. By all means, play the gender card if it gets you elected. But if it's actually not getting you elected, what is the point? What is the point of shouting from the podium? Munipe kura kwa sababu mimi ni mama, and the only thing it's doing is making you not get elected, you know? So there are areas where, no, I'm referring to her comment that we should be allowed, and sometimes where it is because we have not met the, she said we have not reached a place where we have the equal playing ground, so we should be allowed to play the gender card. But having been in these few months in politics, there are places where the gender card actually boosts you to get elected, and there are places where playing the gender card goes against you getting elected. So I just say, play the gender card if it gets you elected. And then there was one that said, if the women were not in the political parties, would they be elected? Which I think is a pertinent question to answer. Anne Waiguru joined UDA very late into the game. And by the way, Kirinyaga, there was issues. So even if you put Anne Waiguru as an independent candidate, I think she would get elected. That is my opinion. Cecily Mbarire, UDA did not work for her, it worked against her. In fact, she was competing against her former permanent secretary, right? And her dynamics were so hostile, yet she still won. So she did not win because of the political party. Gladys Wanga had Kidero, who had all the money in the world and all the goodwill. But she fought and she got elected. You had Achani, who was in UDA. Achani, right? She was in UDA. And Coast Region is predominantly ODM. But she got elected. And then you have Wavinya Ndeti. I honestly don't think Wavinya got elected because of the party. I think it was just her time, she sold her policies, and she got elected. And maybe the only person you can pose that question to is Susan Kihika, because there was a UDA wave in Nakuru. But other than that, I think that the women would still get elected. Now finally, you said, how do we inculcate Utu in politics? Which is the most difficult question today. Because Utu is also associated with empathy and sympathy and being nice, you know? And all of those are things that we don't have in politics. And I'm just trying to, I'm trying to play, to paint the picture before I give my answer. Because it is true. When you say that, when someone tells you, kuwa na utu, you know, it is associated with, you have empathy, there there's a level of, oh yeah, just try and, be nice, and that, unfortunately, is not in the field of politics. But how you can inculcate Utu in politics is base your politics around issues. Because if you base your politics, for instance, on development, access to water, access to healthcare, access to justice. I had a school feeding program, which was literally feeding students in about 20 schools. And I was giving porridge and bread. And it was a way of showing the electorate, this is what I can do with CDF if you give it to me. But it was also a level of showing Utu within the field of politics. So I think that is the way I can approach it in that level. And maybe if we push our politicians to have or play issue-based politics, maybe we will, with time we'll start seeing the humanity in politics. With time we'll start seeing, the level of empathy in politics. Madam, I'm sorry, I've really gone against that we need money. You did some calculations and you were asking how much that would be in 1 year. I started campaigning in 2019, at the end of 2019, for Member of Parliament of Obasi constituency. That's a constituency seat, not a county seat. And because first you have to educate the electorate on how a woman can be a leader. That's the starting point. Then convince them that you are the leader that they need, and then also go and convince the men. I had all these programs, I had all these things that I was doing, and at one point, because of the violence, I had to hire a full-time security team, which is not cheap. And I would like to see the calculation that brings 15 million a year, so that you can say, today if I save, me as an accountant, me as a person who's working as, how will I get 15 million? If I can see that calculation, then I will say, save. But until then, find ways to give women politicians money so that they can get elected.
Thank you very much. Standards as we wind up on this panel session. Just the fact that we've taken that long and even the issues that come out are complex. Equality and we need equity, isn't it? And Utu means mtu zaidi ya nani? So I just want to appreciate our panelists as I request them to just remain put there. We are about to get to the close of the session. I know it's been a longer one. As I conclude, allow me to invite two gentlemen here. That is one Bernard Massetti and Michael Washira, who I will speak to and say who they are. Their task is also very huge because they had such elaborate presentations that we have to summarize, and because they're in the sector, you know how we do these things. And they're really renowned voices who have been with us, who understand the context we are working in. So Bernard works for CARE, and besides that, and being my friend as well. And the task you have, Bernard, is especially on the context of leadership. You had, that's where everything was going. It went back to leadership. And Honorable Gloria had to take a lot of that hit. But speaking from where you work as CARE, what more can be done? And then finally, Michael Washira, the Deputy ED at CRU, will come and just then consolidate and crystallize all this conversation. How do we move forward practically and pragmatically within our vision to have Utuness, to be able to have a difference in society? So let's welcome the gentleman, please, with a round of applause.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. First of all, I appreciate all of you since morning. I don't take it for granted that you have been here since morning, and also appreciating the panel. I think my work is really pretty straightforward, to contextualize a foundation for a national culture of Utu. Ubuntu Gabantu, right? I am because you are because I am. And I think what has been reflected today in this panel is what Utu is all about. We can have a clash of ideas, we can have a clash of cultures, but at the same time, all of us are at the same level. Gloria comes from my constituency, Bobasi. We haven't met before, so quite something. Yeah, but speaking about how then do we move forward from, it is, my point is that the contestation about leadership, men and women, if you look at it in the context of Ubuntu and Utu, is not about competition. If you are going to look at it as competition, then you're not going to get where we want to be. But if you're going to look at it as a way of encouraging, getting us better men and women, then that becomes the foundation over which every other thing is being discussed. Granted, we are talking about policymakers, researchers, and all these people, either preventive, gender-based violence and all this. Just pause for a moment and put that aside and say, I want to be a human being to another human being. So that alone then takes us to a place and ask ourselves, it becomes the year 2026, and I think that is the year where we have said the 12 commitments as a country that we want to reach and say no to gender-based violence. How will it be that you step as a man, you step as a woman, and say they want to be a human being and create a better world for us to live in? And when it's counted back 5 years or 4 years from now, then it will not be about policies, it will not be about research, it will not be about prevention tools, but it will be about we as human beings work together to get here. Many has been said, and I think many a times it will not be a playing field, but there's nothing wrong with all of us saying, yes, we are women and we are going to into politics, but at the same time, these are the difficulties and the weaknesses as women we are having. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, men need to understand the way we are culturally brought up, the negative and toxic masculinity that still do exist in a patriarchal society. Women, you have a long way to go. I want to say that in these issues of leadership, whereas we want to create male champions that will work with us and influence us, not all of us will work with you. It will get lonely. Sometimes you will lose hope. But the few that we are ready to work with you in this journey, what we can accord is maximum support towards that journey. And I think we don't need to be many of us. We just need to be few to work with women towards that journey. In terms of gender-based violence, are we affected as men? Yes, we are affected. The people who continuously get affected are our women, are our girls, are our daughters. So in one way or the other, we are affected. But who is the highest perpetrator? It's men, 90% of the cases. Today, 1 out of 4 women, one will be killed by a person or a man who says, I love you. That is the irony and the paradox of partner intimate violence. That's the irony and paradox of sexual gender-based violence. And it begins and ends with men. So the men in this house, we must play our role. When it comes to sexual gender-based violence, we must step to the plate and say no. These women, when they get out of here and you ask them, are you safe when you're alone and walking? They will tell you, I'm not safe. So they have been trained not to smile to a stranger. They have been trained not to say hi to a stranger. But you as man, are you safe? You'll say you are safe. These women will not walk in high heels because any other time they need to run away. And that is something then as men we need to step up and create a culture that is better and safe for all of us. I will want to stop there and welcome Mike as well.
Thank you very much. And is it morning? Is it afternoon? What time is it? Good morning to everybody. My name is Mike Kashanja from Center for Rights Education and Awareness. Good morning, panelists. Yeah. Okay. What I'm going to talk about very concrete things that we can do. We've talked about a lot of things here, haven't we? Yeah? Now let's get down to business. What are the concrete things that we can do? Number one, when you talk about Utu, for me, Utu is about values. what is our value system as a nation? What is our value system as a nation? What is this thing that brings us together as a people and we say this is our shared sense of values? We have got the national values and principles in the Constitution. We have our own personal values. Do those align? Or there is a place that there is a disconnect? How many of us have got children who are doing CBC? Anybody? Okay. How many of us know that in the CBC, there are 8 core values that learners must learn for them to be able to catch and exercise and embrace? Do any of us know what those 8 core values are? We don't. Yet we're here fighting CBC, aren't we? So we're fighting CBC. Yes? CBC has got 8 core values that every learner has to learn in a lesson. When a teacher walks into a class, there are certain values that that teacher has to pass across as they deliver the curriculum. That is your homework today. Go and find out what are the 8 core values in the CBC. So when we talk about Utu, for me it is about what is our personal value system as Kenyans, as a nation. We have got all these issues, and I know many of us have been in this sector for more than 10 years. We are still here talking about the same things, aren't we? Violence against women and girls, sexual exploitation, harmful cultural practices, defilement, rape, all these things. 20, 30 years down the line, and my senior Tom Kagwe is there, 20, 30 years down the line, and we're still talking about the same things. How is it that we are still here? Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Let me just break this one down. 1, poor resourcing of violence against women and girls interventions by government of Kenya and by donors. Now, let me ask you a question. How many of you know how much a police station gets in a quarter? Who can guess? Any police station. How much a police station gets in a quarter? Who can guess? A quarter. Anybody? A police station in a quarter gets 100,000 shillings. 100,000 shillings. That 100,000 shillings is supposed to cater for transport, it's supposed to cater for operations, it's supposed to cater for everything that needs to be prisoner meals, transport for prisoners to the courts, back and forth. So when you call a police officer and they tell you hakuna mafuta, 100,000, 3 months. We went to see a gender desk officer in one of these counties, and I will not say which one, but she told us, do you see everything in my office? Everything in my office is an exhibit in a court case. If today, this case is called, this desk goes to court, this chair goes to court, this cabinet here goes to court. Everything in my office is an exhibit in a court case. So, resourcing is a serious issue that must be addressed. And I think I think the place for advocacy there is, one of the things that I think I had this current administration saying is that they want to give the National Police Service their own budget. So that could be a place for advocacy where we start thinking about how are gender desks better resourced for them to be able to do their work, isn't it? Then we've got the weak implementation of the laws and policies around violence against women and girls. How are we getting more accountability for the implementation of those laws at county level? The uncoordinated collection of data. Everybody here is doing something around violence against women and girls and collecting data, but where is that data being brought together and analyzed and then packaged in a way that can support advocacy, especially around policy level? Then the poor coordination of gender-based violence actors. We've got all these actors doing something. Who is bringing them together to say, can we look at something that we can all do together, work towards a common goal, so that we minimize duplication and wastage of resources? And then major investments in this country, when you talk about violence against women and girls, is more on response than prevention. So we need to start asking ourselves, what are the things we need to do to prevent, so that then we're not dealing with things when they're already downstream and they've happened, right? Why don't we look at how we can look at what is working even within the continent around prevention of violence against women and girls and adapt that for Kenya? There is a very good couples curriculum program intimate partner violence called Indashikirwa, which is being implemented in Rwanda, courtesy of CARE. And we are trying to adapt that for Kenya. These are evidence-based approaches that we can pick and say, this worked somewhere else, why don't we try it here, so that then we are arresting these issues before they even happen. I think that is where I want to stop. The last thing I want to say is this, though, that when we are thinking about violence against women and girls, let us critically think about what the journey of recovery is for a survivor. Okay? What is this journey? Where does it begin? Where does it end? Because if you're only saying that we will arrest the perpetrator and the perpetrator will be jailed, has that changed the condition of the survivor? It hasn't. So we should be looking at things like, for example, improve the provision of free legal aid and psychosocial support, improve economic empowerment for survivors of violence, and CRU has partnered with the Kenya Women Finance Trust, CCGD and Growth Kenya to start the first Survivors Fund in Kenya. Courtesy of the work that we're doing, we have now been able to disburse more than almost 40 million to 690 survivors of violence at an interest rate of less than 9%. Because if you're not talking about how to improve this person's life, you are still keeping them in that abusive environment, even if they have a court order that says they should not be abused. I want to stop there.
Thank you very much to Bernard and chat here till when? Tomorrow and the day after. But it's positive talk and it's pragmatic interventions on what needs to be done. I think on my part, as we come to the end, is to thank all our panelists, all our esteemed panelists and the organizations, Michael, Bernard, Regina, Elsie, Sarah, Geoffrey, Absentia, and Honorable Gloria, and for the tremendous work each of the institutions is carrying out. I think it's been really great to hear what's going on, and I'm sure this is just a snapshot, it's just a preview. There is so much that you're doing, and I believe that even at the break, the panelists are free to engage you further, to have direct questions. The ones that are not answered, please feel free to really approach our panelists. So thank you very much. Thanks to Uraia for having this session. I think on behalf of FIDA, we thank you for giving us the chance to moderate and to say that the conversation continues. This is just a beginning, isn't it? And I know there was our sister who asked about FIDA, hiyo tutaonana kwa wakati wa chai. But as we conclude, we have a very special occasion. As we said, today marks what? What is today? Yes, the 16th. And what is our theme this year? I can't hear you. Fantastic. And haven't we started the uniting? Isn't this a united force? And I think that's the beauty about it. So really just to say that even as we start the 16 days, our hope is that eventually we'll have other themes that will be even celebrating the milestones that women and girls have made globally, and not really looking at the sad part and why we are not achieving the target. So as we start the 16 days, I want to request our esteemed panelists to just rise up and join me at the corner. We have a special launch. I can't seem to see Joseph.
Yep.
Okay, I cannot. This is very important. I might be penalized. And she knows why. Good to see you. So we have a special ceremony, and I believe that we will be walking towards this corner so the cameras can follow us. And what we have here is a commitment which our guests standing here will lead us to crystallize and to commit to. But sisi wengine wote, okay, I'm told there are other guests who should join us from Plan Eric. We have Mr. Eric from Plan International. Okay, thank you. So the idea is this, or the commitment is this. By you appending, whether it's your signature or whatever you put, on your own behalf and on behalf of your sphere of influence, you're committing to unite in activism towards ending what? Violence against women. So one by one, we will have a chance to do it, and allow me to start with two people.
In the quest for gender equality, it feels as though every step forward is followed by 2 steps back.
Sorry, just a minute.
In the grip of war, global pandemics, and climate change.
We just rectifying technology. Few minutes kindly. And as we wait for you to come on, as the other guests after Dr. Mshai and Joseph sign, as the other guests sign, we'll request our entertainment. We have very good entertainment to be playing in the background. And once our guests are done, we will break for tea, but please feel free to come. That is your chance to come as an individual to apex your signature on this particular poster, to assign and to show your commitment towards the theme. So I think we are good to go. We can start in the video.
In the quest for gender equality, it feels as though every step forward is followed by 2 steps back. In the grip of war, global pandemics, and climate change, the world has not become safer for women and girls. And the hard-won progress made by women's rights movements around the world faces a reversal, a pushback. Increasing assaults on women's right to make decisions about their own bodies, mounting obstacles to girls' education and leadership, rising cases of disappearances and of women being killed just for being women. Violence against women and girls, online or offline, cannot and will not go unchecked. Now's our moment to add momentum to the growing movement against violence, oppression and repression. Against the pushback, we push forward. By using our votes to elevate more women at every level into positions of power, by enshrining the right to freedom of choice and education, by protecting disempowered communities and advocating for survivors' rights, and by taking action to end all violence against women and girls. The only way forward is forward.
Great. So what are we doing? What? Yes, we are pushing forward. So karibuni. Great. So let's have the signatures. A round of applause as we get the signatures. So there we have it. One more time, let's appreciate the panelists and ourselves as well. It was very, very enriching to listen to each of you, so we appreciate the feedback, the intervention, and with that we've come to the end of this session. As we have said, as we get our cup of tea, feel free to come and affix your signature. Leave your mark. Make sure you do what? You leave your mark there. So asanteni sana, karibuni kwa chai, and thank you to the panelists. Asante.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, and as she said, my name is Marjorie Kigure, the Gender and Inclusion Manager at Uraia Trust, and I'm so delighted and happy to be here, and it was a fantastic morning session. I do not want to dilute that session, and I will just go direct into our second session, which is creating synergy and learning, and we have a panel. We have representatives from one of our women rights organizations, which is the Muslim Women Advancement of Life and Protection. We have Rahma, please join us. Rahma Ghulam is the Executive Director of MWAP and is also the co-founder. She has previously worked with Muslims for Human Rights, Muhuri, as the Deputy Executive Director, and she has vast experience in human rights. She believes that as a passion, it is important to see women, especially in the marginalized group, and especially Muslim women, be at the table whenever decisions are being made. She believes if you're not at the table, you become the menu. Welcome, Rahma. We have Philip. Philip is a gender, equality, and diversity and inclusion development specialist currently working at Hivos as a business development manager, focusing on development, innovative solutions that are people-focused in the African region. Welcome, Philip. Give Philip makofi. Asante sana. I also am privileged to introduce my namesake, Njeri. Njeri Mwiki is an intersectional feminist. She's a woman rights defender and also the executive director of Usikimia, which is a grassroots organization that works on sexual and gender-based violence. She's also done a lot of work in gender equality and coordinating prevention, response, and accountability work on violence against women. Njeri is the 2021 Human Rights Defender of the Year, Defenders Coalition winner, and was also awarded the National Gender and Equality Coalition of 2021. Welcome, Njeri. I am also happy to introduce Christopher Nyamburi, who's a young, passionate dreamer and has served as a talent development specialist for over 5 years with the Atrix Theatre. He's the director of the Lake Victoria Basin Talent Development and Adolescent Health Center. Through passion and experience, he's volunteering as a program officer with the Kenyan National Deaf Women Peace Network to explore diversity within the community and to support deaf women in Kenya. Makofi ya kilo kwake. And finally, I am privileged to call back Mike Washira, the Deputy Director of CREW, who gave an astounding presentation. Karibu sana, Mike. Okay, in the spirit of keeping time, and also because we've already had a lot of discussions in talking about Utu and how Utu permeates into various facets of our life, we will go into just learning in terms of what these different people are doing to end sexual and gender-based violence in our community, so that they could speak about their experiences, they could speak about their work, and then we could pick up the discussion from there. Welcome, Rahma.
Thank you so much for that introduction. As I said, I'm Rahma from Muslim Women Advancement of Rights and Protection. For us, Utu is embedded in our vision because we believe in a just society where women and girls realize, embrace, enjoy their full rights and dignity. At SWAP, we do several things, maybe just on the issue of sexual and gender-based rights. What we want to say in this meeting today is that as CSOs, we normally engage men in this fight against gender-based violence because we believe that working in isolation as women, we are not going to reach anywhere. Therefore, engaging men and women is very critical. We also do a lot of advocacy, for example, under the issue of budgeting at the county government. Right now we are in an era where the county governments are developing the county integrated development plans. And in this process, we need to ensure the issues that are affecting women and girls are included into the sectorial plans that is in the Department of Youth, Gender and Sports. And most of the time when we go for public participation, we are not able to influence much because we missed out during the CIDP process. Because the CIDP is the process, is the blueprint document where a 5-year plan is developed for the county. So this time we are right at the beginning. During CIDP, we want to ensure issues that are affecting women and girls are included into the CIDP, so that when we come back into the annual development plans, into the budget estimates for yearly, we are able to recommend those issues. Thirdly, we are also members of the gender-based working group at the county level. For example, in Kilifi, we are a member of the county working group on gender, and here we do a lot of advocacy, including fighting, including taking the issues of perpetrators to court through FIDA, because as an organization we do not have the resources to go to court. But we normally do the follow-up documentation to ensure that the women and girls who are victims have preserved the evidence, because we don't want a situation where a girl has been defiled or a woman has been defiled and we go to court and this case cannot move anywhere because the mother washed the girl. Secondly, and also the issue of those networks really assist us as an organization, because we spread risks. When we work together as different organizations, first different organizations come on board with different aspects, with different expertise, but also it spread risks for us as an institution. The other thing as an organization, what we do at the coast is to ensure that in the court users committee, we are members of the court users committee in Lamu, in Kilifi and Kwale. And during these sessions, especially for Kilifi, we are a member of the subcommittee on gender and sexual-based violence. We try to ensure that the issues that, for example, if we have gone to report a case on GBV at the police station and we are facing hurdles, there are issues, bottlenecks that we are facing to ensure that the girl is able to get an OB, the girl is able to ensure that the PRC form is filled. We take up those issues at the court users committee, where all stakeholders under the criminal justice actors sit, and we are able to raise. We came to the police station on a Saturday and we are not able to be provided with services because of 1, 2, 3. Therefore, the officer in charge of that commanding station, all the relevant officers are able to come up with amicable solutions that integrate and ensure that issues of GBV specifically are the issues of GBV justice is being fast-tracked. As an organization, we also highlight a lot of issues, and maybe this can be a recommendation for those organizations that have resources, especially on the media. There's a lot of reporting that is not gender sensitive, especially for the victims of gender and sexual-based violence. So we would really love to see those who are involved to ensure that women, the journalists are able to be capacity built in a way that they report sensitively on issues of gender-based violence, but also taking care on the aspects of security, aspects of hiding the face or the information regarding the victims, and more on awareness. For example, the media needs to ensure that they do a lot of talk shows both at the radio and at the TV on GBV, how people can report, the reporting portals and pathways. I think that's what I can say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rahma. I think as we also think, maybe since you've mentioned on reporting, maybe you could also think about what could be done better within reporting. If you were to be given the chance and to say in terms of reporting, what should be done better, think about the steps. So Karibu Philip, and tell us more about what HIVOS does and their work. Asante.
We are a human rights organization. HIVOS is an acronym. It's a Dutch acronym that I have not mastered it. Humanistic something for development. So it's a tough name, and so we really support organizations and work around human rights protection, human rights defending, and so we work with local organizations, and when I say local, I mean local, very sometimes very nascent organizations that are neither registered, because we recognize that sometimes registration of these organizations in different countries is some challenge because of the constricting of the civic spaces. So we normally try to aggregate the voices of the what we call right holders, as the people that we want. Sometimes we call them beneficiaries, and I'm sure that's a language that we all use. Beneficiaries. On us, we call them right holders. So we try to normally aggregate their voices, amplify them, and support them to stand on their knees and stand on their grounds. So if, for example, you've received any funding from EVOS, maybe you raise your hand? Nobody?
Were you given the funding?
Oh, last year.
Because of pipeline.
So yeah, so we are a re-granting organization. Sometimes we are called donors, a donor, but we're also looking for money from other donors. And basically is to create a platform where we are able to work around the globe. We have programs in multiple countries, multiple continents, and we are based here in Kenya, one of the hubs. But we are headquartered in Netherlands, The Hague. So what is our work around? We are working around 3 thematic areas. And one of the thematic areas is gender equality, diversity, and inclusion, where I domicile and I provide support in terms of designing programs, coming up with innovations, and of course, getting ideas from all over to create programs that are able to permeate the different facets in our needs. So under that, we look at sexual and reproductive health rights. We look at women leadership and political participation. And the previous session was very enlightening for me. We try to make sure that we promote women activity in terms of leadership and in terms of participating in societal, political leadership positions. We also have our programs around climate justice. I don't know whether the COP has ended. Who attended the COP? Okay, so there's a lot of work that is around climate change, and we try to promote the justice part of climate change to ensure that justice is served to those people who rightly deserve the service, rightly deserve financing, rightly deserve any support. And most of these people are in the global south. So the other area is civic rights. And civic rights, we are looking at expanding the civic space, supporting organizations in terms of promoting rights, human rights, media freedom, inclusivity, in democracy, accountability, and all that. So we, like in Kenya, we have several programs supporting through different partners, local organizations, and we are really happy with the work that is happening through our partners, and hope that we're going to get to a destination where at some point we will be learning from each other and creating synergies to enable enable for greater good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Philip, and that is amazing work. Welcome, Jerry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, that's better. My name is Njeri Megwe. I work for Usikimie. Usikimie, as you heard, is a grassroots organization that works towards ending the prevalence of gender violence. I don't want to say what everybody says. I want to say what we are doing is we are disrupting what we see as status quo. Because we have normalized GBV. It's very kawaida. It's no big deal. It's something that happens. And no one really thinks what are the mechanisms and ways in which we can change. And one of the ways which we do this is our offices in Soweto, Kayole. And we realize that we get a lot of cases
of children being defiled. And so we tried to follow up what is happening in this community that is making these children get defiled. That was around the time of COVID. And we found that these kids were being predated upon because they didn't have food, right? It was as basic as that, they didn't have food. So we felt like the necessity of us starting a feeding program to ensure that we disrupt the sex for food that was happening in the community. And what has happened is we feed about 800 to 1,000 children every day, except on weekends. And these children, what has happened is they stay in school. We have seen literal a drop in teenage pregnancies. We have seen less defilement in the community, and we have been able to see children staying in school. It was that simple. We looked at it, we looked at the problem, we went to the root cause of it, and we disrupted it. So we are working on GBV by disrupting the status quo. We do a lot of online advocacy by saying what is actually happening. Because for most people, GBV is something that happens to other people, and they don't look at it in the traditional lenses. So we started online advocacy, and now people know about us. People speak about it, and people know where, if they're online, where they can actually access and what to do. Because sometimes it's as basic questions as, I have been raped, what do I do? And if people don't know what to do, then it means somewhere along the line, we are not really amplifying what people need to do, and these things are happening to them, and they don't know what to do. So we answered that question. We also we have a helpline that people reach out to us, and we also do, in the community where we are trying to do, just women empowerment programs for the mothers of these kids that we feed, as well as programs for life skills, especially for adolescents. In the community where we serve, we have seen a lot. We are in a low-income area, so in this community we have seen a lot of sex fopads, which is something that everybody knows. So we felt, what if we started teaching both the boys and the girls? We bring them onto the table as adolescents, we educate them, we teach them, we confidence build them, and then before we even start saying, we're giving them pads. And what has happened even for the boys, when we started, the boys not want anything to do with the pads. Now, you'll hear a boy confidently tell you, but even me, I want pads for my mom or for my sister. So we are trying again to disrupt what has been status quo and change it and ensure that the community where we are actually changing and ensuring that we are impacting the community in various ways. And as for me, I am going to tell you, when you live here, be a disruptor in the places where you are. Don't just settle for what is common, for what is known. Don't just be a passive bystander. But in this day, especially today, the day of elimination of violence against women, which should be every day, be a disruptor. Don't just quietly stay there and say it's none of my business. In us, as we do democracy, why should I care about things like this? You need to care, because if we don't care, then who is going to do it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jerry. I like what Jerry and Philip have said. It's all about responsibility. And it speaks to the core of what Uraia is also doing, creating an informed, empowered, and Kenyan citizenry. And it also borrows into our first panel of the first day, where it was difficult to have conversations on governance and talking about transformative civic education while someone is poor. So how do we do the merge and interlinkage of transformative civic education and engagement with livelihoods? So welcome, Christopher.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues and members. Borough, and it serves the eastlands part of the Nairobi. What we do mainly is championing for the rights of deaf women and girls in the country. And you find that when we talk about SGBV, men are also being violated, but the number is twice for the women. For the deaf, it's now like, or any person with a disability, it's like tripled. How about somebody now with a disability and in the eastlands or in the ghetto? The number rises much, much higher than that. So as an organization, what we do mainly is championing for the training and to give them the skills and make people know their rights. So before I even continue, how many people have got sign language interpreters within their organizations?
Thank you, thank you.
I can see only 2 hands. So you will find like we have got over 30 organizations here, but only 2 has got sign language interpreters. To be you will find that the deaf people have been sidelined in terms of their rights and even the activities in terms of the engagement. If you check the World Health Records for 2019, they are approximating that by 2050 we will have over 900 million deaf people, people with different degrees of hearing. That number is too high. But in terms of the violation and even the recovery, it's much tricky, being that they can't even report the cases within the police station. There is nobody who can interpret. So they are being abused, they stay in that abusive marriage or home, they don't report. With our organization, like during the COVID, the cases were very, very high, and there were a lot of suicide attempts because they can't share with anyone. There's nowhere they can report. So it is a family issue, like you are being abused by your husband, but you can't tell anyone because nobody is understanding your language. One of the things which I had asked or request other organizations, there's a time those in the education sector were asking for having vernacular language within the syllabus so students can select. Why don't we have sign language as one of the compulsory languages or something people can choose within their institutions of learning? Because we live with the deaf people, and as organizations, most people sideline them like everybody is equal, but they don't get the information we are getting. Again, in terms of the suffering which they have and the recovery strategy, we still don't have the post-recovery strategies even after reporting the case, of which as organization we are still trying to work on. After these people, being that apart from the abuse, the physical abuse or the psychological abuse, they go through a digital or the online abuse. They are being cyberbullied. They are being conned online, but they can't report, or the misinformation thing. Let me tell you something. If you check about the political participation of these deaf people, very few of them have got ID card, and very few people have got the voter's card. Being that even the IEBC, which is the body, do not have the sign language interpreters, so the information will be online. So if you are a deaf person who can't read, you don't get that information. So you'll see that people are going to vote, but you don't have that information. I'll leave it at that point.
Okay, thank you so much, Christopher. Makofi for Christopher. Like this. In terms of inclusivity, like this. Thank you. Women with disability are 2 or 3 times more likely to experience violence in their lives than others.
Break. All right, my name is Mike Kashanja from Center for Rights Education and Awareness, which is a feminist, women-led, non-governmental organization. We've been in existence for now 22 years, and we program around 4 main areas. One is ending violence, all forms of violence against women and girls. Under this project or program, what we do is we provide free legal aid and psychosocial support to women and girls who are survivors of violence. We also look at strengthening implementation of laws around violence against women and girls, specifically using public interest litigation and strategic impact litigation as one of the ways that we do it. Referrals to different partner organizations, including shelter services and health services. We also, at national level, members of various institutions which work around issues of access to justice, such as the National Council on Administration of Justice. We are a member of the Polycare Steering Committee. How many know about Polycare? Ah, nice. All right. We are a member of the Polycare National Steering Committee, and we're also a part of the advisory platform at the Ministry of Gender around issues of gender. Our second program works around strengthening access to sexual reproductive health rights and services for adolescent girls especially. And we're currently implementing a 7-year program funded by Global Affairs Canada through CARE in Kenya. And we are looking at how it is that we can begin to work with adolescents to take more ownership of their own reproductive health and rights and be able to make decisions and strengthen their voice, agency, and power around their sexual reproductive health and rights. I don't know how many of us here work with adolescent girls and boys. How many of us have actually had conversations with our own adolescents in our own houses about their sexual reproductive health and rights? This is an important thing to be able to do as parents or even as caregivers, because 2021, I think we saw there were about 317,000 teen pregnancies. 317,000 teen pregnancies. So you can imagine what that means for those adolescent girls in terms of maybe not even being able to go back to school, not being able to take care of their own children, with them being children at the same time. We also work around issues of economic empowerment for women, specifically survivors of gender-based violence. And I had mentioned earlier about the innovative fund that we have come up with called the Jasiri Fund, which is a fund, a guarantee fund that has been put together by CRU, CCGD, and Roots Kenya, with KWFT, Kenya Women Finance Trust, as our fund manager. And we have managed to loan out about 40 million shillings to about 690, almost 700 survivors of violence. And what we are looking at is how we can be able to have a complete journey of healing and transformation for survivors of violence, which also includes access to affordable financial services.
Okay. Thank It's a very niche area and it's very tricky. And I'm just wondering if maybe you would think about sharing how the new National Reproductive Health Policy 2022 of Kenya is going to affect that work, and how it's going to affect the gains we've already done, because the new policy seeks to change the age of interacting with adolescents, and the age is moving to 21. But we can now speak about sexual health rights with only 21 years old, and that's the sad state of affairs, knowing that Kenya has a lot of teen pregnancies and we are the third in the world. So before we go into plenary, and also looking at time, I'd like to welcome Mr. Bernard Moseti to speak on the topic of male involvement in mitigating gender-based violence against girls and women. Mr. Bernard Moseti is the Director of Strategy and Partnership at CARE Kenya. He's a public policy development and social justice practitioner with more than 10 years' work experience in evidence-based policy. He's passionate about human rights and social justice issues, and he's also a male champion. Mpige makofi.
Thank you. I don't know whether this was by design or by default. I keep on being between you, either your lunch or your tea break. I'll try as much as possible to be brief. I want to begin from the moments that we might never have, or the moments we might miss in life. Imagine that wedding you might not be able to attend. Imagine that Thanksgiving ceremony you might be able to attend as a family. Imagine that person you will miss in December, Christmas holidays. Or imagine those get-togethers and visits that you love when your parents come, either to the school. This is the impact of sexual and gender-based violence. It makes us miss these moments because the results and the effects of sexual and gender-based violence many a times leads to death. And that is what we are speaking about. We end up missing these moments in things that will otherwise have avoided. Male involvement in mitigating sexual and gender-based violence just begin from that point. Have you ever realized why in very many sectors like poverty, climate change, issues of technology, talk of any other issue, that we'll always have either equal number or relatively similar percentage or averages of number of women and men working in those sectors? But when you come to the issues of sexual and gender-based violence, invariably, you don't have as many men in that sphere of work as in other sectors. So what does it take to have men to be involved in sexual and gender-based violence? I think let's start from asking ourselves as men, do you feel confident when a woman or a girl tells you that she was violated or she was physically assaulted, and how is your response? How do you talk about issues of rape as a man? Do you avoid these conversations, especially because you are a position of male privilege? So these are your questions to ponder as an individual. But even more interestingly, do you become defensive when these questions or issues are being discussed on the table as a man? Growing up, let me use this story, and probably let me call this person Suba Churchill. Assuming that Suba Churchill was the head of the family and a coach, and Suba Churchill has grown up in a family full of domestic violence, Suba is now grown up and has three, pathways on how he will react. One is that Suba will either decide to become a batterer, or he might decide to ignore the violence, or Suba might decide to do good and say, I want to do away with this violence. Passionately, and effectively, and efficiently. And that Suba decides to go with point number 3 of fighting and tackling sexual and gender-based violence passionately, I think is what male colleagues, we are called up for. That yes, we might have grown in an environment where we have seen this, but we are called to do what is right. Passionately and effectively, work against the factors that bring about sexual and gender-based violence. And assuming that then Suba goes a step further as a coach and says, I'm coaching you young men, let's say football, but Suba then is not concerned about whether they will play in the World Cup or the Premier League of this world, but is concerned how they are going to treat women and girls. That is powerful, right? And that is what we are called up to. That if you abuse, you lose. But if you don't abuse, we are all winners. And I think that's a space where men, we should increasingly then influence positively in terms of role models and become, in terms of role models and become the best examples that we can be. I will want also to point out that violence hurts everyone. It hurts Oliver. It also hurts purity. So in a sense, what we are calling for is our children grow seeing that violence. So you can imagine how many years from now, if this violence continues to be perpetuated, then the children will also pick it up. And I think it's incumbent upon us to be positive change makers in the society. But even more interesting is the spaces that men can create among themselves to speak among themselves. Because men listen to men, and boys listen to men as well. So I'm challenging you to create more spaces among men, among boys, and speak these issues out, because you listen to each other, you also agree to each other. How then do we break the cycle? It doesn't mean that there are no good men out there. There are good men out there. It's only this small percentage of guys who make us look bad. And my talk today is not about there are no men who don't face sexual gender-based violence. That is not my conversation today. There's a conversation for another day. But mine is a clarion call for men to step up to the plate. It is important that men begin to have this conversation, because a higher percentage of men are the perpetrators of sexual and gender-based violence. It's also that women have walked this journey for over 50 years now, but they are yet to achieve. So what is it missing? I think it is men who are missing to be part of this conversation. Lastly, I think we should also, as men, start talking about the question of objectification. You know.
Clap. Thank you. Wasn't that powerful? Yes. Don't we need systemic interventions? Don't we need that small boy at the playground protecting the small girl so that this person becomes the champion? A world without violence is possible. And we are the only people who can do it. And the time is now. So, as you can hear, I've been timing people. That's my alarm. They did really well. I open the plenary now for questions to our panelists and also our speaker, Bernard. Any questions? Any comments and reactions? Yes. So someone to help me with the revolving mic.
Thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank all the panelists. I think I should not leave here without saying the following. It was touched by Mike in the last session, and again, it's emerging with the constitutional commissions and independent offices. I want to state categorically that I was a chair of IPOA for 6 years. Police cannot complain that they are receiving 100,000 for 3 months. I have met the Inspector Generals, Kemayu and Boynet in Parliament, where I'm going to fundraise for IPOA. What the question in Parliament is asked, what do you do with the money? 100,000 is a lot of money. Take it to Mandera Police Post. That's a lot of money. The question is, I've seen budgeting processes in Kenya, including in NGOs. I was Deputy Director of KHRC, Kenya Human Rights Commission. I chaired CRECO and HIVOS gave us money for 4 years when I was chair. The question is, decision making about what are we spending money on, rather than asking, this money is not enough. Every time Boynet presented before me or Kimani, they were saying money is not enough. I was being given lesser money, but IPOA got lesser money for so many those years, but we managed to open 9 offices, which includes the headquarters. How we did it is that we are frugal in terms of how we spend money. But people do not have integrity, they don't have frugality, and then they keep on complaining about money. I've had this debate since yesterday, that National Gender and Equality Commission, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, everybody is saying that they don't have money. Then they are throwing us left, right, and center about women and girls and all these interventions that we're supposed to do so that we develop people. They should not complain about money. Let's approach them and ask them, how come others are managing with the duty that they have and police cannot manage? As I said, police are the problem and police are the solution. When I hear my sister, the HRB award winner of Defenders of the Union, working in Kayole, I know Kayole very well. I've lived in Eastlands, born and bred. I've worked in Bubu, where my brother is working. One thing we must agree on is that police, we must hold them to account. And I will make sure that by the time we leave here, I leave enough contacts for all IPOA offices, even if I've left, for action, even if it's criminal action. You may feed people in Kayole, but some guys have to be taken through the criminal justice system.
Thank you so much. I know you can speak, so my timer is 2 minutes maximum.
A lot, and I know we've talked about men and boys in positions of power, and that is very true. But can we also, I'd just like to hear your thoughts on the rising number of gender-based violence against not just boys but men. Because every time men see themselves as only having a position of power, we make it more difficult for the men who are also being abused on the basis of gender, sometimes by other men, as was said, if they're called a sissy or so on, to speak out. And also, intersex people, we talked about them yesterday, especially children. And then those who are not part of the heterosexual majority in Kenya, those who do not conform to the norm, to what we consider to be the norm, and the kind of violence that is executed against them, and what that has to do with Utu.
Thank you, Dr. There was a comment on that table. Yes, Isabella.
Sector analyzing, and especially the gender sector. And when it comes to supplementary changes, these are one of the sectors that suffer the most. So basically, I'm feeling that we need also to channel our energies to both the national and the county government, and advocating for the need of allocations to counter the vice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one comment here, then we have two comments at the back, and also another one at Isabella's table. Okay, and then
I am from Busia County, where we work with an organization, REAP. And I'm so happy that we are finally having this conversation on issues sexual and gender-based violence. So in my organization currently, our oldest survivor is an 89-year-old woman who was raped and sodomized, and our youngest survivor is a 6-month-old baby. Yeah. So we have this issue that is happening, and so many other cases. But right now what we have is that we have the issue of the maximum sentencing being removed, and we're being told that that these perpetrators, we don't punish them, we just want to correct them. Now we have people who have abused their children, and they have been given very minimal sentences. They have been given one day. We have like in my organization, I have a man who has 9 counts of defilement. And this man is every time it's reported, he's given a bond. Every time it's reported, he's given a bond. So how do we expect that this vice will ever end if at all we do not have maybe the police stepping up, we do not have the government stepping up? And I really wish like someone should just call up the government, and this issue of saying that we're removing the maximum sentencing, it should not even be a discussion. I believe that anybody who abuses a child sexually should just be put away forever. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just to thank you for reminding us of our role as men in this fight. Yeah, and just to assure that there are many who have been converted already who are being engaging. And I think we need to recruit more men. I hear that you're a champion. I think I got to that thing about champion.
Male champion.
Male champion, yes. I think I was one about, I didn't forgotten about it, but now it's reminded me that I'm a male champion. Yes, yes, yeah. But I agree with what you said, and you shared with us some of the practical steps that you can engage as men, in protecting women around us, women in our communities. In our communities, we do have. Let's talk about my community. We have something called the Wall, which is a men thing, really. So we meet together as men, and we talk about our community. What are the things that are going on well? What are things not going on well? So if there's a wayward man who, perpetrates or violates, then we sit him down and say, hey man, we need to do something about that. So I think we need to be able to have much of that going on. So it's a good thing. And this takes us back to really the theme of this conference here, Utu. So it's an issue of personal reflection. So as a man, you need to think about, what role are you playing to ensure that, we are protecting our women, our girls, our children. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Just because, you see, the discussions and the interventions we've had about engaging and dealing with cases of sexual and gender-based violence, there have been many. And at times I take a step back and wonder, will we continue just this way? I'm saying so because I know, I think around 95, 96, Super may correct me and all that, when Adelina Mwao sent a team to Egerton University because we were having lots of cases of gender-based violence, female students being raped and all that. That was my first interaction with activism around gender. And so the cover then finally got formed. And I'm asking that because from that period up to now, we are seeing even cases where now people, even raping, defiling those little children, So what is our strategies, how are they working? I think we need to revisit that. And I'll place something on the table because we are talking about, I think, the preventive approach and investing heavily on the education aspect. Because, an educated population, you first appreciate and understand. First, you respect yourself. Imagine somebody who is well educated, who respects self. You'll find that person trying to lure a little girl or even defiling a baby. Would you? Chances are that this person may not go in that direction. So I'm looking at what the longer term strategies. It would be good to see how do we integrate that within the education system. And we do so because also when you can be integrating that, but the actions that you take against those within that space are also counter to the intention. So it would be important to think how to be a little bit more preventive or preventative and deal with the matter. Of course, the reactive aspects of just ensuring that, do we have the institutions to deal with these matters? Chumbrero was already mentioned. I think you know him when I say Chumbrero. That's Tom Kagwe, sorry. He's already mentioned that you go to the police stations and the gender desk and all that in terms of resources. At times you go there, look at, take a practical example of how the cases are reported. You arrive there, everybody is around, and the officer at the front desk start by telling you what? Yule amefanyiwa nini? Now it's being pronounced, everybody knows. You know that kind of a thing? So that person quietly just walks away, in a way. So the actions that are being taken within the institutions that we have, how do we deal with them? Because I think, I know that civil society has been really a space where great ideas emerge. Unfortunately, they are picked and some are being adopted by the government or state agencies, but then they don't understand how the implementation should take place. Instead of implementing it in a way that would protect the victim, they actually ridicule that process. So how can we intervene to ensure that there is that safety? And now coming to Mayor.
As we finalize.
Oh, sorry, okay. So coming to men, we men, I mean we, I'm not saying women, we men. There's one thing that you learn, I think, when you also become very close to your mothers, to your aunties, to your daughters, and to your wives, and to whoever female friend that you have. There are a lot of things. This is let me say, I think I'm allowed to give advice because I'm now an elder. there's a lot that you learn just by sitting and discussing some of these very sensitive matters, including even involving some of your friends who are female to discuss even with your, say, your daughters and all that. You learn a lot. And the moment they also realize that you have an open mind to entertain almost anything and everything under the sun, they would not fear approaching you. Otherwise, you'll be in the house, your children are being abused, your relatives and all, and they'll not even make that known to you. So let us also be careful in how we think and we feel we protect them. But also if they see that, oh, that is the one who even just the other day, I even overheard how he was talking to that lady, or even calling them names, then you've lost it. So it is good to stand up for the girl child, for the women, and be the example that you want others to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And you know, when you treat people badly, that cannot be ethical, that cannot be good. So I'm suggesting that collectively, we need to nationalize this problem. Nationalize in the sense that, you know, remove it from pockets and pockets of civil society, women rights and human rights organizations working on it, and just have a national program that makes everybody feel bad that you're treating others badly. And I agree that indeed a violence-free society is possible. So again, maybe the Utu conversation perspective of violence needs to be interrogated further, so we can see how everybody can actually plug in and see that, yeah, I'm guilty. And then together we can then begin to move forward. The second thing I wanted to say is, at what point did we equate GBV with women? Because then we are talking about men being violated, we're talking about this and that and the other. But you see, again, I agree, language matters. So perhaps it's time that we redefine the language that we use, because language is at the heart of also what we do. And so my suggestion is that we collectively and individually interrogate and begin to change our languaging, because GBV is not equals to women being violated. It cuts across, so that when I'm doing women's political leadership, there's a lot of gender-based electoral violence. When you're doing education, there's still a lot of violations. So I think I'm just suggesting that we really look at our languaging, and we nationalize these problem to the best, so that every year we are not at the end of 16 days, we're not coming back to say the same thing. We take stock and then we agree on a path that leads us to a violence-free society. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Women, citizens for change. And why did I come up with that kind of organization? Because of GBV. Because I worked a lot with COVA on gender-based violence. And when we went to groups, I found out that the elderly women were discriminated. So their voices are not heard. So we need to know that there is nobody who was born old. So what I'm trying to say, the panels, please, we should be involved. We should be included. We should participate in the issues of gender-based violence, because the elderly woman is violated sexually, physically, name it. But we are afraid to come forward and say, I have been sexually abused. What will happen to the community when Paulina Makwaka tells them, I have been sexually abused? Will they accept me? They will say, huyu mama anasema nini, huyu mjinga, huyu mzee huyu. So we are saying that we need also to make sure that when we are talking about gender-based violence against women and girls, women and elderly women, are we not women? Am I a man here? So please, I want everybody here to understand that you will never remain young. It's a process. You start. So utu of gender-based violence, we should make sure that the elderly women are mentioned. And when we come forward, because I went to the police one day to report a case of a woman who was violated. Do you know the police were telling me, hey, sure, unataka nini hapa? Mwingine polisi anakuja, hey, sure, unafanya nini hapa? I stayed at the police station for 3 hours without any police even listening to me. And I left the police without even reporting the case. So, kila mtu hapa, mwenye utu, know that gender-based violence against women and girls, including the older women in the community.
Yes,
are we together?
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am.
To me really, but just to point out, colleague who talked about their cultural spaces that men meet and continue to advise each other. Probably what I'll call for is renewal of these cultural spaces. As men, we know what we talk in these cultural spaces. It's about, a man a hunter, a woman a gatherer. It's about our heroism and how we are conquerors. It's about our comparison on how we are doing. I mean, Oliver has a Mark II, I have a Premium, and those are the conversations. Probably then a call to the renewal of these cultural spaces to start having conversations that are at a higher level, that are inclusive, male and boys engagement towards sexual and gender-based violence as well. But I hear you that these are really good spaces as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Rahma?
Thank you so much. I also don't think there was a direct question directed to me, but I just want to add a voice into what the government can do on issues of GBV. First, maybe in the different partners who are seated here, I think we need to ask the government to institutionalize the 12 commitments that they made by linking each one of them to state department or organization for action, planning and budgeting. Otherwise, they'll just remain pronouncements that were made for political. Secondly, I'll also request that the government should do clear roadmap with each one of the 12 commitments, so that as a civil society, we are part and parcel into that discussion in coming up with the roadmap, but also in evaluating and doing monitoring and evaluation. Thirdly, I'll say that the government last year rolled out the issue of polycare, which my brother mentioned, Mike. I think it started as a pilot in Nairobi at Kilimani. I don't know where the status, but we need to ensure if it has worked. I know Mike has said they sit in the technical committee. We need to find out what happened. But if it is working, then it needs to be institutionalized into all the 47 counties. And lastly, we cannot budget if there's no research and data. The last research that was done by the government was in 2014 by the Kenya Demographic Health Survey, and we need to get that national data on the prevalence of GBV in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahma. Philip?
Thank you so much. I think I want to pose sort of a challenge to all of us. Somewhere I read that nobody is a nobody. Everybody is somebody. And therefore, we all came on this world for a purpose. Can we find our purpose? And of course, I know most of us have, if not all of us, have found our purpose. Can we use this opportunity that we are transiting in the world to live it better than we found it? Why am I saying so? I say so because sometimes as civil societies, we are competing and not collaborating. And that's where we all get it from. I know we are faced with meager resources, and we're all competing for these resources. We want to look better, we want to increase our books, we want to fatten our accounts, but at whose expense? And therefore the question that comes in from my brother about what do we do with allocations that we get? I think he posed a very fundamental question about the police, the allocations for the police stations. Are we doing enough with what we get? Or are we just leaving it for, another request? If we get more allocation, we're going to do this. How many times do we defer important things just because, we feel that we can use that as an opportunity to ask for more money? So, I will challenge us not to die with, memories. Please, let's do something.
Thank you, Philip.
Let's do something.
Thank you, Jerry. Karibu.
Asante. The first question I want to respond to was the gentleman who said we need to take people to court. As an organization, we do rescues, and we have 31 cases currently in courts. So we are not just feeding, but we are also rescuing, doing the whole, so just to answer that. And then we also do shelters. We have shelters for GBV. And I also want to look at something. We say today we're speaking about Utu. And Utu means everybody should be included. And to Dr. Mushai, who spoke about the invisible minority violence. Everyone in this room knows that we are not only heterosexuals, but we do have people who do not subscribe to heterosexuality. And they face a lot of violence from us by how we dehumanize them. First of all, we dehumanize people by saying they sin differently. Not they love differently, they sin differently, because according to us, because they don't do what we subscribe to, that means they're sinning. And so whenever any violence is meted on them, because you've already dehumanized them, then it is okay for you to violate them. And most of us, when we see this kind of violations, we don't speak on them because they don't affect us directly. But it is our responsibility as our brother's keeper to ensure that everybody is seen, because there's such violence onto our queer brethren. There's such violence even onto the intersexual people, because nobody understands them. I know, because these cases are reported to us. We see parents doing corrective therapy. I don't even know why we even call it that when it is wrong. Where a child, maybe even an adult, you take them to pray for them, you take them to be beaten. We have seen corrective rape. That is a terminology that should not even exist, where you know that a person is not of the same sexual gender and orientation, and you take them and you get people to rape them so that they can straighten them. These are all things that happen under our watch, and nobody's speaking about them. And this is what we are saying when you're talking about invisible violence, because it happens and we keep quiet about it. And this should not be happening. And in the spirit of Utu, this should be different. And we should do better for those people that we ascribe. And actually tell people, if Jesus was here, those are the people we'd be hanging out with. Anyway, moving on swiftly. As I summarize, for me, I feel like we keep on saying the same things, We keep on saying when you go to the police this happens. I know that because I'm a frontline responder. When we go to the police station, it's the same thing, but what do we need to do different? How are we going to challenge the status quo? And what is the norm? And that's why I say we have to become disruptors. We have to be the person who says, look, this is happening and I'm not going to be quiet about it. I mean, the age and the time for you to be silent is over. The time for you to take, because cases of GBV are so high and so rampant. As my sister over there said, our youngest baby that we have ever rescued was 3 days old. That baby died, and that baby was raped by a guardian. And as my senior citizen, 92-year-old in Kirinyaga, raped by her own son. And all these things, we are all silent. And this room should not be full of silence. And I'm hoping that when we come out of this, we are going to be people that disrupt the status quo and change what is normal and start speaking about these things and doing something about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christopher.
Okay, thank you again. So one of the things in the spirit of Hojo, in the fight against sexual gender-based violence, within us, when a violence happens within a home, when your son, your brother, or your daughter is abused or is abusing someone, who is the first person to call for a family meeting before you report the case? It's us. So we say, oh, let's solve this thing so that our family cannot be ashamed. We solve it internally, then look the way forward until it reaches the worst point. There is a colleague who commented about the fight against gender-based violence being left to the CSOs. Yes, it is, because if such a forum like this, decisions are being made by only CSOs and there is no government body involved, you decide within Nairobi to make a decision for somebody being abused in Kirinyaga or Karatina, and you don't involve the community, the CSO leader from here will also convene in a certain hotel also to decide. You are being invited like, oh, we are going to launch a policy. The community is not involved, the government is not involved. They know it is your role, you will look for the resources to do that thing, so they don't invest in it. Then the last thing which I can request or recommend all organizations is about the privacy of the victims and the survivors. With the, let's say, the polycare, we need to have the privacy for someone to report. If you are abused or if you are going through something, then I give you a microphone, like, tell me your case now in a public. It won't work. So the privacy of these people while doing the reporting so that you are comfortable talking about what has just happened or what you are going through. So privacy of the victims remains the key.
Thank you so much. And finally, to conclude, Mike.
All right, thank you. I have quite a bit to say, so please. All right, the issue of men and boys. How many of us have had the narrative boy child has been left behind? I propose to you, boy child has been left behind by men. Where are the fathers? You leave home before the boy child wakes up, you come home after the boy child is asleep. Where is that child supposed to learn their value system from? Where is that child supposed to learn about masculinity from? You get girls pregnant, you run away. You expect that the lady you've left behind with your son is the one who will raise them to learn how to be a man. So, my challenge to all men here is find boys in your community, where you live in your estate, and start to mentor them. How many of you do that? The men in the room. Yeah. Oh, thank you. We have one. Just one. So let me ask you, if we are not the ones who are doing that, who do we expect will do it? The women. So who do we expect will do it? No, let's speak honestly. Who will do it? So let's take responsibility, and we can change this narrative by taking action and the responsibility around it. That's one. Tom Kagwe, I think he has left, spoke about the issue of police. The truth of the matter is 100,000 shillings for a quarter is very little money. It's very little money. If you look at the operations the police have to do. But that being said, also, we need to look at how to strengthen accountability for the use of the resources that the police stations get. Okay? That is one thing that has really eluded us, because it's a very secretive affair about how that 100,000 is shared between the different operations that happen in the police station. One of the ways that we've been trying to strengthen accountability is to work with women's rights groups who then partner with the police precincts which are in their communities to ensure then that there's greater accountability for the work that they're supposed to be doing. Around the issue of invisible and vulnerable people, I think this comes to the issue, first of all, around gender non-conforming people. I don't know how many of you saw the issue of the case of, there was a lady who was in Nyeri, who was raped and killed by 4 men, I think, because she was from the LGBTQ community. You saw that, huh? I mean, really, this comes now to a matter of just recognizing the humanity in others. Utu. Do we recognize humanity in others? Dr. Mushedi, there's a lawyer called John Chigiti. I think you might want to speak with him. He does a lot of work around intersex cases. Recently, I think he was trying to look at the issue of the birth certificates for people who are born intersex. Do you write male, female? What do you write? When an intersex person is arrested, where do you put them in the remanding institution? You put them in the male facility, a female facility. So those are some of the issues that he's trying to work around. Around the issue of government of Kenya has left the fight on GBV to NGOs. I think there's a lot of work that is going on behind the scenes. We now have the 12 GF commitments, which I know the Ministry of Gender is really trying to scratch their heads around how to get the implementation done. There was a pledge of $23 billion to be able to fight gender-based violence. How are we engaging with those who are tasked with that responsibility to ensure that that money is budgeted for and is available? The issue of minimum mandatory sentencing, that's a very, very serious issue, because now when you look at removing minimum mandatory sentencing and saying that it's unconstitutional, what does that mean? Does that mean that all the other cases that have been determined under the Sexual Offences Act, which provided for minimum mandatory sentencing, need now to be heard afresh? What does that do in terms of emboldening perpetrators as well? On the 9th of December, as part of 16 Days of Activism, CREW, together with other partners, is going to present a petition to the Chief Justice around this issue. So you're all welcome to join us. We will give more details around that.
As you summarize now,
yes, as I summarize, I was looking for which one to do really quickly. I think the issue of being able to look at prevention as a strategy, prevention of gender-based violence as a strategy, and also using, working with the school and education system to work around that. I think that's important. And finally, I really like the idea of us nationalizing the conversation on Utu, because this begins with me, with I.
True. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mike. I thank you for your remarks and sharing with us the great, amazing work that you're doing. And as we conclude, I'd like to pick Jerry's words. This is the time now to disrupt. It's the time now to stand up and have unparalleled courage and joint action in ending violence against girls, women, persons of disability, of different representations, and also of old women. As we conclude, there's a photo I'd like to share. The photo is by an African-American artist. Shoulders like that. Can you do your part to create a purple or a bright yellow Monday and every day for women and girls in Kenya that will now permeate to other parts of the country? So I do not like being the person between you and your lunch. I know my colleague Cliff had an announcement. Please, Cliff, if you come here, we could give your announcement. And since It's 1:45. Could we take 1 hour break for lunch and see you guys at 2:45 to just conclude the session? And thank you for your invaluable time.
Thank you very much, Marjorie. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Right? Yes. So thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for your questions, your candor when it comes to questioning. Mama, asante sana. Tunakushukuru sana. Senior citizens need to be recognized. That being said, we are on social media platforms, yeah? And we are also live on YouTube, and we are live on Facebook, right? The only thing we are going to do next time is go live on the mainstream media. We are getting there. So what we would like to request you is go to our hashtags. That's on Twitter. It is screened there. You can see it. So we are going to give you 2 minutes to actually tweet. We are going to excuse my ED and Mama. The rest, please tweet. Yes, yeah, sawa. The rest tweet. We are going to give you a minute or two. Tweet, retweet. Our hashtag is hashtag Utu Conference 2022 kabisa. Naona watu wengi wameshika, sio? Alafu kuna ile nyingine yenye tunasema vipi? 16 days of activism 2022. Sawa? Hiyo pia nataka retweet mpaka ichomeke huko kwa online platforms, right? That is my announcement. And then the Uraia Secretariat and the Uraia staff, tafadhali tukutane mahali hapa, wengine wakishatoka, ili tujipange tupate ile picha ambayo itasema we were here. Yes? Asanteni sana.
Yes. My team, please let's help put some chairs here so that we all do a good group photo before all of us go.
After the banner should come this side. After the banner. Those who are after that Uraia banner, please come on this side. All of you. So the last person is Plan International Blue. The rest, please come on this side. Joe hapa. The senior citizens, please muketi. Hatutaki kupata laana kutoka kwa wajukuu. Ama vipi? Tuchangamke. Tumesema the last person is Plan International Blue. The rest, come on this side. Tafadhali. Alam. Watoke huko. Watu wenye wako after Plan International kujeni upande. Tafadhali. Mwingie nyuma huko. Mwingie nyuma hapo. Kuna laini. Plan International Blue is the last person. Yes, yes. We are doing well. Again, moving. Yes, yes, we are almost getting there. Everybody was there. Na tunasema we were there. Tulifika. Even the MC is going to be part of that group photo. Please join in. Join the crew. Wapi jeshi akina Ashley, akina Kibet, tafadhali muingie huku. Ashley, Kibet, we are talking about everybody, every participant. Be it you are from Uraia, be it you are from crew, be it you are from UNDP, be it you are from Dalida, and then Osman should be there. Osman should be there. Yes, you are leading it. Yes, we should say our very own Executive Director, Oliver Waindi, should also join. Yes, now that's it. Allow us to rearrange this place so that we can get room for a good photo. Yes. Worry not about your belongings, they are safe, except when they start being dragged like this. Okay, so let me know if you have a clear one. You have a clear one or you need something? Yes? Let me know. Oh, Alan. Hapa sawa kabisa. Very good. Tuko hapa. Tunasema hello.
on a full page. My mother called and said, Kibet, imekuwa. Unajua hata Ruto akivaa gazeti wanakata miguu yako au usa. We've talked a lot today, and right now I just want to introduce you to Ashley. Give it up for Ashley.
One day, our voices are gonna mean something here. One day, our voices are gonna mean something here. They say sorrow may last for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. They say sorrow may last for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. Hey, I got you. You got me. I got you. You got me. I got you. You see, the truth of the matter is, we only have each other. So this song, when Mufasa wrote it, is we need to realize that I only have you, and you have me. And we have to take care of that. Say, one day, our voices are gonna mean you got me. So I want to make a special request. You know I like to engage my audience. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Did you hear that hook? I got you, you got me. This. I don't know how to act better, so I have to engage. Yeah? So the words are, I got you, and you got me. Sawa sawa. Hey, say, I got you. Say, you got me. I got
Two questions. Are you ready to do another one? Question 1, question 2. Are we ready to leave 1 hour late today? And we are only going to do the other one. You ready to do? Mufasa, are you guys gonna do another one? Like 1 minute. It's the third day, it's the end, so we can do this. And people should come and probably dance as well. Okay. If you know you don't have 2 left legs, please come in.
I've already opened the floor.
And kindly tweet and retweet. The condition to this redo is that you tweet and retweet. Hashtag Utu Conference 2022. Please, before you do that, I think you guys, can you monitor if you are going to see about 10 tweets before we start this performance? Don't start first, just tweet. Everyone has a Twitter handle in this room. Hashtag Utu Conference 2022. Put it up, please. And then tell me, are you seeing anything? Is anyone retweeting and tweeting? Not yet. Performance is tweet, retweet. Can you see her tweet? Okay. They are trying to plan themselves. They will just do it. Don't worry. But let's tweet, let's retweet. We'll give them 1 or 2 minutes, and then we will go back to the program. Okay. Oh, someone has tweeted? Yes, at least that person is going to make us listen to the next performance.
So, guys, we are only going to do this performance if you dance.
We are going to dance.
So you should be on your feet.
We are dancing.
Nitoe microphone. You could have taken nowhere to get. When do I put up more head, ten and not ten. I took up more head, but they were sure not on me. But I get I got choke how to let. Hiya, 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 hiya. Hiya, 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 hiya,
Today is the last day of the convening.
Again, as we have requested. Without further ado, I want to move
to the next part of this convening and the final session. Maybe I will request the speakers who are coming next to try and use the little time that we have. You might have had a lot to say, but we may request that we just try and work with the little time that we have remaining. Though we are not complaining, we are happy because the day has been good and we have done well. So I would like to invite the moderator for this session. The session is on safeguarding women and girls' rights. I would like to invite Lillian Anyango, board member, Amwick. Kindly join me on stage. Please let's give her a round of applause. People are not sleepy, people are not tired. We have just finished dancing. We are energetic. Please join me. I would like to say a few things about Lillian, probably 1-2 things about you. Just have a seat. Thank you. So Lillian is a board member of Amwick, and she heads the membership and training committee in Amwick. She has vast experience in teaching. For close to a decade, she has taught in journalism and communication. She is very, very passionate about women empowerment, and everything women. Women issues, anything that is around women, she has a lot of passion for that. So she's actually the right person again to call to moderate this session, and she's going to take us through the next 30 minutes of our time. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll just go straight to introducing our panelists. And I'll start with Madam President. This is Miss Bina Maseno. Kweli. Wananchi ndio hao. Ms. Bina is very passionate about empowerment of women and has held international talks with Melinda and Bill Gates Foundation and the Obama Foundation. And at the young, ripe age of 22, she was contesting for one of the national seats in the country for MCA. Yes, and Karibu Sana, Ms. Bina. We'll hear more from you in a little bit. Then next, I will invite Rebecca Mutiso. Karibu Sana, Rebecca. Rebecca is representing MCK, and she has a vast experience of close to 2 decades in the newsroom in journalism. And she is also very passionate about women issues. So she will tell us more about what she is doing in that space and what the council is doing in that space. Karibu Sana. And finally, we have Liz Kivuva from Look Up TV. She has an experience of 10 years in the media and HR space, and she's the right person to tell us what we are doing in terms of the women and the workspace and how they are treating women in the media, in the newsroom, and just how to move forward in terms of safeguarding women in this digital space. So, as you've heard, we have very few minutes. Karibu Sana, Liz, and Karibu Sana, each of our panelists. Yeah. So we have just a few minutes, and I'd like
each of you to take about 5, at most 7 minutes, okay? All right. It's very interesting that in the previous session we had a representation of people from all ages. So we're living in an age where, or throughout time, violence has not known age, it has not known gender. And it's unfortunate that most of the people who experience violence are women, and more so in this space where we now have technology and the digital arena where people are not, you can easily talk to someone or send a message and you're not caring about the person on the other end, yeah? Because for some reason you think you are faceless, but those who are in IT know you can be tracked by your IP and such kind of details or the data that you put across. So I would like to pose to our panelists. I'll start with Ms. Ina. First of all, tell us about what you're doing at Convening Africa, where you're the ED, and what you think we are doing to safeguard women in the digital space, and in terms of civic education as well. Are we doing enough to safeguard women and girls in this day and age?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Guys, we just had good lunch and such a good dance. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. President.
Thank you so much. My name is Bina Marceno. I currently have the opportunity to serve as ED at Badili Africa. And I'm just coming from a very hotly contested seat of Miss President. So I'm Miss President Nairobi County. And I want to thank each and every one of you who supported my journey and actually who voted. You know, I know we lost with very, very small margins. I got 34,012 and the winner got about 34,500. So those are the margins. So I want to thank each and every one of you. Your votes counted. So I think it's just important for me to express my gratitude on that front. Also, I'm a former political aspirant for member of county assembly, and I think even with the politicians who've been in the room today, as we always say, hatukuanguka kura zikutosha, sindio? Yeah, the votes were not enough. But then, my experience is actually running for political office. I think one thing I always say is, as much as sometimes you actually run for position and you don't get that particular position, you learn a lot. And it's important to actually value those particular lessons. And if there's one thing that exposes you to the impact and even the effects of poverty, I'm telling you, is when you run for office. And I'm sure patients can attest to that. You hear issues that you never even thought people go through. Like literally, you know, at times we listen to the television and we see stories, but let me tell you, that's just a fraction of what is happening in our communities. And I think all those experiences while running for political office is what fueled my passion for community development at a very, very young age. And even for some of you who probably even read my stories and even listened to interviews, I have lost 3 friends. I lost 3 friends. And I think for me, just looking at the, employment issue in this country and how that is tied to crime, and the fact that even when you look at our prisons currently, data shows that 49% of the prisoners are actually young people, and young people under 30. And I think that is a very huge concern. And also just violence against women in elections. I think I'm always speaking at the top of my voice when it comes to violence against women in politics and elections, not just as a survivor, but because it prevents majority of the women, especially young women, from fronting themselves to actually run for political office and share their ideas, share their knowledge, share their wisdom on how we can actually transform our communities. And maybe the saddest bit also, and I know we discussed part of it in the morning, is how we respond to gender-based violence, especially in elections, and how we keep on viewing it as the cost of participating in elections. It is not supposed to be the cost of participating in elections. Even our attitudes in the community, you know, sometimes you even run for office with a different party in a place where party X is the dominant party, and even just your neighbors, you know, they're just like, but sasa wewe na hii party unafikiria nini? You know, so even when you complain that this has happened to me, the first reaction is, what did you expect, you know, to happen, you know? And that was the first reaction when I first went to report about my experience of someone trying to strip me in a political rally after, you know, sharing my ideas. And they were like, but you ni area party gani? You know, which party? Which zone were you, you know? And if that is the first conversation we are having, you know? And also, the fact that we also talk about safe elections, that, oh, the elections were peaceful. I remember in 2017, I think there was a report that was done by Human Rights Watch about 200 women who were violated, you know, raped, killed, women and children, about 200. And even if it was just one woman, because it's during election season. But you see, at the end of the day, just because the two key principles, or maybe the two popular presidential candidates did not clash, we say it was a safe election. It was a peaceful election. Is it really peaceful when people died, especially women died? Is it really peaceful? You know, so the metrics that we also use to measure peaceful elections, that just look at safety and how especially maybe politicians are engaging, and maybe the rest are seen as collateral damage because that is how politics is, you know, and the conversation that we have around that. And I think lastly to digital engagement and participation, cyberbullying is still a big deal, you know. I think, you know, like I just spoke about just the Miss President campaigns, you know, and you'd probably even think in a contest where we're only women, it would be better, it would be easier. But every other day, like people call you names and you're thinking, my goodness, imagine, this is Miss President. This is not even 2027. You know, like, I'm not even running for senator. This is Miss President. Someone puts and calls you names on their WhatsApp status. Someone calls you names on, you know, on Facebook. Someone calls you names on WhatsApp groups. You know, like names you cannot even utter. You know, names of animals, of everything. Like literally everything, right? So even how we are organizing and how we look at leadership, and especially I worry because if we're the young people and we want to pass on the baton to young people, you know, because I always say I am who I am today because I stand on the shoulders of phenomenal women and men in this country, you know, great women and men who've gone before me. I stand on their shoulders, and I worry whether as young people we are strengthening our shoulders for those who are coming behind us, to stand on them the way we are standing on the shoulders of others, to be able to do the work that we do. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Bina. Important that when we come to the place where lives are lost, we really need to relook at how we are doing things. Are we really putting into place safeguards that will protect not only women and children and girls, but men and children, and as we said earlier, people of all ages, and people who represent different parts of the country, different races, you know, just including every single person that is affected. I'll move on to you, Ms. Rebecca. I know the Media Council has done a lot in terms of just regulating the media industry and training on how to sensitively report. I know there was a training during the election period about sensitive reporting when it comes to just the whole election process and not being the ones to sensationalize news. And you have more experience in terms of the digital space, digital journalism. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about what the Media Council is doing, your experience in the newsroom in terms of digital journalism and as regards to women and the safeguards that are put in place.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'll start speaking about women, especially in media, and issues of sexual harassment in the digital space affecting women. We know that technology presents a very useful tool in terms of civic engagement. Remember the Me Too campaign, My Dress, My Choice, the breastfeeding campaigns, women being allowed to breastfeed openly. That was actually what pushed those campaigns was the technology. And there was a lot of attention because most people went online and made a lot of noise about it. So in one way we can say that technology has helped us push issues of harassment, of sexual harassment, of bullying, cyberbullying in the digital space. But at the same time, technology has worked against women, especially in terms of harassment. There was a recent report by Plan, not really recent, it was in 2020. They said something to the effect that 58% of women and girls do not feel safe in the digital space, because that is where it's like harassment has moved from the home to the digital space, where anyone, faceless people, can target you just because you are a woman, just because you are a man, just because you are a person living with disability. And this person, you will not be able to know them because they are doing it under the cover of technology. So as media, we can say that technology has helped us sort of shout from the rooftops about issues affecting women. But also we need to reconsider, do we need regulations in the social media space to protect women as well as men from people who target them because they're just faceless, you cannot know who they are. That said, and for me, what I really find quite astonishing about technology as a whole is something we call algorithm bias. The biases we feed. You know, basically technology of AI, which drives most of the Facebooks, the social media sites we use. They are driven by algorithms. And the people who make these algorithms feed a lot of biases into them. And if they feed biases like women are not important, you can hit a woman, it is okay. What are we doing for our future generations? That is the information that our children and our children's children, you know about the internet, it never forgets. That is the information our children's children will be fed. And so it is important for us to think about the ethics of even technology in the digital space. Now let me speak as a Media Council official, Media Council of Kenya official, and what we've been doing in terms of ensuring that the gender agenda is not forgotten. We have had numerous trainings, especially as we have said during the election, on gender reporting, where we spoke to journalists, even trained journalists, on how to report on issues affecting men, women, and people with special needs. And we could see a lot of change in the way media reported on gender issues, and even some of the aspirants are here and they can attest that there was some change in the way women especially were portrayed during the election. We also trained or had meetings with women aspirants to just talk to them about how they present themselves during elections, how to even talk to, just basically to just equip them with the skills to have a good conversation with people and not look at themselves as inferior contestants. And that conversation went very well, and we are glad that even some of those who were involved in the conversation actually emerged winners in the elections. Yeah.
Thank you. organizations take part in actually owning what is happening in the national space or in the spaces that we occupy, it really makes a big difference. And part of looking at how to safeguard this, especially women, is how we handle the workspace, and even right from the recruitment and hiring processes. And I'd like to invite Liz to just comment on how do you handle women, especially when it comes to recruitment and hiring, and even when they report issues that might be of maybe sexual harassment or mistreatment at the workplace. How do you handle that?
Thank you, Lillian. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to sugarcoat, I think, but I just want to be as completely blank as possible. For those of us who worked in the media, I think it's safe to say the media is one of the most highly unethical places to work, more so for a woman. And more so as a HR, I feel we have such a long way to go. Before I come to your question, obviously, we have such a long way to go. In fact, allow me just to, I was talking to my colleague, Rebecca here, I was telling her about an incident that I had. I used to work in a particular media house, but I left sometime last year. So I think earlier this year, someone who was actually quite an executive there decided that they wanted to hit on me. And I was actually telling Rebecca was so shocked that this person was actually slid into my DM, it was Facebook, and then they just started telling me nonsense, for lack of a better word. And when I told Rebecca here, because we used to work actually with all these beautiful ladies, I used to work with Rebecca, she was like, but Liz, you didn't know that guy used to be like that. And I actually felt really, really bad, because as HR, if we are not able to, we will put the policies in place, because at the end of the day, we have to put the policies in place for sexual harassment. And sexual harassment goes both ways. It's not only the women, but I'm here to talk about the women, but also men. Men are actually sexually harassed. But if we do not actually try to implement these policies, then there's nothing that will happen. So at the end of the day, there was a policy, but this person decided, you know what, I don't even care about those policies. I will just go and talk to Liz and tell Liz some funny messages. So Rebecca pointed out that this has been happening in the newsroom, and this is only one newsroom. And most I think there's some statistics or even some publications that have been done in terms of even guys committing suicide or depression, also women, interns, especially interns, because they've been sexually harassed by their supervisors. And I really liked even what our mom here said, at the end of the day, even the older women actually go through that. So for us as HR, the best thing we can do is just put the policies in place, but I feel like we have such a long way to go, more so as media, because I mean, where does it stop at the end of the day? We have to actually now sensitize our what do you call them? Our executives, because they're actually the ones who are harassing these young women. So over and above that, I will say from a HR perspective, we also ensure that the content that is shown in our TVs is actually something that focuses on gender-based issues. For us, I work at Lookup TV. We have a show called Balance. So Balance talks about issues to do with FGM, issues to do with GBV, name it. So I think for me, that's all I will say at this particular point. But like I said, this is a continual process and we have to do more. Yeah.
Thank you, Liz. It is indeed a continuing conversation. And in the earlier session, we were talking about, I think it was Nekesa, who mentioned the the age of the youngest, let's say, victim of sexual harassment or sexual abuse, and it's really saddened my heart to know that one would look at a baby and decide that this is a person that I can't even put words to it. Yeah. So, are we doing enough in terms of mentorship and having intergenerational conversations in terms of safeguarding? Because we've largely talked about women. I know you Bina, you use fashion and makeup to speak to the younger generation, just to be able to, portray themselves better. And that is perhaps a language they understand. So is there more that we are doing in terms of mentorship that allows for safeguarding of this generation and the next, and even the one to come? I'll give each of you maybe 2 minutes to just wrap it up, then we go to the plenary.
Okay, so first of all, just to reiterate also the conversations that have been said in the room, I don't think we are doing enough, because even the fact that, and maybe even Jerry can confirm whether we have, even adequate safe houses, the fact that we're talking about just about 2 government-funded safe houses in this country, and we saw even how the numbers, they spiked during COVID. And we keep on talking about gender-based violence cases every other day, and I think even Mike also had very great contribution in terms of resourcing this particular work. So I don't think we're doing enough, and we need to do enough, and also ensure that the burden does not just rest on survivors. It should not just be up to survivors to speak up, fight for justice. There's something we can do. There's something me and you can do to actually speak up. Because sometimes people don't even speak up because of stigma. Like literally, sometimes people don't speak up because of stigma. And I'm saying that to also just tie to the work that we do. So at Badili, yes, we use fashion, beauty, and makeup to talk to especially young women about participation in political spaces. And this was informed by the kind of civic dialogues we're having in the university spaces and community, and noticing that the people who are coming to the conversation are people who care about politics. People who are doing political science, people who are doing international relations, but who are very concerned about that girl who's doing engineering, who does not care about politics, does not care about what's happening, about the cost of living, food security, whether that issue, whether those issues actually affect her, and is disillusioned in terms of how does actually politics affect my health? How does politics affect my health? How is politics intertwined with access to family planning, access to sexual and productive health and rights? And we began having glam sessions in the university. And we noticed when we have glam sessions, actually, we are having even people who are doing hotel management come to our session, because now they care about how they look. Because when you think about it, when you were 19 and 20, you cared about how you look. Well, except for maybe majority, maybe some of us here in the room, maybe they were talking about gender equality. But I know at 19, I didn't even know about the term gender mainstreaming at 19. First of all, I was very sad because I never used to get invited to parties because I'm very conservative, and then I'm an Adventist, So that was my concern at 19. I'm just like, what, when you guys are not inviting SDAs to this party? So I didn't care about gender mainstreaming until I got to campus, until I ran for political office. Then I'm like, I need to speak up more about these issues. So I think it's important for us to speak the language that people understand, So for us, we found that younger women between 18 and 25 really care about how they show up on Instagram. We're like, you can care about Instagram, but also you need to care about this, because there are people who are making decisions about even how much time you need to spend on Instagram, whether you even have money to buy bundles to spend on Instagram. Someone is making a decision about how much you need to spend on your sanitary towel. And I think it's important, because the difference between someone who can use a quality sanitary towel and me, it's actually that person who's legislating to ensure that we can either access quality or we can't access quality. and the impacts that come with not accessing quality, and you having to listen to stories like sex for pads. Why are we listening to stories like sex for pads? Why do we have such situations, right? So we also have to be very keen in terms of when we push for innovation. And also, lastly, when I'm talking even about stigma, you know, and this is just a very small anecdote. So in my previous life, or in my hustle life, I used to be a makeup artist, okay, at MAC Cosmetics. And one morning, and I'm just tying this story to the fact that we also kind of assume that even cases of gender-based violence just happen more in the rural areas or more in the informal settlement. But even urban women find it so hard to come out. You know, like even some of our peers, even just here in Kilimani, can you imagine driving your car, your Porsche car, and you have this title to a police station to go report a gender-based violence case, and people are wondering, but what are you doing? But you're okay, you're supposed to be okay. You know, things are going on well with you. And this woman was going for a board meeting that she could not miss, okay? It was a very critical board meeting, and she called me and said, Bina, are you at work today? I said, I'm at work, but we open our store at 10 because, as you know, not very many people go to the malls in the morning. So we used to open our store at 10 because then from 10, guys are there for breakfast, the women can swing by our store. And I remember that was one of the experiences that has remained with me, that even fuels our work when it comes to encouraging people to speak up and to push back against stigma. And she said, I need you to do me a favor and be at work at 7:30 because I have a meeting. And I said, it is hard, but let me try. So I called our soldier. I said, I need to be at the store at 7:30. If you could help me open the store. And when she came in, like she had a very bad wound, like very, you know, like black eyes that you get, a very bad black eye. And she said, I have this meeting. Can you help me cover it with makeup? This is a woman who does not wear makeup. And she said, do you think we can do something? Because even if I decide to take leave, I can take leave for a month. You see what I mean? You know, I can take leave for a month. And I said, it will need us to go in with so much makeup. And first of all, I was even shaking while doing her makeup. Let's start there. Let me tell you, there's no product I didn't use on that woman. I went in with liquid concealer, solid concealer. I went in with liquid foundation, powder foundation. I went in with so much makeup to cover her wound. And I remember asking myself and saying, today when she's actually chairing the board and she's in a meeting, probably people will be telling her, oh my God, you look amazing. I think you should be wearing makeup more often. Oh, you look amazing, you know. And I remember us having a conversation how she should not tear up during the day because it will water down her makeup, and she does not know how to do her makeup. And let me tell you, because I kept that receipt, she spent over 90,000 because she had to buy all the products. Because just a lipstick at MAC is 3,200. So if you buy 4, you're already past 10,000. Foundation is 5,800. I know because I was a makeup artist. Foundation alone. She had to buy all the products I used on her because she can't come to the store every day. Okay? And I remember when my supervisor came, I just asked for time to go home, you know, because I could not sit in with that experience and I could not stop thinking about her. And I'm just like, what if she cries in between her meeting, you know? And she's like, you know, if this happens to me 4 times in a year, all my leave days are gone. Leave days are 21 days. It takes more than a month sometimes for a wound to heal. So can you imagine how many of us sometimes have been walking around hiding our pain with fashion and beauty? And that is why even when you come to our exhibition, we tell our stories using fashion and beauty. All these survivors, we pick their stories and we depict them. We tell them through images because the survivors are in the room, and sometimes we avoid stigmatizing them. So if this woman was to come here, if you were to come to our event, you wouldn't even know it's her. But you'll see her story and her image told through another person, through another model from the community. And that is why we even use fashion and beauty and makeup to talk about how they are used to mask pain in this generation. And I think it's important to talk about psychological and emotional violence because we don't talk about it so much or put premium on it. Yeah.
Wow. You cannot put a price on what kind of harm, either physically or psychologically, you meet on someone in GBV or harassment. I'll open it up to Rebecca and Liz.
The question of, are we having enough intergenerational conversation? And other women who have been there before us, they have critical lessons that they could teach us about gender violence and how to react to it, and also how to ensure that we safeguard our girls from all that. But also the most important thing, maybe we need to understand that sometimes the generation that was there before, gender violence might have been a different, the conversation or the phrasing of the word gender violence might be a little different from our generation. Our generation, you know, if a man hits you once, you go home, you know, he will definitely hit you again. Their generation, you know, if he hits you once, baki kwa sababu ya watoto. And that is a conversation all married women who have been in marriages where there is violence. That's a conversation you hear. You go home once, the meeting is called, you are told, rudi tu nyumbani, unajua wezi, you can't leave your home, you have children. So go back to that abusive man. So even when we talk about intergenerational conversation, what conversation are we talking about? We need to say it is not all right for a woman to hit a man. We need to say it's not all right for a man to hit a woman. And don't encourage someone to stay in a relationship just because they have children and all that. I also talk about intergenerational mentorship in media, particularly. The nature of media is that there are very few women at the top. Therefore, the women who come into the media space have very few people to talk to when it comes to issues of gender violence or harassment in the newsroom. You'll find only 2 or 3 women at the decision-making table. And also at the decision-making table, it is also where the content is determined. And if you see there is a power imbalance there, you will know the kind of content that will come out. Content that is gender biased and so on. So we need also to work on ensuring that we keep more women in the media space, especially at the upper levels, so that they can both influence the content that goes out, as well as mentor the young children who are, young ladies and women who are coming into the media space. But also, the other issue we need to remember about gender violence. We cannot talk about gender violence, we cannot talk about sexual harassment without involving men. The men are a very, very critical component when we are talking about gender violence and when we're talking about harassment. Because it is said most of the time, they are the perpetrators, yeah? They are the perpetrators of domestic violence. So we need to teach our young boys, the men need to teach we need to teach our boys that it is not okay to hit a woman. When he grows up, he knows it is not right to hit a woman. And you teach him by example. Yes, you teach him by example. And I think those conversations, we need to have them intergenerational as well as between the different genders. Because the war on gender violence, the war on sexual harassment cannot be won without us also involving men in the conversation.
Thank you, Lillian. So I think I'll echo what they've said. So are we doing enough? You know, I'm 50-50. The old generation, our grandmothers, our mothers, those that mwanamke ni kuvumilia, what will the society thinks. But I mean, at least here, if my husband hits me, please, it's a wrap. I can't even stay there. I also would like to applaud our, now mothers, I think of this generation, most of the mothers are actually telling their daughters, stand up for your rights. when someone touches you somewhere, you know, it's good to speak up. And also the teachers, I think in schools, I think it's something I was watching on social media, either yesterday or the day before yesterday, about a young mother who was actually, she posted a video of her children singing some song that they were taught in school about, you know, don't touch here, don't touch, something of a sort. And she was really proud that these kids were able to be taught by their teachers. So I feel that, yes, there's so much more that can definitely be done, but it's high time that, you know, if the Me Too conversation happened, I mean, it's high time that now everyone speaks up. It's not a matter of just sitting and saying, you know, I'm actually ashamed, you know, like the story that Bina has said, it's very, very unfortunate. But we should not be ashamed of speaking up whenever something of the sort happens. So I think a lot more can be done, but I believe we are getting somewhere. Yeah.
Indeed, this is an ongoing conversation.
It is an ongoing conversation. We cannot say we've put a full stop to it here. This is just the genesis of it. We cannot talk about women and women issues and how to safeguard without watching what we portray out there about women and girls and how we portray it. That's why it's so important what you've said about having women at the top, at the table, where they are the ones who are the gatekeepers to what goes into society in terms of news. And I'll applaud the work that Amwick has done in terms of even teaching journalists, training journalists on how to report, say, on issues such as FGM. There's even a toolkit on that in collaboration with Equality Now. So you really have to know how to portray. We were earlier talking about how people, you know, you're asked, hey, are you the one who was, you know, using, we can censor the word there, yeah? Are you the one who was defiant in this way or the other, and someone is shouting at the top of their lungs? Okay, maybe not the top of their lungs, but you know, they're loud, and it's a bit embarrassing even for the victim. So we really need to watch how we portray that information, that news, and media has a big, big part to play in that. All right, thank you so much. I'll open it up to questions, comments, insights. Any?
Principles are known across and wide by women in the empowerment sector. So perhaps I would love to ask the representative we have from media, I think Look Up TV, on the effort that Amwick, Media Council, and players or stakeholders within that space are playing to affirm the place for some of these things like internet principles and digital security, online and safety for women, and also trailblazers on the front line. Because
There's something, rather there's a term that has come up or has been floating since 2020 that is called cancel culture. The deliberate, rhetoric and senseless questions that patriarchs will ask advancing to a woman because she is in media or she is a host, get data about these people and come and expose them online. How much more on internet governance again are we investing on as women? Or when we talk about technology and STEM, is it an issue about the men being on spaces and thriving on spaces? When we talk about the algorithms, how are we monitoring or how are we organizing to actually report and bash these websites that are slut-shaming women, body-shaming women, and also making women feel insecure while online? Online GBV need to be looked in a broader level beyond and besides just talking about it and discussing it within our comfort zones and organizing spaces online and, for instance, on WhatsApp. We need to be deliberate and intentional. So what effort as media trainers do we have to curb these things online? Or do we all quit from social media and stop talking because someone will ask you a question? Like right now, someone is asking me on a quote I did in the morning about there's no woman who has ever gotten at the top without the effort of other women. He's asking me, and how about the effort of men? That is a senseless rhetoric question. You will wonder how to answer. Then there's someone earlier on who talked about the empowerment of young men as lacking. And he says that it's not the women that are lacking to empower their fellow women. It's the men who are failing, and also our uncles who are failing on nurturing our boys. So should they come and show us their traumas online just to censor women? Can we stop normalizing self-censorship for journalists, trailblazers, celebrities, feminists, women activists online? And who can we petition to end online gender-based violence? Thank you. Amen.
First, congratulate. I didn't know there was a mispresident. I think I've grown old, growing old now. But I want to congratulate the three ladies for giving us perspectives about gender within the context of seeking gender justice within our technology and digital platforms. But somewhat, I feel as if I will ask the question which my mentor asked. When did we say gender-based violence is violence committed against women, and particularly by men? Because your stories sound as if, for example, the lady who used 90,000 for makeup most likely is a married woman to a man. Is there a way we have examples of where, first, women commit these atrocities against fellow women? Particularly, and I have very many examples, having knowing my age, that where, for example, a woman, married woman, finds a guy with a young girl in a restaurant or a pub, and this woman beats this young woman senseless. Those you know happen. So I have not had such examples. The other one, which, and this is my last point, is that within the context of human rights, and which Sarah Moya mentioned, we need to go beyond. In terms of language, I want to reiterate that point because I wrote it down. It's an important point for me as a human rights defender. Our language should be about now changing that narrative. Because essentially, gender-based violence is violence committed against somebody because of, and gender to me does not make any sense because I know it's sex. Either male, female, or intersex, or any other sexual. Whether homosexual, heterosexual, and gender is beyond. And gender is a societal role, it's not actually biological. So if we go to that language of biological, then we will know that a female hit a female, a heterosexual hit a homosexual,
There are many sections. All of us know we are human rights people here. So, can we have that language? You respond to it within the context of media and digital platforms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's one here.
Hi, my name is Rachel Wikandi, and I'd like to comment first Uraia for a job well done, right, and into this discussion. But also I want to comment also on what Comrade Tom has said around the question around, for example, a woman finds another woman with a husband. First, if these are two consenting adults, it's okay. That's according to me. They are two consenting adults, not kids. So if a woman beats another woman, huyo mwingine akachukua OP, hiyo ni criminal case. Yes. The same way bwana akipata na mtu na bibi yake, wakipigana wakachukua OP, hiyo ni criminal case. So it's not just a matter of a man and a woman, but a matter of violence in any form is condoned and is not acceptable. So my other question would be maybe to Bina. I know you write for Miss President. And I'll encourage you, next move to a bigger position, unaweza. How does violence look in terms of, especially programs that are created that quote unquote claim to be feminist or gender inclusive or promoting a certain agenda that is for the public? In terms of its practicality on campaigns, because I saw you doing campaigns, I saw you going to the ground, but I'd really love to hear from you, and also you, the fact that you lead Badili Africa, where you lead a very powerful place of feminizing political space. Did you experience violence yourself in that campaign? In any form, whether it's psychological or emotional or even verbal online, and how does it look like? But if you want to answer, well and good. If you don't want to answer, it's fine. I'd really like to hear that. And my other question would be also to the media part. How do we make, especially I love the fact of the theme of Uraia being the Utu part. When you talk about Utu in terms of gender justice and media, how do we ensure the media space also has that Utu, or bringing a narrative that also dignified women? Let's say even, not only just heterosexual, but also, let's say homosexual, when they experience violence. Because there's this part of violence that we don't talk about, especially when it's homosexual. How do we talk about it? Because we are all Kenyans, and Kenya is for all. How do we relate that in a manner that we align it with human rights? And my last question is around investment on women's rights issue. Because I feel there's least investment on women's rights issue. How do we ensure this perspective, especially now, with the current regime that has violated our rights, not giving us to that gender bill? How do we ensure that we claim for that right that we were promised, that they bring it to their manifesto of 50-50? Because if you can't claim it, the promise that they say they're going to deliver, now they're not delivering, how do we ensure it's localized to the manner that we are able to hold it as a constitutional obligation, not only just for women, but as a country, but also having that media visibility? Thank you.
I hear women all the time when we meet in our spaces as women in media complain about sexual harassment in the workplace, and we rarely not being reported anywhere. I'm thinking maybe it's time for us to change strategies. And maybe part of changing the strategy is to try and use these organizations, ensuring that all women in the media spaces are members of the Association of Media Women in Kenya. As it is now, Lillian will tell you, a board member there, we have the sexual harassment policy, and not all media houses have signed up for it. So maybe part of the things that we need to do is to encourage women in media spaces to join the Association of Media Women in Kenya, such that you feel you're a member of a network that you feel safe enough to confide in someone without you having to wait until you leave the organization. Then finally you can gather the guts to say, you know, when I used to work in this media house, X and so person used to sexually harass me. And as we do so, if you call upon us in imagining, We can easily organize for a meeting within the workplace because you've confided in us, and now you've told us about what is happening, and we could come there and we could talk about sexual harassment in the same space in the organization, and maybe use some of the examples that that person has been, using to try and lure you into, sexual activity when this you feel this is a violation of your rights. And maybe try and bring the whole organization. It shouldn't take a long time. It's a conversation that can take 30 minutes and probably everyone else knows. At the end of the day, well, I have been reported. So maybe it's for us to change tactics to see how else can we try and talk about sexual harassment within the workspaces and coming out at the time it's happening rather than waiting. Because most of the young people who come into this space, they all tell you all the time, I'm so scared about this industry. Every time I think about it, I'm scared about me being asked to, sleep with the boss for me to get promotion, or for me to move from being an intern to become an officer, or for me to move from an intern to get to the TVs. Well, it's a male-dominated workspace. We all understand that. And in work, as we go up the career ladder, very few women are there. There are more men, and therefore they call the shots. And by doing so, they also feel that it's their space, and therefore they guard it, and they can sell those spaces. So I think, as I'm saying, maybe it's a challenge for all of us to try and think, let's re-strategize and think on how we can solve this as an industry.
Thank you. Martha Nyamo, Women Democracy Network. Just a remark, a reflection on the conversation that has been had. My biggest takeaway is what Ms. President has said, that if we have stood on the shoulders of others to be where we are, then how are we strengthening our own shoulders so that other people can say they stood on our shoulders? And from that particular statement and the issue of mentorship is that, and even just for the 3 days where we've been able to talk about how are we nurturing a value-based society. And I think mentorship is one way where we will be able to nurture this conversation of Utu, that it is young people that we will be able to nurture in terms of values that enhance this conversation of Utu. So thank you.
Finally, back to you. Thank you very much.
And I know the government has got a big role to play with this, but we all need to stand up and say no, enough is enough. And I'll link that to what Patience said about the newsroom environment. And I like the way she said that we have very many policies. By the way, it's not lack of policies, it is lack of implementation. Yeah. Our example was really clear because she was there, she was at the HR, she would have done something about it. I was in the newsroom, but there was a disconnect. There was no way we could talk about these issues. So for me, I like looking at sexual harassment in a very different manner, especially in the newsroom space. Why don't we empower women, these young women who are coming into the media space, to learn to say no? You are born with a brain, you are smart enough to get ahead without sleeping around. You're smart enough to compete at the same level with other men. So for us, especially in the media, and I think the only way we will get this conversation across is when we empower women to say no. I was in the newsroom for a very long time, and I remember I said to myself, I will do everything possible to get ahead without having myself endearing myself to someone. And by the way, a lot of men helped me along the way. I will not say I will not. I succeeded without men. Men are an important part of our growth as women, but we should not allow them. You see the way we use this conversation, like the way you portray yourself also matters a lot. If you come to a media space with the notion that I will get ahead if I date the boss, will you blame the boss for asking you out for a date? No. Yes. Will you blame him? Yes. But you have portrayed yourself in a manner that you say that I want to get ahead in a different. For me, the conversation really is about let's empower these women to know that you can get ahead. It is you, and it happens both ways, yeah. That men can get ahead without sleeping with their female bosses, and the girls can get ahead without sleeping with their male bosses, because it begins with you as a person and saying, no, I will not accept this. It has just a very important, in my final remarks, about the way we describe gender. And I will tell you for a fact, during most of our trainings on gender, when you begin to tell journalists that gender is also about men, gender is not about women only. It is the narrative, yeah? We need to let people know that when I say gender, I do not mean a woman. I know women are disproportionately affected by sexual harassment and sexual violence. But men too suffer the same, and also people living with disability, as well as people who choose to have different sexual orientation. And we cannot say that it is only women who are affected. And I remember when I was in the newsroom, one of the things that I like to talk about is about the narrative. Yes, spoken about the narrative. Yes. When we keep talking about violence against women, how women are weak, we don't empower them in any way. Why don't we talk about the solutions? Why don't we talk about women who have come up with organizations to empower other women? Let's change the narrative and talk about people who are responding to these challenges that women are facing in all sectors. And let us not just talk about this woman, our story all the time about women being beaten. Let's also talk about the positive things women or men are doing to empower each other. Thank you.
Thank you. I think she's handled the safety thing online, because I mean, for us as a media, we are regulated by Media Council and CAK, so I believe she's been able to answer that. Just a remark to Patience, I fully agree with you on what you say, but over and above that, other than just the issue of sexual harassment, I think now we need to have conversations. Like you said, it's a male-dominated industry space. So if you look at most of these big media houses, because I work for a small media house, but I used to be in a big media house, you'll find that the executives are only men. So why can't we change the narrative and say even a lady can actually be an executive? So I think I'm happy to have a conversation in regards to what you say. Yeah, thank you. Finally.
I just think women are doing a lot and enough to stay safe. But the environment is not safe. I'm telling you, women are doing a lot. We are doing so much because, and I'm saying that because today, if you just walk in town, and I'm saying that because I usually pass through the CBD, someone catcalls you. If you respond, it's trouble. If you don't respond, it's trouble. Yet you're just minding your business, imagine. You're minding your business, and you're afraid that if you don't respond, they'll harm you. You're afraid if you respond, they'll also harm you. You know, like even when I was coming here, and because, you know, it's a rainy season, literally for a woman, every day you're thinking, because of where I'm going, how do I dress so that I might not have someone look at me as a potential, you know what I mean, and harm me because of how I show up. I just think we just need to call out perpetrators. You know, we need to do that wherever we are. Because I feel like, honestly, there's nothing we're not doing. I mean, if someone is even raping a girl who's below 10, who's below 5, a baby 3 months, you know, a baby 3 months, like, there's nothing we're not doing to stay safe. And I'm saying that because even right now, when it comes to even employment, right? What is this list where you check someone's history?
Reference.
Sorry? Yes, yeah, like the reference checks, you know. I wish there was even a way to like have a reference check on whether someone is a perpetrator, or whether someone is a sex offender. Why don't we have the sex offenders list publicized? Because in the Western world, like literally they publicize sex offenders list. So even when you move to another state, literally you can know person X is a sex offender. In fact, when you're a sex offender, a convicted sex offender, and even when you leave, when you move to a different state, you have to declare. Because if there's a case of rape there, you'll be the first suspect. So you have to declare, right? And then you cannot even work in schools. You cannot work in spaces where there are children. Right now in this country, even when you're employing someone, you don't even know whether you're employing a perpetrator. You know, you don't know, because we don't actually have this information out. The time when TSC, I think there were allegations of teachers, and I think 5,000 were suspended, I think, yeah, 5,000. Where did they go to? They probably went to private schools and continued. You know, but do we know them? Do we know them by name? Maybe someone is even probably teaching your child and you do not know. Like, we are doing so much to stay safe, like so much. Even when I'm campaigning, I'm wearing skin tights, I'm wearing long dresses, someone still wants to harass you. Someone still wants to harm you. Like, you want me to, like, how do you want me to show up? Literally, baby. How do you want me to show up so you can actually have mercy on me? You know, I just feel like it takes a lot of burden. Let's just learn to call people out. Like, loan someone your voice. Sometimes someone doesn't even have a voice. Loan someone your voice. And I know even right now in civil society, there's someone we're about to call out. And let me tell you, even me and my friends didn't even have a voice. And I remember even calling Mwikali and saying, Mwikali, what do we even do about this individual? Because these are 7 survivors. And this is a very powerful man in this space, who's very well networked. You see what I mean? Very well networked. Donors are giving them money, you know, money that even Badili Africa has not managed and handled. And we're like, okay, how do we use our solidarity networks? You know, like, get into spaces, because the more we talk about these people, the more people get to know. The more you actually say someone's name, not say, Ati my boss. No, you say John, not say Ati my boss, just say the name. Because then the more we talk about it, then the more these stories move. Because all these things are always like person X, people don't even know who that is, you know. So I think we need to do that. And then lastly, I think on to Wikali's question, and also just to speak to briefly to the media. I think how we tell stories matters. And currently, you know, I'll probably just circle back to even the cases during COVID time when we saw a spike in teenage pregnancy. And, you know, even just the framing of those stories, 4,000 teenagers, those were 4,000 perpetrators. When we start framing stories differently, then we start asking different questions. Because that time, when the stories were running and it's 4,000 teenage pregnancies in Machakos, 3,000 teenage pregnancies in Kilifi, and then now we're asking, but what are the parents doing? What is the church doing? Because we're talking about teenage pregnancy. But if it said 4,000 rapists or 4,000 perpetrators, would have been asking questions, why are we having so many perpetrators? The conversation would have shifted, not to what parents are not doing. We are doing so much, trying to work so hard to even take kids to private schools because we think public schools are X and X, and it's not enough. So I think how we tell the stories, you know, really, really, really matters. How we portray that. Violence against women, yes, Mwikali. I think, you know, we've been discussing about calling also institutions out, you know, who also do not speak up when they support programs, and those programs are also marred with gender-based violence, you see, and I think it's important to do that. And I think my statement will be out because, yes, there was psychological violence, yes, someone tried to threaten my mom, yes, there was name-calling and cyberbullying, and also the fact that you report these things and the institutions do not take them seriously. And it's at the cost of your health. Because at times I don't think we really, like I said, prioritize how emotional health can come at the cost of your own, health. For me, the last thing is, let's just stand in the gap, even for people who cannot stand in the gap for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Indeed, what we say and how we say it is very, very important. And one voice can only be amplified when other voices join in. in this conversation and in this fight. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Lina, Ms. Rebecca, and Ms. Liz.
Thank you so much for having us, and to Uraia for
I have a master's in gender and development, and I advocate for women's rights. I am an activist. In fact, 3 weeks ago, I trended for 2 weeks on social media, and I was advocating and lending my voice to a voiceless family who was being disinherited. I think I saw Robert Alai talking about me on social media, and what she's saying is very right. Sometimes you have to lend your voice to the voiceless. And I know I was bashed a lot because I am, in my place I'm called Migogo. Migogo is a woman who is already married somewhere else, and you're not allowed to speak in your community. In fact, in front of elders and in front of men, and that's what I did. So I think we need to stand up for the people who are voiceless. There's something I want to say. There is no time that a woman portrays themselves in a manner to suggest to a man that I want you to sleep with me so that I get a position. Allow me to just disagree with that. In fact, I felt really touched when I think the speaker wanted to say something differently, but it felt like there are times as women portray. You cannot portray. It is the other person who sees what they want to see. So right now I'm here, there's nothing I'm portraying. It is just what you want to see and what you want to think, okay? So women, we don't portray anything. Men or other women who feel like doing something depending on what they thought, it is them to change their mind. It is them to have utu and stop thinking differently, okay? Thank you. So now I'll move on. In fact, I'm even shaking. So anyway, it is a very passionate thing.
Cool down.
For the 3 days I was just emceeing and just quiet. But now I have gotten into the conversation. I want to invite the executive director, but before I do that, for him to help us close this session. Before I do that, there is one of us who is going to take us through the Convening. That will be, is he in the room? Yes, he is. I want to invite Suba Churchill. Kindly join me on stage. Let's invite him on stage. Kindly join me. And Suba Churchill is the Executive Director, Kenya National Civil Society Center. Please come over. And he is the immediate former presiding convener of Civil Society Reference Group. He has 28 years as a social justice activist, human rights defender, and educator. He studied animal science. Okay, so maybe we should also add animal rights to this. At Egerton University, political science and public administration, and MSc in NGO management and human rights from Walden University. Welcome, Suba. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Olivia, for the invitation. My role this evening, knowing that the energy levels have gone down, was to perform a small task of doing what Dr. Mushai called the act of scholars, of picking ideas from others and claiming to be their own. So whatever I'm going to share has nothing to do with the brief profile that Olivia shared. But to attempt to summarize, in a sense that brings out the spirit. We'll have a report of this convening done separately. We have a team of rapporteurs that have been picking every bit and piece and issues that have emerged in the course of this convening for the last 3 days. But mine was an attempt to capture what we would regard as a statement. A communique is just a statement. It sounds very complicated when it is said in a language that sounds French. And knowing that Kenyans are not so good in French, you risk getting lost in that process. So as I'll be reading, I'll be pausing at every stage, or let me read through it. And then, because it is something that we would want all to own, as capturing the spirit that has prevailed for the last 3 days, the essence of the convening, the topic, the relevance, and so on. And so that is what the communique is about. It starts with a quote from one of our guest speakers. I'll not repeat this, but this was said because it borders on diplomatic relations. Uraia will have to consult with His Excellency, the Ambassador of Denmark to Kenya, the Seychelles, Eritrea, and Malawi, Honorable Thonke, on whether he wants to be quoted on this. But I remember him saying, as he spoke here, on the opening day, that it was indeed his pleasure to kick off this convening by Uraia on Utu as a value and principle that you all aspire to and intend to begin working towards its realization. There are indeed many key tasks for the civil society in Kenya to engage in, including the 2000 gender principle and youth empowerment. Denmark believes strongly in an independent, diversified civil society and congratulates Uraia and the wider civil society movement in Kenya on this launch of the National Civic Competence Index. That is a quote from Ambassador of Denmark to Kenya, the Seychelles, Eritrea, and Malawi, Honorable Thonke, who I think even by his name is a Kenyan of Maasai extraction. So we'll actually quote him here, even if you don't consult. But what is the main thrust of this communique? Now the main stuff begins. We, the representatives of over 130 civil society organizations, have checked with the staff of Uraia, and they say that on a daily basis from when we started, we have had an attendance of about 130, so that's the number I've used here. We, the representatives of over 130 civil society organizations, working in the Republic of Kenya to promote a culture of constitutionalism, human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized, good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability, and sustainable development, inclusive of social movements, community-based, national and international non-governmental organizations, trusts, organizations by, of, and for children, youth, women, persons with disability, working persons through their labor organizations and movements, the marginalized, pastoralists, agricultural communities, and senior citizens, having held a 3-day convening on Utu as a value for leadership and governance based on the ethos of integrity, as enunciated in Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, from the 23rd to the 25th day of November 2022, at the Makiwa Hotel, I hope I got it right, another French terminology here, in Nairobi, inspired by demonstrable, cumulative, transformative gains so far attained by the civil society in pro-people work, especially in pursuit of pro-poor of the poor reform and policy agenda, and convinced of a desire to further and enhance these gains, and committed to the promotion and protection of human and people's rights, consolidation of democratic gains, enhancement of sustainable democratic institutions, civic and humanistic culture of Hutu, and to nurturing a culture of constitutionalism, good governance, and the rule of law. Resolve. 1. Resolve to build on all progressive Kenyan heritage, thinking, research, Kenyan and African traditions that manifest and promote Hutu, and affirm the dignity, equality, and freedom from discrimination of all Kenyans on all accounts, including race, sex, pregnancy, marital status, health status, ethnic or social origin, color, age, disability, religion, conscience, belief, culture, dress, language, or birth. I've basically picked that from Article 27 of the Constitution as grounds on which no one should be discriminated. Yeah, so that is one of our resolutions. So that is where resolutions begin. The other one sounded like preamble, but basically encapsulating, who we are, what we have been doing for the last 3 days. Number 2, undertake to infuse, mainstream, and permeate Kenya's development agenda, targets, and milestones in all spheres of life with the humanistic value of Hutu, including in our common pursuit of realization of the right to education, quality health care by all in its broadest conception, water and sanitation, housing, security, and all material and immaterial aspirations of all Kenyans based on the essential values of human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law. Number 3, pledge to popularize and nationalize the conversation on Hutu and parallel courage and joint action on violence against women and gender-based violence in general. Launch a national campaign and conversation to promote awareness on Hutu as a national value and respect for human dignity among the citizens and state actors at the national, county, and all levels of the Kenyan society. Number 5, commit to supporting conversations on Hutu among citizens, and this by saying committing, we are all individually and collectively, of course, committing to supporting conversations on Hutu among citizens and state actors at all levels of the Kenyan society, and to initiating robust advocacy initiatives to increase demand on the practice of Hutu by all citizens, state organs, and actors. Number 6, invite all Kenyans and leaderships at all levels of the Kenyan society, sectors and subsectors to contribute to the journey of consciously and deliberately transforming Kenya by creating a strong, inclusive, and sustainable foundation for a national culture of Hutu. Number 7, initiate a robust campaign, movement, and crusade. Of course, this should not scare non-believers. Crusades can be done even by non-believers. To promote the humanistic culture of Hutu throughout the Republic of Kenya and across Africa as good citizens of Africa and the world, and committing self to Pan-Africanism and work for international peace and solidarity. Number 9, reaffirm our commitment to this year's theme of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which I've quoted verbatim: unite activism to end violence against women and girls, and invite everyone to play their role in ending violence against women and girls, and show support and solidarity to women's rights activists and resist the rollback on women's rights. So that, in a nutshell, is the snapshot of the communique. Ideally, it should be a one-pager. I know the font, I've made the font a little bit more visible, so it has rolled into two pages, but anybody can tinker with this. So having gone through the entire communique, I would want your consensus on whether, these groups that I've listed here, because we have said we are inclusive of social movements, so I want you to tell me which sector has been left out so that we add. inclusive of social movements, community-based, national and international organizations, NGOs, trust organizations by, of, and for children, youth, women, persons with disability, working persons through their labor organizations and movements, the marginalized, pastoralist, agricultural communities, and senior citizens. Is there any sector or subsector that may be left out here? Yes. Yes. Faith-based, okay. They were quite present, so we need to add that. Media, thank you very much. Faith-based organizations. Media, do we call them, I want to be guided here. When we say media practitioners, is that inclusive?
Traditional and social media practitioners.
What did you say?
Traditional and social media.
Mainstream. I hear this word mainstream. Eh?
Mainstream and new media.
Mainstream and new media.
Practitioners.
And new media practitioners. Okay. Because the media in general includes even the media owners. But when you say practitioners, I want to believe they are the journalists, reporters, and so on. Then there is a category that has been cited, but I may not have added. Somebody talked about activists.
There's one from Professor there. And also
Yes. Researchers, because here we are talking about the actors. I know there's somewhere where I've talked about research, but here we must also include therefore researchers. Somebody, artists, yeah. Artists, do we call them artists or activists? Artists and activists, because there is this new terminology of activists. Yes, those who use art for activism have increasingly become known as activists. Yes, so we have activists, we have added that. And don't worry, I'll reread this paragraph so that we make sure it's as inclusive as possible. Yes, somebody has another one?
Yes. Indigenous culture trust organizations or formations within that continent.
Custodians of indigenous culture? Do we put it as such? What was your terminology? Indigenous cultures?
Indigenous culture trust.
Organizations of, for, and by. We can put them as such.
Feminist.
Organizations for. Organizations of, for, and by indigenous cultures. Carry on, cultures, trusts.
And trusts.
Or cultures and trusts.
Yes.
Cultures and trusts.
Feminists.
Feminists, or good feminists.
Grassroots.
Feminists.
Organic movements.
Grassroots. Organic movements. They are separate from social movements.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with being specific. That's the only sense of inclusivity. We have nothing really to lose by being inclusive and everything to gain. Any other? Somebody talked about activists. Do we want to say individual human rights defenders? Because there are people who act in their individual capacities.
Yes.
Individual
Active citizens.
human rights defenders and
We have another one.
active citizens. Active citizens, yes. Another one?
I'm not sure whether...
No. Huh? You know, this is an enumeration of those who have been convening here. Of course, I know there were representatives of state actors, but remember, this was a civil society convening. I know you still have some hangovers, but you belong in one of these categories. So
you're already there.
This having been a civil society convening, yes, we may have invited state actors to share with us their perspective, but this was a civil society convening. So this resolution I'm sure any state representative who sat here would not want to be associated with this. As a matter of protocol. Yes.
Have we included young people?
Yeah, there's somewhere where I say the organizations by, of, and for children, youth, women, persons with disability. I don't know whether there is some nuance of youth that you want us to add.
Because we have put such a wide category of people together,
yes.
I hope the voices of young people are not reduced.
Okay.
And
yes.
also the senior citizens. We had one very vocal, with me supporting her, of senior citizens.
Yes, the senior citizens is already there.
Okay, thank you.
It's among organizations for and by senior citizens, so that's already there. Any other?
I think there's none other from there.
Yes, there's a hand here. Yes, intersex. Intersex. Okay. I know there are some in this crowd that it still require a lot of growth on what has just been proposed. I had some comments yesterday, and I told one of the contributors that I'll target him for specific human rights education, so that we can begin to realize that orientation does not make one a lesser human being. They are all, the key denominator is that they are human. Orientation does not change that. But of course, we are all at different stages of growing in our appreciation of human rights. So, but for now, let's include all of them. Yeah, so this paragraph for me was the most important before I call on any people with any other commitment we want to make, resolution we want to add. But now this paragraph reads this way: inclusive of social movements, community-based, national and international non-governmental organizations, trust organizations by, of, and for children, youth, women, persons with disability, working persons through their labor organizations and movements, the marginalized, pastoralists, agricultural communities, senior citizens, faith-based organizations, mainstream and new media practitioners, researchers, artists, and activists, organizations of and for indigenous cultures and trusts, feminist, grassroots organic movements, individual human rights defenders, active citizens, and the intersex. So that is how broad it is now. If we are comfortable with that, then we can move to the next level. Now, is there any, of course I know you may not remember any of the undertakings. This thing will be circulated by our conveners, Uraia. It is still work in progress, but in case you have a particular issue that emerged, or something that you think needs to be a resolution, feel free to contribute it now, before I hand over back to the organizers. Okay, there being no other suggestion, as many are of the opinion that this communique reflects the spirit of the three-day convening that we have had from the 23rd to the 25th of November 2022, say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. And the communique stands adopted. Subject to modifications, as I've said, it is work in progress. Uraia, who convened us here, feel free to tinker here and there. Anybody who will feel possessed with a new idea, please share through the emails that through which you got invited, and so I hand over to the organizers. Thank you very much for helping me to deliver on my brief assignment.
Thank you. Let's give him a round. Thank you so much.
It has been a long time planning for this conference. I've seen how interested we were, the contribution, taking time to participate, and effort put by everybody. Representative from the county, creating that time, coming here, participating, and giving very informative suggestions which will help us move this debate. Partners from Nairobi, representatives of government who are here, our moderators who have really worked so well in moderating the sessions, the presenters who also presented and did good job, we thank you for that. My favorite, the civic educators, Uraia civic educator and budget facilitator, feel appreciated. So we thank you for coming and doing great work. Then we thank, have I forgotten any other person? Our development partners who also took time to come and work with us. We also appreciate your support. Our board chair, who has stayed with us for the 3 days, really supporting us and also giving us that education. So you are really appreciated, our chair. And all the others, I think, our entertainers. In absence, the team that entertained us. But it was not only entertainment, edutainment. It was really good, and we look forward towards working with you. We have our reporters who are also done good work. Our videographer, wenye wanachukua picha. So also we appreciate you. Our sign language interpreter. The two of them, you can see whole day the work they have done. So feel appreciated, and we thank you for that work. Who have I forgotten? The people who have served us in the hotel workers, thank them for the effort that they have undertaken. And our MC, thank you for that good work that you have undertaken. And finally, Uraia staff, please come in front, all of you, just for a short time. Just come in front, all Uraia staff. Just short. Iko wengine wajaonekana. Tuone sura zetu dakika moja. This is the team from Uraia Secretariat. So this is the team who worked hard in organizing the conference. We appreciate you a lot. So you just tell us your name and the department for 1 minute. Quickly.
My name is Marjorie Kibure, Gender and Inclusion Manager. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon. I am Bildad Makori. I work in the Communications Department, Stroke Programs Department. Thank you for coming.
Oliver Waimbi, the Director.
Ilga Chao, I work for the Monitoring and Evaluation Department.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Madei, Finance Officer. Good afternoon. I'm Gladys Minor, Acting Head of Finance.
Good afternoon. With Transport Officer.
Pauline Daudi, Civic Engagement.
Hi everyone. Maureen Maina, HR.
Hi everyone. Nadir Ali, IT Officer.
Hello everyone. Helen Obande Mdora, Civic Education Manager.
Good evening everyone.
Jacinta Mweni, Operations Assistant.
Good evening, everyone. Penina Ingati, Administration.
Jambo kila mmoja. Jina langu ni John Kamande, afisa wa masuala ya civic education.
Good afternoon, everyone. Or is it good evening now? My name is Cliff Aboki, and I am the communications officer.
And Moya Lois, wamenizimia microphone. Moya Lois, Civic Engagement Manager. So thank you, the team. So as we have read our communique, najua inalingana mahali ulienda shule. So I forgot our social media team. So we also appreciate you. Feel appreciated. So hiyo Suba amesoma ndio ilikuwa anarifaa. So that one belongs to us. As I started, we talked about the religious leaders, how tunawakuta kwa kanisa au kwa mosque. So when we talk about Utu, the things we talked about religious setting is for us to start ourselves and go and implement them there. Ourselves, our organization, how do we ensure that we promote Utu in our organization? So all the things we have agreed on is not for Uraia Secretariat. It's for us to start implementing them. So as we have said, what nimeona wamesema, we have agreed. So let's all play our role to ensure that we implement that. So thank you very much for taking time and participating in this forum. And now I'll invite our Executive Director to give some remark and then invite the chair to close for us the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It's been a pleasure really having 72 hours of engagement here. I feel really privileged, really. I was telling my team over lunchtime that we are going to miss this. First, we've been having very good meals, which I do provide for them in the office. I hope, and I was telling them, I hope that Eric and myself will work hard enough to bring a lot of money, then we'll be giving them such kind of meals in the office. Amen? Amen? Amen. I have got no words to tell my team, because if I was given another opportunity to have another team, I would still choose this one. Each of them carries a very idiosyncratic and very personal quality that endears them to me. And many a time, of course, the management takes credit when things go well. But in my case, I must confess, out of the team, and we are 25 that were in the office, I'm the one who has done the least insofar as this is concerned. All what I had to do was to make sure that we had this wonderful team, support them and trust them, and then I took a back seat and watched everything flow. Without doubt, I knew it would flow, and without doubt, it's flowed. It's been a flawless success, isn't it? I look at the excellence and the organization skills of my colleague in my office, Nadir, and the support of the most hardworking person in our office, Mweni, and the ever-smiling Penina. You look at the future CSO of this country, Gladys, and the best HR officer we have in this country, I can't say enough words about Alois. We refer to him as our think tank in the office. Nobody does anything in the office without consulting Alois. And it's because it is our institutional memory. I just love Anne Mweni so much, and everybody knows she's my favorite in the office. Where is Anne? Because Anne is an excellent finance officer. When I look at Robert, I've been with Robert for such a long time. Robert is a wonderful person. I go with him everywhere. We talk beyond office issues because he is a man with utu. All right? If I had opportunity to retain a single person in the office today, that would be Helen Mudora. Helen brings some tranquility in our office. Out of the 25 staff that I do have, she is the least spoken, but every single word that comes out of her mouth is word of wisdom and word that calms everything down. I can't say enough about Kavi. Where's Kavi? A big hand to Kavi. Kavi, raise up your hand. She's the best dressed in our office. Not only that, Kavi is extremely well learned, extremely well articulated, and performs her task without a single supervision needed. And her manager is Marjorie. The less spoken about Marjorie, the better, because you saw it for yourself. Beauty to brains. And she knows that I love her. And we are privileged because for the past 2 months, we have been able to get whom we consider, I don't know about you, but whom we consider to be the best communication expert around. Nifakoke has made this happen. I was having lunch with my small C's former colleague mate, my sister-in-law, and a wonderful friend, Sheila. And she was saying, I am seeing Uraia where I've never seen Uraia before. And I told her, it's got nothing to do with Oliver Waindi, that's all Cliff Aboki. Big hand for Cliff. Where's Cliff? Cliff, raise up your hand. We love you, Cliff. And we are so grateful that God brought you our way. Alois stood here and said how grateful we are to our civic educators. The bridge between us and them is Convening. I sit easy in my office because I have got no doubt at all that Convening will produce results when I need results to be produced. And when all the results have been produced, they're supposed to be measurable. I looked left and right, I looked south and north, and I picked whom I thought was the best person to measure our progress. Where's Chao? And we love Chao because Chao comes from one of the smallest towns in Kenya, Taita. It's got nothing to do with where our chair came from because we picked her on merit, and she's proven to us that she's the best person to be measuring this kind of results. Chao, we love you. And in May, we lost our procurement person because he was poached to a bigger position. And I tell my staff, I want all of you to be poached to bigger positions. Not just moving from one level to the other, in this small organization. Leave us and go for big organizations so that we can also network easily because one of us is there. You don't leave as a program assistant to go to be a program assistant. And I know that we had turbulence during that time, and we were praying to God as colleagues in the office, trying to find out how do we get the right person. And God answered our prayers and brought us, again, brains with beauty. Mary Maina! with the excellence of Gatua. Is Gatua not in the house? It then tells you why we are where we are. And this is just the beginning. We have a dream, and the dream is that this team will be big people in this country because they all have Utu. We don't look more at the qualifications, we look more at the qualities. So you may find people with lesser qualifications than the market requires, but about qualities that exude, that that brings out the Utu that we really want in our office. We have got 2 drivers who have driven us for the past total of 30 years without a scratch in any of our vehicles. Not a scratch, not a delay, and not stealing fuel. You know what? How? So may God bless Gitao, and may God bless Samson. I love this team so much because this team has given me exactly what I wanted when I joined Uraia. And that's the peace of mind while producing at the highest level. The program team is headed by Paul Wanderi. Paul is not here with us. He is unwell. And I want Paul, please stop taking meals in the hotels that you're not used to. Well, yeah, and I've won. I was in Mombasa that day with Mary, and I was warning them, please don't follow what Oliver is eating. I've been to many countries in this world. So Paul didn't quite get what I told him on Wednesday, and he's paying dearly, so he's not here with us. But his illness aside, and we wish him quick recovery, Paul, we believe, from what we've seen with him, he's going to take our program to the next level. We've got 2 outstanding interns. Their terms are coming to an end, and we are really scratching our heads how best do we retain them. Because if we do so, we'll be circumventing our policies. But they are so resourceful that I'm wondering, I've called Sheila and other EDs and asking them, please absorb these people for us, because they are that good. Bigger and Naomi are excellent. And so this is a team that demonstrates excellence, elegance, and eloquence. I would not trade them for anything. I love you guys. And so I won't say a single word after this. I will hand it over to the chair to close it officially. And then we are going to dance as Uraia until tomorrow morning. Thank you, everybody.
You know, I was wondering why you've been fighting about these closing remarks. Because I felt I have talked so much. And Oliver was adamant. He said, I know what I want to do. You are doing the official closing remarks. And now I understand it. And I honestly want to start by thanking everybody on behalf of my board. Unfortunately, as we speak, I am the only one, except one person who is somewhere closing a school, so could not come because he also heads a school, who is in Nairobi. For different circumstances, they are all out. In fact, as you saw, Professor Were was here this morning. And because the others were it was just one of those weeks where everybody was out. That's how the board is all over the place. We have board members who are out of the country, in all over Kenya. So we're not those boards who sit in Nairobi and don't know what's happening. But we were very, very sad that this week was the one week everybody could not be here. So let me start by saying, on behalf of all of them, Professor Were has just arrived, and the first thing she did was to send a message and say how happy she was to be here, but also how sad she was to have to leave before it ended. Thank you all of you. I thought I was going to do all the thank yous. In fact, I also had a list of people to thank. I think it has been done so beautifully by Alois, so I'm not going to go over that. But do allow me to say a huge thank you to the ED, Oliver. To Oliver as a person, as well as the ED. Because as all of you know, and I know this is true of everybody in your organizations, it is not an easy thing. It has not been easy for all of us to work through COVID, to keep organizations going through COVID and everything that has happened. And then as we came out of the other end, we, as many of you have had, a lot of changeover in staff, having to scratch our heads and figure out how are we going to get a strategic framework that was supposed to start in 2021, and so many things were unable to happen just because of the COVID restrictions, including this kind of a meeting, and to get everything on board. And from when Oliver came in, he did not blink. He hit the ground running, he got a team. I want to thank the staff. I know you've been thanked, and we will continue thanking you. But every single one of you, including the ones who, I think, let's just meet you here. Up until now, we've only communicated virtually. So those who came most recently, those who like Gitau and Kakanagrin have been with Uraia even longer than I have been, every single one of you has worked your hearts out. And particularly to the two interns who, I was very happy to see you. I thought maybe we found a way of keeping you, because I can't imagine you not part of us. I want to say a deep, deep thank you. You guys have not been interns. You came in as interns, I think, for 24 hours, and then seamlessly became staff members. And one of the points of, and I hope all organizations, please find ways of getting interns. This is how we get young people in, and they begin to get the fire of what it means to work in civil society. And for me, the best part is, it's not even what happens in the Uraia office, it's what happens when they meet all the rest of you, and they want to be just like you. So thank you for making our interns as enthusiastic, and I hope we'll keep them in civil society. I do want to say my own thank you to the service providers. I often work behind the scenes at conferences, and the people who you often don't see, you often don't notice, you often, the more you don't notice them, it means things are working seamlessly. So Olivia and everybody who we have come up to the front, everybody looks at us, you remember us, you say how amazing they have been. But the people at the back, the rapporteurs, the people making sure social media is going out, and the social media has been amazing. The sign language interpreters that many of us don't notice unless you need it. And thanks to watching sign language interpretation at Uraia, I have now signed up. I am learning sign language. By the way, guys, that thing is hard. Your fingers actually hurt. And then it's very humbling to be over 50 and to be going through your house singing A, B, C, D because you're trying to match. And so when I watch them, I am in complete awe. I know they have been thanked, but we could not hold a conference and speak of Utu if the two of you, and I've been watching you because we have just kept going, and for only 2 people to have covered us and to go beyond time, just peacefully, happily, joyfully, we truly, truly appreciate you. I also just want to say to the artists, I could thank everybody, but you realize we didn't have entertainment, right? The entertainment was the rest of us. I do art as well for events. It is very difficult to look at a program and to make sure that every single part of the program is undergirded as strongly as they did. There was not one piece that was out of place. There was not one moment where it was like, hey, guys, we've got 5 minutes, haraka, haraka, what song do we have? You felt that they put their heart and soul and mind and everything. I want to ban that word entertainment. Because when we say entertainment, we think that's the time to grab my phone and go out. So to Mufasa, the poet, and your team, thank you for reminding us why art not only speaks to the mind, it speaks to our soul, it speaks to our spirit. You listen to that saxophone and you feel the tears of, we are talking about young women who are hurt, or you feel the joy. And I just want to thank them beyond anything else. I also just want to say, this was not in my notes, but I want to say, Olivia, I often facilitate meetings. Your humor, your sense of, your utu, you showed us utu. Just keeping us on time with your sense of humor. And those of us who ignored you because we wanted to keep talking, so we were trying not to look in your corner, and you always had a smile. And my sister, I want to say, you are amazing. But the next time you and I will sit, we will stand in front and sing the Jumuiya anthem, word for word, in Kiswahili from the beginning to the end. Now, we want to just, I want to say this before I come to my whatever notes. I keep going back to this. Culture is the foundation of this nation. We may not like it. I know you all have your favorites. You know, some of it's Article 1, some of it's Article 3, some of it's Chapter 6, some of it's Article 10, but I just want to keep going back that way. The founders of our Constitution said that culture is the foundation. If you don't know why, please leave your contact there. I will send you the Boma's deliberations that happened when the original draft Constitution did not have culture. And the people of Kenya said, you must have a chapter on culture. And culture isn't just the theory, it is not the laws, it is not what is written, it is what we live out and practice on a daily basis. So we can say all we like about gender, about the law, about justice, about equality, about whatever we want. But the test of Kenya and the test of the 2010 Constitution is in how we live. And that's why the Constitution says we recognize culture as the cumulative civilization. And you talk about cumulative, it is the highest point we have reached. People will judge us, our generation, we as Kenyans, as what they see. And today something really fascinating happened, I thought, in the discussion on politics. When an admission was made that our political culture is non-existent. When, you remember I was told, you can't talk about Utu when we talk about living in politics. And I think that was said in the first day. And we are Kenyans together. We're not blaming the politicians. We are saying we have work to do. If culture is the foundation of this nation, then the success of this gathering, the success of what we do in civil society, will be in what our grandchildren say about us 50, 75, 100 years from now, in the foundation that we lay for ourselves, not in the Constitution because that has been done, not in independence because the generation that was supposed to fight for that fought for that. It is in the culture that we pass on to them. And whether that culture is Utu or whether it is something else. Let me remind you that I did say that Stuart Hall said that you will get to know who a nation is in that thing that does not change. Their national culture is what does not change regardless of time or circumstances. So it doesn't matter what the politicians tell us today. We know our politicians. 5 years from now, the political parties that currently exist, 70% of them won't even exist. The manifestos will not exist. But the thing that does not change, that is the national culture. Let me leave that aside and just say so. As Uraia, what is it that we are doing? Number one, we can't do this without you. Uraia is a facilitative organization. We are not an implementing organization. It is not us who will go out there and make it happen. In Lamu, in West Pokot, in Elgeyo Marakwet, in Turkana, in Mwatate, wherever we are, it will be you. Our job, and that is why I thank you again, Edie, for showing people I know the loudest cheers are for the programs people. That always happens because those are the people you know. But those programs people, those civic ed and civic engagement, na ninajua mmewapatia kitu, actually, no, I know you did not. But people cheer you because you're the face of Uraia. The engine are the people who you barely see, who are in the office. But they symbolize what we do. We are here to facilitate the work that we do. Personally, and this is a thing for a chair of a board to say, I don't even care if people do not know that Uraia are the ones standing behind you. Because when push comes to shove, Rahma was sharing, if I may, a story about being arrested, and she did not tell people who she was working for at the time, and allowing herself to go through what they do with everybody else, becoming a voice for a family that was a group of women and children who were being kept in the hot sun, not for herself, but for them. And then later on, when they found out who she was, they said, "Mbona hukutuambia that you work with that organization?" Right? And that's what you people do 24/7. You put your bodies and yourselves on the line. And those of us, I don't work for civil society. Those of us who are not part of civil society, we will abuse you at times. We will call you sellouts at times. We will say you're doing nothing at times. And then when we're in trouble, we will say, "Sasa, where is civil society?" Because we know that you are the ones who walk the talk. So Uraia is saying this to you. 20 years ago, civil society came together, slightly over 20 years ago, and said we will work together. We will work together in bringing an agenda to the table so that those of us who work in different areas still have a common agenda and come together. And that's how 20 years ago, we began to say, "Kwa kuwa Wakenya wana haki." Uraia did not come up with that. You came up with that. We've been running with that agenda for 20 years since you gave it to us. 10 years ago, slightly more than that, but to make it easier, you came back and you said, "Kwa kuwa Wakenya wana haki na majukumu." Now, if you look at, I was looking at the statistics, Kenyans say it. Somebody had asked the questions, how many of you have actually gone to a public meeting or a public forum, and as a Kenyan who doesn't work in civil society or government, given your time to something? The percentages are still low, but at least people have begun. We are not leaving the work of rights and responsibilities behind. So we will continue to say, "Kwa kuwa Wakenya wana haki na kwa kuwa Wakenya wana majukumu." The journey we are starting, kwa kuwa Wakenya wana utu, is going to take 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. It is the work of a generation, right? And Fanon told us, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, first of all, discover its historical mission. Then, you will either fulfill it or betray it. I believe for my generation, the generation before us gave us 2010 Constitution. Our generation, for the rest of our lives, we will make that Constitution work. The generation after us may come and say, now that it has been achieved, we want a new Constitution. That is their fight to do. But it is our fight in the next 10, 20, 30 years to say kwa kuwa Wakenya wa utu has become as familiar as kwa kuwa Wakenya wana haki. And I want to commend you, because often we're always got our eyes in the front and the problems. Please clap for yourselves, because kwa kuwa Wakenya wana haki is established. Please clap for yourselves, because kwa kuwa Wakenya wana majukumu is on the way of being established. But because I'm a Kenyan, even as I thank you, we're giving you a new job. Kwa kuwa Wakenya wana utu. What is the way forward? First of all, Suba, thank you very, very much. I was listening to you and what you have pulled together and got all of us to do, so we're all part of your team in terms of coming up with now if I say the word, you will start to think about what school did I go. Did I go to the communique or the communique? Communique. Okay, I don't want to betray my school, so, but I did not go to Alliance. Thank you for developing. that community, that thing. The reason it is important, just like the Constitution, is that it is important for people to know when we gathered, what did we agree on? Then we can run with it. Uraia is committing itself, and we hope all of you will commit yourselves with us to cascade the things we have talked about to the grassroots. That is why we say this is a beginning. Somebody challenged us this morning, why is civil society meeting and talking to itself? Because there are times you must withdraw and think and reflect and argue and learn from each other. Then you go out to the people and you do some more thinking and discussing and arguing. And because all of us cannot be everywhere together, see, I'm not a specialist in the area of elections. I'm not a specialist in terms of media. I'm not a specialist in terms of most of the areas we've talked about. But because I have been listening, if I'm talking to other people, I'm carrying your perspectives with me. There are things I disagreed with robustly, but I heard them. And I said, I disagree, but now I have heard another perspective. And so we are asking you to join us in cascading this conversation everywhere you go. We will play our part. I had on my notes, we promised, and I'm so sorry that our sister from Pokot left before we could fulfill the promise for her to speak. But there will be opportunities, and we will make sure she will speak at an Uraia meeting like this and share her perspective on what Utu means among the Pokot. But we would like to come back and be able to say after a while, we know what people of different spaces, cultures, ages, all the different communities and constituencies that exist in Kenya, we know what they think about Uraia. We are not asking you to create new programs on Utu. My brother Achoka yesterday was really, he made us laugh, but he made a point. We are not asking you to set up Utu projects and then to say, oh, you know what, Utu, yule mtu wa Utu ametoka kwa ofisi, kuja kesho. But we are saying, whatever work you do, can you apply the lens of Utu to it? Can you come back and tell us, when you're working with children, Utu means? When you're working with survivors of gender-based violence, Utu means? When you're working on issues of transparency and corruption, Utu means? When you're working in the Senate or with the MCAs or wherever you are, Utu means. Because we are interested in understanding what Utu means in the public sphere. And that is where we are going to start. We are promising you that at Uraia, we will not make this a one-off. We are promising you that Uraia will not keep this conversation in Nairobi. And we are promising you Uraia will not only keep the conversation in hotels. Because Oliver has told us that when we are in hotels, some of us, the experience is not what we are used to. So we are taking it to the places we are used to. We are promising you that the conversations on Utu will be in the public space, but it will also come into our personal space. And I must say, I have been challenged by little things I have seen all of you doing. The question this morning, how many of you are mentoring young men? And I think that applies to those of us who are women, as well as those who identify as men, and those who are in between, who say I'm somewhere in the middle. How many of us are also mentoring young women? I'm challenging the men and the older and younger men. How many of you, the question that was put, can say to a woman, you are beautiful, and she doesn't see it as, oh dear, is this harassment? How many of you can look, men, I'm talking to men, how many of you can look another man in the eye and say, you are a beautiful human being? I admire you for ABCD, and I love you. Because if we can't do that, then we can't have Utu in this nation. Uraia has also promised that all the ideas that you are coming up with, we don't have a work plan on Utu, because it's coming, you guys are giving it to us. What it will look like, we will let you know as we go. We've got some great ideas, but we needed to test them out by hearing from you. So we will come up with a creative, innovative program, and we will share that with you in good time. Let me also say that I don't know if you know, at the beginning we said we have three areas. We are talking about rights and responsibilities. I've talked about that. We're talking about UTU. The one we haven't really talked about, but it is actually what we've been doing for the last 3 days, is Uraia is building an ecosystem. And let me say a couple of words about the ecosystem. I told you that we are children of an ecosystem. We are children of civil society networking. We are children of civil society telling us, saying, we can't do our work in silos, and we can't do our work in cliques. And one of the requests that has come to us very strongly in the last few years is that we need an ecosystem, a place where consistently we meet, right? Where we just sit and talk about the most important thing of the moment. And we have taken that so seriously that we have made that an entire area that we are beginning to build up. This is an ecosystem because this is an UTU ecosystem. We may not fund everybody here, but that's not the point of it. The point of it is for us to get together on a regular basis and say, all of us, what are we doing in the area of civic education? Whether we're funding you or not, what are the priorities? Where do we have pain points? Where do we all get together and lobby strongly? What is it that we need to do together? So you will be hearing from the ED and from Uraia, and the ecosystem will take on board the things that you think is important. For example, I'm a researcher, academic, intellectual, we're not embarrassed to say that ideas are work. But the people who work with civil society and ideas often feel very isolated. So putting them together in a room and hearing what they have to say when they are not being paid to say it is going to be useful to all of us. Do we agree? Right? There are people who are looking at creating safe spaces for you guys. When you are exhausted, when your souls are weary, when all you want to do is get into a room and cry together. So those people, we put them in a room and let them talk about it and let them come up with a program that benefits all of us. Do you understand where I'm going? So when we call you about an Uraia ecosystem, please don't feel, but you guys don't fund us, so why are you calling us? We are answering your call, and that will be the place for you to come and tell us how we can serve you as you do the work that you do. Finally, let me close. And those of you who know me know that I do this all the time. I love the Constitution because it's got so much art. It's got visual art, that's why you have the flag, you have the coat of arms. It's got poetry, that's why I began with the preamble. It's got music, it's got the dance. So me, when I come to the Constitution, and those, by the way, the art is what carries the heart of it. I often like to close by saying, let us sing the national anthem. And I like singing in Kiswahili because Kiswahili is the language of our soul as Kenyans. So I'm going to ask us as we close to do two things. First, I want to see everybody turn to the person next to you. Please, one person next to you. And if there's somebody who doesn't have someone else, let me know. Watu wa camera, wekeni camera yenu just to be, and camera people like pretending that they are not part of us. So, leave your camera, she's here by herself. This part she will not need to interpret. Who does not have a partner? Wapi? Aye. Wacha nikutume hapo. You go there, I will be here because that was where I was sitting. Everybody has someone. Now this is very, very hard because we're not used to it. Actually, let me ask you to stand up. And I will put aside my mic so that you don't hear what I'm saying. I want to ask you to look that person in the eye. Listen fast. I will ask you, listen fast. Don't start yet. I will ask you, guys, this is serious. I will ask you, and I will say, I'll count to 10 in my mind. Just tell that person, even if you don't know them, they're here because they do important work. No, don't tell them yet. Don't tell them yet. You know, you guys, you're doing it like in church. Everybody look at each other. Tell that person that the devil hates them, and then you say it whether you believe it or not. No. I'm going to ask you, listen to the instructions. Look at that person, and remember, even if you don't know that person is here because they do important work. No, don't say it. I'm saying wait. That person is here. And you know, Prof made an important point this morning when she said all of us, Michelle Ebugo says this, many of our orature, of those stories, put a very ugly old woman or somebody with disabilities or a creature that has got a problem with it as the hero of the story to teach us something. That true beauty, when you heard Oliver Keeping saying, so and so is beautiful, true beauty comes from inside. So if you haven't known that person well enough to know what their beauty is, I can tell you it is in the work that they do. If it is somebody you know, tell that person something truthful from what you have observed or from what you know. So tell them, number one, that they are important. Number two, that they are beautiful. Number three, that they are Kenyans who depend on them and love them for that. Okay, let's go. Each person tell the Okay, thank you. But you will continue the conversation. I didn't want to rush that because often we don't take time to appreciate ourselves. Okay, so start to wind up. Remember, we can go on and do this afterwards. When you are done, sit down so I know you are done. Okay, thank you. If I have started anything that will end in a wedding, please invite us. Let me also thank. I said Uraia started because civil society said we need to do this. Uraia, as the NSEP program, also started because Kenya has many friends, and I know at times we feel very lonely and isolated. Number one, let me tell you something. It may feel not like that to you, but every time I have sat with people from this region, they all say, hey, you Kenyans, you guys have done so much. Life is so easy in Kenya. And then I'm thinking, what? You should know. And they are friends in terms of people we pour into in terms of other countries. but also friends who have come to stand with us. And I really, truly, honestly want to thank the leader, USAID, UNDP, Care Kenya, Plan International. I know we had Hibos up here earlier, and everybody else who reminds us that we are part of a bigger world and who allow us as Kenyans to set the agenda for ourselves. Thank you for having faith that we know what we are doing, even when sometimes we don't feel we know. So let's finish by singing the national anthem, and I'm going to ask you to do it in this way. Please go in a place where you can be in a circle around a table. So I'll invite my brother here because we've all abandoned you to join the table behind you. Just as we are going to take Utu all over the country, we may not be seeing each other, but we will be knowing we are singing the same gospel. As you sing the national anthem, I want you to sing it to the people in your circle. In verse 1, we are starting, as the preamble of the Constitution says, by acknowledging that God is supreme. That's in our Constitution, right? Yes. So we're asking God for help. In verse 2,
amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya
can live as we desire. Thank you, and thank you for coming.